stuff below 30.
You don't live near the water. You can seldomly even see the stars 10 degrees. I mean, that's right where they start becoming apparent on the water is like about 10 degrees on average. But then you got the clouds and all that, man. But anyway, I'll try and bring some. I'm gonna be listening, so you can say whatever you want. But I can't. I'm not gonna be able to talk for a couple minutes. But I want to look over the refraction thing, and I'm gonna try and pull up evidence, showing that what I claimed about the grossly inaccurate in the 120 degrees. But yeah, as far as refraction and all that, man, I want to look into it. I want to further this discussion, man. I really enjoyed it.
Good. Thank you, Brian. I'll go in a sec as well. I was going to say, fuck. Yeah, I think you will have to invoke upward refraction, and I know I've been threatening to release that video. Fuck, I don't know when I'm going to do it. It's wife's birthday tomorrow, so not today, not tomorrow. Yeah, I'll get it out. It will demonstrate that light refracts downwards pretty much all the time if you're above the surface. Anyway, I'll go on mute for a little while anyway.
So, Craig, when did they announce that they were canceling that moon mission?
November 9th, 2021. In and around. At first, they blamed, lawsuits and, Twitter wars and all that crap. And then eventually they came forward and said, it's because they got no spacesuit. That was all distraction. Even though they've been doing spacesuit runway shows, fashion shows, for like 7 years. They had, models walking spacesuits up and down the catwalk every year. Suddenly now, all those spacesuits are gone. Not one of them survived somehow.
Sorry, I thought we'd established that it hasn't been cancelled and it's just delayed for like a couple of months to March or April this year.
They canceled the lunar mission?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, is I can't see any, news article saying that.
Realistically, though, Ruhif, don't you think that if men had landed on the moon in 1969, 70, 71, 72, nobody died, nobody got hurt, it was more or less pretty smooth? I mean, I know they could claim it costs some money, but I mean, that Saturn V rocket is a old dinosaur compared to what they have now. So that thing's just nothing compared to what they have. So is it not at least a little bizarre to you that no one's been back? Isn't that just a little weird? Like, doesn't that at least somewhat ring a bell as being at least just odd?
It's odd, yes. It's odd. I haven't investigated it, but yes, it sounds odd.
So what's a better example that America is just 50 years ahead of the rest of the world? If they launched today, say if a country could put men on the moon or women on the moon today, they would have to admit that they are 50 years behind America. Or Nixon faked it for world peace, which he bombed Cambodia.
Hang on.
Which one makes more sense?
Neither.
Neither?
Yeah.
So you bomb. So you do a manned space flight for world peace. So then you bomb. But the best part too is Sagan is the one who said it, not even me. So if you're disagreeing with the idea, it's like you're basically throwing Sagan in the Carl Sagan under the bus, because he said that it was so bizarre that for him it even questioned in his mind if it happened or not. He goes, they put a plaque on the moon that says, "This is a giant step for humanity and for world peace," as he carpet bombs third world countries adjacent to Vietnam, because he doesn't like Vietnam, for world peace.
I like how Ruhif did actually just admit there that it's odd that they haven't been back to the moon. I'm just still thinking about that. That's funny.
Not just odd, but that how no one's even tried. Like when people climbed Mount Everest, there was a group of explorers ready to do it faster, better.
Yeah, exactly.
After people went to the moon, everyone's like, who cares, right? I got to watch the honeymooners.
It's all social engineering, because after that happened, after they did the whole televised moon landing thing, they actually then started suppressing it in its importance, you know, in people's minds. Like it's like all psychological operations. It's all like the way that they rolled out that psyop, where they made it to be like this most incredible thing ever, but then they also kind of pushed it into obscurity so that people wouldn't really keep considering it as an actual real discovery, where we really would be going back there and building things on it and exploring more of it. Because like you said, if anything is explored, it's always, especially something that huge, like the rock that's close to the earth. Oh my God, that'd be the first thing. The minute humans got there, it would be instantly populated with everything you can imagine. Now, okay, if they really went there, I imagine they might keep it for military, you know, the way they do Antarctica. Like I could at least understand that. Like meaning that maybe it wouldn't be like hotels on the moon and all that kind of stuff. I realize that's a little bit intense to have it be to that level, but it would be a place where there'd be tons of footage and military operation, you know, bases and, you know, all of that would be.
Here's a great article. It says the moon mission in 2024 is no more, but it wasn't a realistic deadline anyway. And it goes on to say that Biden is going to relax the conditions set by Trump. You know that NASA's request for more money to boost the lunar mission it seems less as urgent with new domestic policy laid out by Joe Biden. So okay, how about this then, right? The people who know spaceflight's possible have just seen government inadequacy, government bureaucracy stop spaceflight. Do they A, blame flat Earth for not believing in it? There just wasn't enough belief. The flat earthers are to blame. Or B, say government, you're fired, right? And do it themselves on their own. I think they'll keep blaming other people. You know, because they wanted. They know it'd be an instant Darwin Award if they ever tried to get into a rocket. That would be the last thing they do in life.
So you just said that they'll either A, something because of flat earthers, which I don't think that NASA really gives any thought to flat Earth, or B, fire the people that are actually funding them, which would be.
Oh, hold on, I got one for you. Number A, I've got a direct quote from the NASA's social media communicator talking about how it's not okay to think the Earth is flat on a YouTube channel called Big Think. She's telling you it's not okay to think. So you might want to look into that. There's a lot of bullshit coming from NASA too, because they have an agenda that's about spending. Cut their funding, then you'll see something happen.
Well, if they fired NASA, if they fired the government, then they would take care of their own funding.
How many years got to go by? How many years got to go by before it's obviously apparent to everyone? 100, 75, 100, 150?
Even better, you got Musk just in December said 5 years they'll be putting people on Mars. Like, this is on the heels of that Playboy guy from England. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now. Brian Cox. Brian Cox, like in 2012, said he had or 2014-ish, he had secret wormhole technology that would make a new London on Mars. The flight would take mere minutes to get from Earth to Mars. One-way trip. Boom, you're there. Good. Set it up. Let's go. New London. You got Professor Phil, a guy who hangs around this community, says he's got secret plans for a colony ship. Blueprints that he's developed, that he's holding out for $1 billion payday. Do you have a spacesuit to go along with it? Because NASA's looking for a spacesuit. Here's a good quote. Jim Bernstein said, NASA will not be top priority for Joe Biden administration. Okay, and what that means just manned space flight just gets canceled. So some president decides it's not a priority for me, but isn't the funding already in the works? Isn't that conveyor belt moving the right direction? I mean, wars never stop. You know, when Bush had his war on terror, new priority President Obama comes in, the war didn't stop. It still kept moving. Just keep trucking along. But nothing seemed to change from one administration to the next. The only thing that did change was after Nixon, space flight just abruptly ends. Done, and never again. War on drugs continues. Police state continues. Domestic surveillance continues. In spades. All the bad stuff that people associate the worst parts of government are exponentially worse today than they were in the 1960s. All the good stuff, like, say, exploring space for the betterment of humanity, not even to be seen or heard from again. People think it never even happened. And that's on the globe side. They talk to people like, hey, how many times did people go to the moon? They're like, oh, once. They get to some sort of weird Mandela effect. Like, what year did they go to the moon? Oh, the 1930s. It's like, where's the ISS? Oh, it's somewhere in between, like space, like intergalactic space. It'll be back, like, later this year. Like warp drive and stuff. Like, people have no clue what they're doing, what government's up to.
Spherical excess is a huge problem. I don't know if anyone realizes it or not.
Greater than 180.
Yeah, how many triangles left, Lane?
Just one's all we need.
Just one, no doubt. Were you listening to us earlier?
Yeah, but I wasn't following that closely.
Yeah, why can't you use Bob's
Just
Lake?
one.
Wouldn't Bob's Lake have a triangle with over 180 degrees? If his video's correct, right, and he's got feet of drop over 2,000 feet run, that triangle would have spherical excess in it.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, we've talked about the ways of measuring spherical excess. I just haven't seen one ever done that actually has been done correctly and done well, to fully show it. I'm aware of the ones that have, been claimed to be measurements of it, but yeah, I think it's a good way to measure the Earth. If you have 3 coplanar points along the Earth, and you can make sure those are straight lines along the Earth, then essentially you will get a deviation. You would get a deviation of the lines and the way that the lines would be intersecting. If you want to call that an angle, you could, although it's not like a true triangle. But those lines, when they would intersect, would be in total greater than the 180 degrees. It's like essentially the middle of the Earth would kind of bubble up through the coplanar triangle at some point.
Hilarious. He's not even connected to the call, and he's talking about that he's muted. He's not even in the call.
Who's that, Grit?
PNS. He's trying to talk, and he blames the cowards for muting him. Oh, look, he dirty deleted. Okay. I got it, though. This is how dumb this guy is. I mean, for real, this guy's dumber than a box of rocks.
No, he probably was just on the wrong server. He probably got muted somewhere else.
Even that's stupid. He's muted someplace else and he cries here, calling people cowards.
But yeah, like Jeremy, have you ever seen a real measurement of spherical excess, like a full one?
Dude, they don't. The Globers don't even have one.
Yeah,
they don't have. Have you ever seen them use one triangle? I have, but it was a line of sight, all line of sight triangles. And do you know if you have line of sight triangles, and you match those 3 points up with a straight line, you have no choice but to get 180.
Wait, say that again?
Jeremy, would you get an airplane piloted by PNS? This is a guy who can't tell what Discord call he's in.
Hold on. There's no need to just personally attack him. What were you actually saying?
Okay.
I kind of missed it.
Listen. In a spherical triangle, there is one triangle involved, right? One spherical triangle, 3 points, 3 angles, right? That's it. And you measure those 3 points, the angles in between them, and it has to add up to over 180 degrees for it to be, a globe, a sphere. They don't ever, never, ever. I've never seen one of them doing that. They do some other shit that involves up-down refraction. So, because they'll make 3 triangles. It's weird. They'll take a vertical, they'll take a zenith angle, and then make points along that. It's all fucked up what they do. Whatever they're doing, then they take an azimuth angle. Listen, it's not, whatever they're doing is not spherical excess. They have no spherical excess measurements. No joke, bro.
See that in that the azimuth is actually the angle that they're getting between points, right?
Left lane. Show me one where they use 3 points and measure the degrees, because that's how you do spherical excess, right? One triangle.
No,
three
azimuth. It's the up and down. It's not the azimuth. It's the up and down. That's what they said.
No, it's not up and down. The azimuth is the lateral, like from, you look at point A, say you're standing at point B, you look at point A and say your reading is 0 degrees, and then you look at point C and you measure those degrees of azimuth in between those 2 points, and that's the degree for that angle. And then you do it.
Show me. Okay, I don't know why there ain't nothing about an azimuth in this spherical excess thing. So that's a red flag. Hold on, that's a red flag right there that you're not doing it right. All you're supposed to do is measure the degrees and the angles between the 3 points. That's all you do.
Yeah, the azimuth is what they're calling the angle. The azimuth is the direction that you're looking at.
A regular angle?
Huh? Yeah.
Regular angle. Well, they were trying to
degrees and angles.
Regular angles, fine. That's fine. So you need to. Do you understand what I'm saying, though? They don't have one where they have 3 points and they've measured more than 180 degrees between them.
Oh, all I've seen is numbers posted. I haven't actually seen the process or procedure.
They claim to have done it once from 3 mountaintops that all had line of sight on them. But do you know what happens if you have 3 points line of sight and you draw straight lines to them all? You know how many degrees that's going to be?
Yeah, but there's a thing about each point has its own horizontal, and you have to look down at the other 2 points. Yeah. And I think that might be where maybe.
So now we're into up and down. Yep. Now we're into up and down refraction, if the up and down matters. Also, that's not how you do spherical excess. You have 3 points. You measure that. Do you know how spherical excess works?
Well, you just measure the angles, the 3 angles, and add them up. That's all it is to it.
That's all you do. You measure the 3 angles. You have 3 points, line of sight. Angles between that. If you draw straight lines, all the points.
Well, if you had straight lines that are like somehow, let's say you could draw a straight line on the ground or make like a canal that was straight, and you basically have 3 points and you have 3 canals, like a triangle, making a triangle, connecting those points. I'm just calling them canals, but I mean, because I've talked about we've talked about this idea where, like, let's say you have like a demonstration site, you have 3 points in the point in the triangle, and then along those 3 points you could do multiple things. Like you could have water levels, lasers, a straight line on the ground. There could be a bunch of different, even like a force the line or force the level. And if you can create those to all be straight in a triangle, and it's got to be large enough, of course, that the spherical excess would be present as well, you could then measure whether there's curvature and whether there's the spherical excess all in that same demonstration site, and whether water is level as well.
Sure.
And how, well, I should say how water is level, the actual level.
Yeah, that sounds good. If you have one
It's
level
ridiculous.
surface,
We just had a
if you
conversation.
have one
the other
level, hold
night,
on, Brian.
And refraction is factored in the spherical excess. It's a big giant joke, dude.
The thing you said, Gio, that works. You get one level surface and you make a triangle on it. That's perfect. That's exactly what you're supposed to do with to get spherical excess. You know, these guys, what they're doing, they've never done anything like that. That's not what they do. The thing Left Lane described has up and down refraction considerations now.
You know, it would be really
been
cool
telling
too.
me,
Yeah,
they've been telling me for years that there is no refraction involved because there's not left to right refraction in the spherical excess thing. Like it's such a load of shit. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say there's any Well, they might say there's refraction involved if they're doing it visually, because yeah, if you're using like the lights and stuff, that's a whole different deal. If they're using some of those, and they're also combining visual things if they're talking about refraction. But no, the measurement should just be. You know what's interesting? I was just thinking too, though, dude. If this is an addition to this. If you have a triangle on the Earth, like the way I was saying, what if you had multiple triangles at different sizes? So let's say you have a huge one that's like, let's just say 10 kilometers between the points. Then another one that's 7, another one that's 5, another one that's 3. You could even do it like in the Fibonacci sequence, which would be even cooler. But to make multiple, and then you could measure all of those. And that way, if you have a triangle that's small enough, there won't be any spherical excess measured. And as you go out, there will be. Because as the triangle gets large enough, that's when it comes into play. So if we had like multiple triangles that were all going out, we could literally see at what point does it. Well, first of all, if it's just planar, it's just going to be planar all the way through. It's just there is no curve. But if it was curving, you should be able to see the last size triangle that fits on your globe Earth without having spherical excess. And then when it starts to have a little, and then a little more, going out, 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 until it should be getting even greater. So, I mean, this is definitely doable.
Yeah, the way you're describing it is how you measure spherical excess. You get a level surface on the surface of the sphere, or, you know, whatever. If it's a sphere, I mean, obviously that's what you're checking for, but you just get a level surface all the way. And you make a giant fucking triangle. You know, you do a straight line, not curving left to right. Just keep it with the level. And then you go out far enough to, according to the globe, to where there should be spherical excess, and you check it. They have never done this. If anybody knows where they've ever actually done spherical excess, I'd love to hear it.
Left Lane?
Oh, I don't know. Larry Scott talks about it a lot.
Yeah, they talk about it. They do talk about it a lot. A lot of talk.
So, Howard, you agree that way I was describing could be definitive in showing that? And if we don't get that measurement and it's just planar, you know, it's turtles all the way down, it's planar all the way out, then what?
Yeah, the spherical axis should be increasingly apparent with increased distance. You know, the bigger the triangle, the more access you should see it.
The problem is you literally got to go like no joke, like hundreds of miles, Gio, to get a something measurable.
Well, the idea that I was saying where you have multiple triangles, wouldn't that actually help if the lines were all parallel? It would help to get the lines straight. Like if they're all parallel lines on each side of the triangle, you know, smaller triangles going to larger, wouldn't that help to make sure they're straight? Because you could force the line essentially on all of those triangles. That's just a huge new addition to it that I hadn't thought before, because yeah, that would be, because we've talked about, yeah, the idea of having like the 3 points on the Earth like that, and setting up a whole demonstration site and doing it. But yeah, multiple triangles. That's what's up. That would do it.
Multiple triangles, as in break off the piece of the big triangle to make a smaller triangle.
No, I mean like let me actually post something. I just posted in the live stream text. It's just like a ridiculous. It's like a crazy rainbow GIF of like. That's kind of what I mean, like triangles within triangles. So, like, let's say you had 10,000 acres, and I mean, we could do the math later, but to figure out the numbers, you would start. You know, let's just say you started with one triangle that is 1 kilometer on each side of the triangle. So you do 1 kilometer, 1 kilometer, 1 kilometer, and then you have another one that is 2 kilometers, and then another one that's 3
Wouldn't
kilometers.
Wouldn't you want to use one of the lines you already did though? Like you already got a little piece of a bigger triangle going. Wouldn't you want to just use that one? You know what I'm saying? Like not make a whole new triangle around another triangle, but you could go off of one of the level waterways that you already have for the first triangle. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's where this, like, if you started small to where you could make sure that line is straight, of like, let's say 1 kilometer on each leg, like, you know, of the triangle. And then if you made one that's like 2 kilometers at each leg, and then one that's 3, one that's 4, one that's 5, you could use the 1 kilometer triangle, the smallest one, to create all the other parallel lines of the larger triangles.
I have confidence that if we're not worried about up and down, if we're not worried about the up and down aspect of a straight line, you know, we're only worried about left, right. Making a straight line like that is easy. That's fucking cake work, light work right there.
Is it though? I mean, well, explain why, because it still could be complicated. But I agree with you. I mean, it's definitely doable.
You could snap. You all right? You could snap a line, right? If you had a solid surface or something beneath you. B, you could also use optical equipment now because we're only worried about left to right, and they say refraction doesn't happen like that. So you could verify your, you know, if you snap the chalk line or something, let's say, you could now verify it with a laser beam or an auto level or some kind of optical shit. A whole bunch of optical shit just to make sure. I do a laser, a theodolite, and an auto level or something crazy. I don't know. You could line one of your. You could make one of the You could make. I'll be right back.
It's crazy, man. I'm trying to download or find the channel on YouTube. I put in Earth Awakening channel, and I can't find it.
Oh, it should come up.
It's Awakenings.
Okay, The Awakening. Okay.
No, it's just it's with an S. Yeah, Earth Awakenings. I'll post it in the chat too. I'll post the one that's live now. It usually comes up for me, but that might be because I've already searched for it and whatnot. I don't know. Like if you're just on a brand new IP address, like I don't know if they've got it shadow banned or not. I haven't really checked that.
I found it. I put the S in, and it was right there.
Okay.
That's funny.
No, I mean spherical excess could be absolutely definitive. I think. Well, it's one of the big ones, especially if it's done well, if it's done correctly. That could be nail in the coffin in terms of the lack of sphericity of the Earth.
I don't want to say it's easy to do what you said with the canals, but it's doable. You know what I'm saying? Like that's definitely some doable shit because now we're not worried about making the line up and down. Up and down doesn't matter. All we got to worry about is level. Making level is easy. You know, only going left right is easy. You can use optical shit. You can use physical shit. You can snap a line, like I said. There's a whole bunch of shit you could do to make sure you're going in a straight line if it's only left, right, straight.
Man, since it's the after show, I'll bring this up. A Sky Free's got a.
Brian, how long do you think
tool.
you could snap a chalk line for, and not worry about being off?
If you got enough people, indefinitely. If you got enough people.
Wow.
But
you don't need more than 2. I could do it.
Right, left. Realistically, probably about I don't know, 1,000 feet, probably 500 feet.
I mean, you could get honestly, you could get Whitesword's line and just pull that shit tight, and you now have a fucking
start, lifting it up and release, pulling it tight.
Kilometer-long line.
Yeah, it could be indefinite, really.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And there's multiple ways to verify it too. Like I said, you can verify it optically. You could verify it with other, like, you could snap a chalk line, bring out Whitesword's 10-kilometer line, use some auto levels and shit, and you could just check and make sure.
It doesn't have to be that long. It's just got to be long enough where they say that it curved, a flat surface curved. Because if you go too far, there's going to be like topography in the way.
Be pretty long. Well, we're gonna have water. We're gonna have a canal with water, but it's got to be
that's even better.
Long.
Yeah.
It's got to be super long though to measure over 180 degrees. That doesn't happen in a short period of time.
Well, it would happen as soon as the curvature is detected.
You should be able to measure it in a bowl of water. Yeah, I mean, it should be happening always. Yeah, I agree. It should be a very slight degree. Maybe it might be unmeasurable at that point. To the point to where
it's too.
We just don't have the tools to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
the same thing they say about the drop.
Yeah, like if he's like Bob said that he did the Seattle Light thing in over 2,000 feet or something. He got 8 inches of drop or something like that. That would be enough. That's 8 inches. That should be That should be a mile, right? That should be. So his Earth, but with a margin of error, right? Because it had dropped more than he had predicted. But he should be able to that would be a triangle with more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, Gio. I mean, that's a great great thing to do right there, and that would take a lot of time to do that, and a decent amount of money, not a crazy amount of money. I would take a decent amount of money. I mean, if you had someone that had the land. If you don't have the land, it's a problem. Like you literally need to go like, I don't know, like 70 or hundreds of miles or something crazy. I'd have to do, I have to get my math guy on it, but you really got to go fucking far.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, that's a big factor. I mean, if you had the land that was, of course, privately owned, then you could really set up everything you want.
Oh, you can't do this public. You can't do this on public land.
Well, maybe you could do some preliminary ones of some sort. Like you could do them optically. I'm just trying to think. Is there any way that like?
The thing is, you have to extend the line. If you can see the line, if you could see it, the point you're doing, it's not going to work because that'll always be 180 degrees. You know what I'm saying? It has to go out of sight.
Yeah, you got to be beneath the curve. Yeah.
Yeah.
The potential curve. But yeah, no, I think it's definitely doable.
We're practicing E-I-E-I-O.
There's just a lot of factors, like how in depth you'd want to go with it. I think, yeah, you're right. Having the land is the big thing. Unless you have, well, there's other ways to do it. Like, maybe somebody knows, like, some of these like cattle ranchers out in like places like Montana. Some of those guys have like tens of thousands of acres, and some of them are like interconnected and whatnot. it could be possible to maybe, you know, see if like some of them would be down. But I mean, there will always have to be money involved to some degree. Like if you did it that way, yeah, whether you would pay them or for to use their land or whatever. And then there's a lot of stipulations with that. But ideally, yeah, owning the land.
If somebody had the land for us to do that on, I don't think it would really even cost that much at that point to do. You know, if White's Word sent us his line, his 10-kilometer line, we could do 10-kilometer rips. Like what you do is you would snap, like if we needed to go 20 kilometers, you would pull that line 10 kilometers, right? Pull that shit straight, make sure you go on a day with no wind or something. It might even be beneficial to just do it, to just dig the ditch and then, or no, you'd have to snap the line first to make sure the ditch was in the right spot. The lane you got to do it on has to all be like somewhat level too. It can't be anything like too fucking crazy.
Right.
You can't do this on the side of it.
But that's another challenge is that part of it. Yeah. Well, what if you did it lower to the ground? So that's another way you could do it. What about like, well, this is kind of jumping a little bit, but on like a frozen lake, what if you did it where you're only, I'm trying to think like if you did it optically on a smaller distance. But yeah, either way, the challenge would be getting this. Well, yeah, there's a couple things. I mean, if we had, you know, owning the land would be ideal. Then it could be an entire group thing where we could actually create these actual sites, like the actual sites themselves, like the 3 main points of the triangle. And then you could have different ones at different levels. That'd be wild. It would be like a string of, you'd have like straight lines coming out of each point of the triangle. But wouldn't it help to have if you have a smaller triangle within a larger triangle, like wouldn't it help that you could do like a force the line on all those lines to have them all be parallel? That's what I was.
The triangle lines, the triangles.
Yeah.
Or you're saying on a flat plane, all of the triangles. No, because that would be the same thing on a sphere. If you did this on a sphere or a flat Earth, it would be the same distance between every point on every triangle. Is that what you're trying to check for? Or?
No, I was just sort of openly just thinking. I was just trying to think of the idea of having multiple triangles and then being able to like create all of those lines to be parallel with each other. Like even if you started with a really small triangle, let's say it's just 50 feet by 50 feet by 50 feet, and you know that those are straight, like you are guaranteed that those are absolutely straight because only 50 feet. Couldn't you then start doing like creating level lines out from each of those legs of the triangle and just make
extend, you're saying extend all the lines?
Yeah.
Well, you only need to do 2 of them really. You do 2 of them one way, and then you have the tip of another triangle, and you just go out from there. You know what I mean? You wouldn't need to like extend it every way off of the. Or what would that show though if we did extend it every way?
Well, I was just thinking this. Let's say you had thousands of acres, and it's all flat or whatever. Like there's no huge mountains and stuff. And if you just literally set up a 50 by 50 by 50 foot triangle, a tiny thing, it's literally only 50 feet. And you can make sure by every, you know, measurement that those are all straight lines and it's as perfect of a triangle as you could possibly get. Then from each of those lines of the triangle, you know, the 3 sides of it, you would just, let's say you go another 20 feet out or whatever, and you make another line, another wall or whatever, that's completely parallel to each line of the triangle. So for the one on the bottom or whatever, you know, you would do a parallel one there, parallel one on each side. Of course, you'd have to make them longer because you'd be making a larger triangle, but you'd be able to make sure that those lines are all parallel and they could be measured to be so, like physically measured to be perfectly parallel. And you just keep doing that. So you just keep creating parallel lines out and out and out, making larger and larger triangles. It's like triangles within triangles. But each time you go out, you're comparing the straightness of each line to the original one that you know was straight.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
And as you just keep doing that, the parallel lines, you keep measuring them parallel, because at that point, all you have to do is make parallel lines, and you could do that with pretty basic measuring tools. If you know, depending on the size, but or
like okay, you have your first triangle down, then you measure 100 feet from the tip of the triangle, from the side of the triangle, from the other tip, from the other side, and you just make all those points, and then you make a whole nother triangle out of that.
Yeah, exactly. You make all those points,
and then you just keep doing that. You just keep like leapfrogging with that, and just
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there could be some of that.
And at some point, if it's a globe, then you're not going to be able to keep. Well, you technically could keep creating lines going out, but you're going to start to get that spherical excess. It's going to show up, and we could do the math to decide to figure out exactly when it's going to show up. But it's going to show up like at some point, you know. It's going to be there.
Out of all the crazy shit we've said, this is one of the more doable things, right here. If we had the land, that's a big if. Like I said, with the land, this doesn't even cost that much. This is like cheap. We need guys with shovels and an auto level, and you know, some basic shit. Like nothing there's nothing crazy involved with this.
I thought we couldn't prove the shape of the Earth with optical instruments, or it was at 2021 too.
Well, we're using the optical instruments. We're only worried about left to right curvature on this, and we are using a tangible. We are using a tangible line for it. At that, we're just going to use the optical shit just to check, you know, just to make sure everything's legit.
Oh, so that's another 2021 thing. Okay, gotcha.
No, we're not using solely the optics. I told you we're using something tangible, a physical line.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're
if
only
you
making sure.
I don't know if you just got here paid, but let me describe what we were talking about. Okay, if we had a lot of land, we could set up a very small triangle. Let's say 50 feet by 50 feet by 50 feet. Okay, each side of the triangle is 50 feet. We could measure it, perfect, boom, boom, measure the angles, everything, and make sure those are all straight lines because it's not very far.
Like a canal, right? We dig a canal and fill it with water. Or
it could
that
be.
way we know it's level. Well, that way we know it's level, and that way we know the whole thing is going to be level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean, the whole triangle. If all the triangles are filled with water, not filled with water, but the canal. You know, you dig a canal, no?
And how much spherical excess do you think the globe model would expect over 50 feet?
In 50 feet, probably not anything that you could even measure. But
yeah, no, there'd be nothing at 50 feet. But let me just hear me out. What I'm trying to get to. If we started at 50 feet and we just know that those are all straight. Then what we would do is go out another 50 feet and measure and create like whether you're doing, because you could do this with walls, like a wall, little mini walls. You could do it with markers. You could do it with a canal. You could do it with a lot of things. You could do it with multiple. None of them would have to be optical, but you could do optical as well. Like you could add lasers or you could do something optical. But the point is, if you start with that small triangle, you would then go out 50 feet, 100 feet, whatever it might be, and you would just measure parallel lines to your original triangle, 3 of them, you know, going out. So now you have another triangle. Of course, you have to extend them so that they make a triangle, and then you would go out another 100 feet. And so and every time you do that, you're measuring kind of like a forced line, but this is like force the spherical excess triangle, like a fractal, like because it's multiple of them. So you're getting self-replicating patterns. You're getting the one in the middle, and then the one going out, 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 out. Now, I was saying it was ridiculous. It's 100 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet. Yeah, of course, you're still not going to get spherical excess for quite a long time. If you're only going 100 feet at a time, it's going to take you forever. So at some point, yeah, half a mile, 3/4 of a mile, 1 mile, etc., and you keep going out. But again, you're squaring up all of those lines, making them all parallel to the original one that you know is square. So you're making those going out, out, out. And at some point on a globe, we'd have to do the math. We've done it before, but I wouldn't be able to say right now without doing it again. At some point, those triangles are not going to all fit being parallel and 3 coplanar points. They're not going to. They're going to start warping as we would expect in a spherical triangle type of idea. And the spherical excess could be measured. Not only could it be measured, you could see if the Earth was a globe, we would expect that at right when the first triangle would start to show it, you'd get a little bit. Then the next one, a little bit more, a little bit more. So it'd be 180 degrees. Like every triangle would be 180 degrees. And then at some point you'd have 181. At some point you'd have 182, 183. If the Earth is a globe, it would start going up. If it's not, it's just going to be planar, planar, planar as far as you can go out.
It's the thing where about 100 years ago or so, it's Colton, Florida, picked a deserted beach. I think it was something like Fort Lauderdale, which at the time was deserted. And they actually built this apparatus that measured the curvature of the Earth and actually did it. Did you ever see that one? I take it no, judging from
It's never been
roaring
done.
silence. It has been done. Let me see if I can find it. I guess judging from the roaring silence, no one has seen it.
Could we make a canal, a triangle canal long enough to get, how long would the triangle canal have to be able to measure spherical excess in space?
Pretty damn long. No,
How
you
long?
can't. I don't know. You'd have to do the calculations, but it's going to be hundreds of miles probably.
You need to have that in your back pocket if he's in a remotely crew.
Yeah, Pete, I was answering you. I was on mute. I was pouring me a drink and couldn't get to my butt.
Well, because one of the challenges with any spherical excess type measurement is getting the lines to all be straight. So if you start it on a framework that you know is straight, and then you're continually measuring those outwards with actual measuring tools, then you're really only having to measure small distances at a time instead of trying to do the whole thing. I think it could be a really good way to verify that. And if we start getting that spherical excess effect, that would be huge. And if we don't, that would be huger. Much huger.
Yeah, it's kind of like force the line and find spherical access test.
But what were you talking about? Someone built an apparatus?
Yeah, there's this cult in Florida 100 years ago, picked a nice deserted place, like I think it's like Fort Lauderdale, and they built a jig, machined it perfectly, and had like 3 of them, and they went out for like 2 miles and proved the curvature of the Earth. Only they proved the Earth was concave by exactly 8 inches per mile squared.
Huh.
You can try to use water, like Jeremy was saying. Use water because that would be the best measuring tool.
The interesting part about this experiment is that or measurement, whatever you want to call it, shows that there's lots of biases that you guys haven't thought about.
Air horn.
Like what? Have you ever seen water bend?
Like confirmation biases. These guys, you have to look at their technique. It was actually quite sound. They just had a confirmation bias that they proved.
No. Well, I'm not talking about any type of anything like that. We're talking about a physical device that is on the Earth that you could go to yourself and look at. So it's not based on any philosophy or data that on the internet. It's not based on sitting at home in front of a computer and reading something and just saying that's true. This would be based on actual physical reality and confirming.
I understand. I'm just trying to, let me see if I can find this. I don't know why I saved it, but.
Yeah, I think you could do it in less than hundreds of miles. I mean, how much the machine, you're going to have an error bar in this, the optical shit does anyways. I don't know how much error bar would be an actual tangible line. Maybe as much as the optical shit, I don't know, but even the optical shit has an error bar when you're doing left to right, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Is there Pate, is there if you're what do you use, a theodolite? Would you use a theodolite to measure this spherical excess with the left
Probably a
to right?
theodolite. I'm not the expert on theodolites. You need a couple other guys who are much more knowledgeable. But yeah, there are error bars.
Even left to right?
Oh yeah.
Why? There's no refraction.
refraction is not your only error. You've got setup error every time you move the thing, every time you look through it. No.
So
Yeah,
what
I
if
mean,
we get 3 theodolites?
You can be very precise. Don't get me wrong, but there are errors. I don't know the errors. You'd have to look into that.
What if we just get 3 theodolites and just put them at each point of the triangle? We're never.
Or just shine a light across the lake with a mirror. Flat.
What if, okay, how about this, Paige? What if we took a 10-kilometer string and we had a level surface? We got a 10-kilometer string, 10-kilometer stretch of a level surface. We just pull the 10-kilometer string tight along that level surface. We go when there's no wind. Maybe we'll build a little wind block for it on the sides.
You guys have talked about this experiment for a while.
Oh, we have it. I've never mentioned this before.
This is the tension one. This is the tension one, isn't it?
No, this is just to make a straight line from left to. We're just trying to make a straight line from left to right.
I think you'd be better with a theodolite. You'd have to get. Who's the guy in Gem servers? The theodolite guy.
What, Larry GPS?
I think that's
fellow.
What up, man? So.
Shaky.
Hey, Jeremy.
Andy.
Hey, Howard.
Hey, what's up, Bansaw?
Hey, Joe. Hey, buddy.
Shaky did the theodolite all the way to the island of Man or something like that.
Hey, I was thinking about something. Do you guys mind if we just switch the topic real quick?
What do you got, Bob? You always got some good stuff. What do you got? Don't let us down, Ed.
So, whenever you have like a laser pointer or whatever, just one that just a regular laser pointer, I think works. Basically, if you do something like shine it down the street and it hits like a wall or something, you can see that the area it hits is like way bigger than the area it starts at inside the laser pointer, right?
That's right. Yeah. Definitely.
Have you guys before?
It's called
divergence.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that mean that the light is bending? If it's making a circle on the wall, wouldn't that mean it's technically bending in every direction before it hits the wall if the circle's bigger on the wall than when it left the laser pointer?
Yeah. I mean,
because it's making a circle and the circle's bigger than when it leaves the laser pointer, so that means the light has to be bending in every direction. Otherwise it wouldn't make a circle.
That's a good point.
Wow.
Because it's still a circle when it hits. I mean, it is called, they do have a name for it. It's called divergence, like Left Lane said.
It's just a cone.
Yeah, I don't know if they consider that bending, or would consider that bending or not.
This spherical excess that they measure.
Okay. Maybe not.
You know this spherical excess that they measure when they're making a triangle, and the triangle works out to be 270 degrees or whatever it is. Whatever it is, it's greater than 180 when they measure 3 points. Now with a theodolite, right, from one point you can mark 2 other points to make your triangle. You don't have to worry about refraction or anything like that, because in a straight line you're not going to get refraction left or right, are you? You're only going to get refraction up and down, but you're not going to get it left and right. Correct?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. However, this machine does have an error bar though with it, so it's not going to be perfect. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah. Keep that in mind. So normally when they're measuring this spherical excess, they're measuring it between 3 points. But what happens if you did exactly the same thing from point A, you measure a point to point B, and then to point C? Now, according to the globe, that'll register whatever it registers with a spherical excess in mind.
Bandsaw, hold on.
Yeah.
You missed the.
Yeah.
Hold on, Bandsaw. You missed the show earlier. They're never actually measuring this in 3 points. They're using like 3 triangles. What they're doing is not. They've never made a spherical excess measurement. Believe it or not, like they're using more than 1 triangle when they do it.
More than one.
Gosh.
Yeah, when you do spherical excess, you're supposed to measure how many degrees there is in between each angle. And if it's a sphere, it's going to add up to more than 180. They don't do that. They've never done that. Some of them say you can't. Some of them say you can't even do it. Some of them say this thing Geo's proposing can't be done.
Right. Well, that's interesting.
So I just want to let you know that. Yeah, they use like 3 triangles, and they measure. They make a zenith. They do all kinds of wacky shit. They use azimuth angles. They were telling me that that's not the same as a regular angle. I don't know, dude. These guys are fucked up. But they've never made. I was under the impression too. I just realized it today when Chemo brought it up that they've never actually even done this, because I went and looked up the definition and it says 1 triangle, and they're sitting here talking about using 3 triangles. I'm like, yo, what are you guys talking about? I'm like, this isn't spherical excess.
Well, if you're using that just multiplies the margin error. Then if you're using 3 triangles, 2. Well, yeah, I had no idea about that. Okay, then if they're doing it with 3 triangles, I'll put my idea to bed. I thought they were just doing 1, actually. Anyway, all right, we'll move on. Sorry, Bob, for derailing what you were talking about, buddy.
It's not a big deal. It's just something I thought of, and I'm not sure what the explanation is exactly. Saying that it's a really actually fix that, because whenever you move the laser back and forth, like towards something or away from something, you're not changing the lens. So it should be going basically in a straight line either way, but somehow it's not, basically.
Wait. Okay, wait. Yeah, maybe just. I think I might get what you're saying now. What you're saying, if you shot a laser at a wall and you move it left to right, you're going to get a consistent movement, like foot to the left, 2 feet to the left, etc., for the amount you're moving it, and that does correlate with a straight line.
No. All I'm saying about the laser is that when you shoot it far enough, like I don't know if you guys ever done this, but like if you shoot it like down the street or whatever, you can see it like hit like a wall or whatever, and it's really big compared to where it left the laser pointer. Okay, it can become huge. All right, and it'll still make a circle. It'll come out of the laser pointer, go down the street, hit the wall, but it'll still display in a circle. Which means after it leaves that laser pointer, if light's doing what they say it's doing, the light has to be bending in all directions for it to continue to have that circle and be larger when it hits the wall.
I feel you on this, Bob. I feel you on this. It would have to be. It would have to, because if it wasn't bending, it would just continue to make that straight line.
Right.
But there's a different kind of bending too, though.
And it can't just be like, oh, well, it's a cone, because now you're just describing a flashlight, and that's not what a laser's doing when it leaves the lens of the laser. It's not doing a cone.
No, it's exactly the same as a flashlight, only with very much less divergence. It's exactly the same phenomenon as a flashlight, only with a much smaller angle.
You know, they got light to go through they got light to travel through a vacuum at a not constant speed. Did you guys know that? It's a little off topic, but did you want to keep going with the laser beam, Bob?
No, that's fine. It was just a thought that I had. We don't have to ever talk about it again if you guys don't want to. I was just
I like it.
Well, it's the center of that circle. The center point of that circle on the wall should represent the point of the laser if it is diverging in all directions evenly. So the center of that circle should marry up, shouldn't it? Yeah? What do you reckon, Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you were to do that over a long enough distance and say shine it onto a wall that's a mile away, right? So according to the calculations, there should be 8 inches variation there. So if you were to measure the point of the circle, would that give you some sort of indication then?
Well, not only that, but like if light bends the way that they claim that it does, there should be an adjustment to how that circle shows up. Like there almost like it should create some sort of a non-circle basically. Something should happen to it so that light bends in a way that it's not a circle anymore, and that more light collects in a certain spot because it is bending the light in a certain way, the way they claim that it works.
Because you would think if it's only bending in one direction, being down, that shape on the wall would be more of an oval rather than a circle if it's only bending down. Maybe. Don't know.
Oh, okay, guys. Here's the link once again. This is the link to the guys in Florida. It was actually not on Daytona Beach. It was near, where was it? Fort Myers on a beach. That at that time nobody was there, but it was like 1897. And these guys built
this is the rectilinear experiment you're talking about here, NASA. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
And they built this apparatus, and they went like 2 miles, and they proved that the Earth was curved upward. Perfectly.
Yeah, concave. Yeah.
8 inches per mile squared, measured out to 2 miles perfectly within all sorts of limitations upward. So they proved the Earth was concave because that was their bias. And it was a very interesting. This is actually something similar to what you guys. I mean, they actually did what you guys have been talking about. I mean, they were pretty precise about it too. They had plumb bobs, they had measuring, they had pieces of paper and screws and stuff. So
it took them like 6 months to set it up from memory. Yeah, it took a long time.
And they went. I think they went up and they went back or something. Anyway, I read it a while ago, but they actually built the stuff like a similar experiment to what you guys have always been talking about doing. They did it, and they actually proved the Earth was concave.
Concave, yeah.
So,
and then when they got to the end of it, they shot it all out to a point in the ocean as well. They took measurements alongside it in the ocean.
They were right on the beach, making sure it was level and all this. Like I said, they had plumb bobs and pieces of paper to make sure that everything was, and they proved the Earth was concave. So anyway, something to look at.
Squares, the set squares themselves. I think each set square was checked at a minimum 120 times. Each set square. Like, the lengths they went to conduct this experiment were quite extraordinary, actually. Yeah, I did read it. It was quite extraordinary what they did.
So you're interesting. You're the only other person I've talked to that knew about this. I just found out about this. But I wish I would have found out about this. I visited my parents, and they happen to live down there. I might actually have gone to this place just to see. But anyway,
the marks on the set squares were that accurate and that fine that they actually had to use a microscope to line them up. That's how accurate they were. If you read the experiment, you're right, Nasser. It was an interesting experiment, and when I read it, because I read it in full, it was extraordinary the length and depth that they went into it. Like I said, it took them like 6 months or something to actually set this experiment up from woe to go.
So anyway, this is the best link I found. There are others out there, but this one's actually detailed. It tells a lot. Anyway, something to take a look at, something to think about when you guys actually get around to doing something.
So is that your confession as to why you're now a concave earther? Is that it? Is that the
I don't know about well, I guess what I'm saying is these guys gave some it's interesting to look at it. I don't think the Earth is concave. There's some problems with concave Earth. I mean, concave Earth has got more problems than flat Earth, but they did the measurements. They they were happy. They were a religious cult. Guess what? They confirmed their bias. There's some interesting. They should have. They were talking about that maybe they should have flipped every other one upside down so that they didn't get the right. I don't know. Read the article. It's quite good.
When I actually had my idea of when I actually had my idea of drawing lines on a wall, one of my methods was going to be to use three machine pieces of metal, highly precision engineered rectangle spirit level shaped pieces of metal, and that's what I would have done if I was drawing a line on the wall. Every time I did it, every time I moved one of the pieces, you do three of them and then you just leapfrog them. Every time I had done that, I would have flipped one. So it had arrows or something or some kind of marking on, so I knew which way was the one last time. You know what I mean? That's exactly what you got to do. I already knew that.
It's a basic thing you do when you're building buildings. If you're using a spirit level, all right, just to make sure that it's accurate, you put your spirit level on whatever it is, on your beam, on the floor, or whatever, on your tiles. Put your spirit level one way, and then you turn it the other way, and then you flip it upside down. And any errors that may be in that apparatus that you're using, being the spirit level, are zeroed out. But yeah, always do that with the spirit level. You always use it one way and then flip it the other way, just to make sure.
So if anyone knows anyone that's got about 100 square miles of land, mostly level, let us know, please.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there will be definitive revealing of all of this. There will be physical validation, verification, which, I don't think quite has fully been done at this time in terms of not being.
Oh, definitely not. I wouldn't even be here.
Well, something that's not dependent on governments and other, NASA and these other types of agencies. Because, I mean, they're going to claim that, oh, yeah, they've got satellites and they're beaming. I mean, they claim that they can measure the curve of the Earth with satellites. So
I've heard that, yeah. So.
I'm actually excited for White's Word's experiment, getting out there and giving him a hand. It's going to be a blast, actually conducting that. Well, not experiment.
Listen, if you go out there and he lets you near the line, don't fucking drink too much. I know how you get. Yeah, I could just picture right now Bandsaw's tangled up in the fucking line like a Looney Tunes.
And then White's is over there like, we're getting tension, guys. It's a globe Earth. And meanwhile, Bandsaw's just tripping over the wire. Oh, that's too funny.
Fucking 3 beers and you're cut off. That's it.
You come back around and White said, we measured the globe. And you said, really? I can't believe it.
Happy days. Yeah, it's going to be a blast. So I can't wait to be involved in something that's actually tangible. Actually, it's going to be good.
They were actually talking about that earlier. Some people got doubts about where the tension's going to be, and depending if the line's sagging over its scale. I don't know.
Well, look, at the end of the day, you can throw all these bits and pieces out, bits and bobs about what it may do, what it may not do, but the only way you're going to know is when it's actually done. And so then, you do it.
I think as long as White's had... My bad. Go ahead, Bandsaw. My bad.
No, I was just saying, you do it once, and then you encounter whatever problems you're going to encounter. So then you've got to sit down and brainstorm again, and see if you can overcome any of those problems. But yeah, look, I'm sure there's going to be there'll be some issues, and depending on what those issues are, they'll be able to be nutted out.
I think
So,
as long
yeah.
as White's, hold on, I think as long as White's has no part of the line on the ground, and it's and any point where it's hanging is on a scale. Maybe not. I don't know, man. They were having issues with the measurement, the up down measurement for the weight. I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Look, I don't know. Like, I think if that line is drapes on that scale in the center point, now it's going to be reading the weight of that line at that one particular point, right? And that's will be the sag of it right there, right? There's no weight on it whatsoever. So if it reads 10 grams or 20 grams, whatever the weight will register, you only got to get some tension in it. You don't really have to get much tension in it at all. But as soon as you get some tension in it, over that distance, because we're talking 5 mile, and because I know that Beach he's talking about doing it, and you pick the tides and all that sort of stuff right. As long as you get some tension in it, it's either going to pull tight and down, like it's wrapping around the earth, or when it pulls tight and taut, it's going to want to go up slightly. It might not get off the scale, but it only has to slightly get a bit of tension in it to register less than 10 grams. So if it goes down to 5 grams, you know that it's getting taut and it's going in an upwards direction. And that's all you got to do. You just got to get a measurement of some sort. So, the sag and all that sort of stuff. I think it really won't be much of a factor, because you just got to get the smallest amount of tension in it. And if you get the smallest amount of tension in it, that's going to be enough to register something on those scales. What do you reckon, NASA? If he's still here.
I think it was Bio and Moyak were talking about it earlier. And somebody had an issue with when it's sagging on the ground, right? No matter what it is, if it's sagging on the ground, like draped over the scale, like that's kind of how I envision it. Is that how you see it?
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly how I see it.
So, listen, if it's sagged on the ground, and now all of a sudden you lift it up off the, you lift some of the stuff up off the ground, and so now not as much as sagging on the ground, it's going to register more weight. Just period. There's no, because before the weight was sporting some of the ground was sporting some of the weight, right? Now we've lifted some of the line up off the ground. It's going to register more weight on the scale. That's why I'm thinking every point that's touching the ground, like this needs to be done up in the air higher, and have every point where it's touching be on a scale. That way, when you pull it, be no question about said. We'll know, like, all right, the rope weighs more or it weighs less. There's a lot of fucking scales, though.
Yeah, because I know the two ends. A lot of scale. But the two ends where he's going to have the 2 poles are going to account for what the curve should be. So they're going to be up, however high they're going to be up. Say it's 3 foot off the ground. So and there'll be pulleys on those. So that accounts for the Earth curve at each end. Now, he's a bit unsure whether or not he's going to periodically put other poles along, slightly, shorter each one. If he puts, 3 or 4 poles between the end and the center point, but those poles get smaller and smaller to try and keep it off the ground. But each pole that is placed periodically will account for the Earth's curvature. Say the first one's 3 foot high, then the second one will be 2 foot high, and the third one 1 foot high, or whatever, so forth and so on. But I'm excited, actually. I'm excited for it to go ahead. actually, and just see.
Did he get the okay
just see
for it from the government?
No, he didn't. But that's why we're doing it in the winter when the beaches are pretty closed. Yeah, so we'll be doing it in the winter when the beaches aren't used down here. It'll be no dramas. But he's spoken to the councils and all that sort of stuff, and I think he got positive vibes from them, and I think they suggested to do it in the winter. They can't close the beach for him, but as long as we put in all safety precautions and whatnot, witches' hats, a sign, beware, careful, taut line ahead, don't neck yourselves.
You're gonna need a person at every scale, and then a person at both ends. So I don't know how many people that is, but.
Well, I think there's 5 or 6 of us. I think he's got 5 mates and myself. I don't know if FE is going to come along. But
also, another thing that needs to happen is it needs to be recorded in real time, like all of them together.
Yeah.
All the points, I mean, all being recorded, all in real time with the dates and a clock and whatever. Put a clock near the scale or something. I don't know.
Yeah, as much as possible will be recorded, noted down. Put it in a journal. Exactly what has happened.
Write it in your diary.
Yeah. But can't remember who I was speaking to. I think Rumpus was one of them, and Paul Voigt, who's Gravity Guru over in Gems. They reckon that he's going to be, I think, devious about his recording of information, but I think that's going a step too far. The information is going to be what the information is at the end of the day, and how that is interpreted. Well, I don't think he's going to have any dramas whatsoever in putting out the results or what he did. He's quite open. He's quite open about it. And Merle wants to do something on train tracks with laser beams. I don't know how he's going to pull that off. But close down a railway system so he can conduct an experiment. Good luck if he can do that. But...
Yo, what time does Oakley end his show?
I haven't watched him in 18 months, to be quite honest. I did watch him quite a bit.
Me too, yeah.
But I haven't watched him in 18 months. It just I got a bit tiresome. I'm perhaps looking same thing kind of all the time. What do others think about White's test? The other ones here. What are you, Crit or Bob or NASA? What do you guys think about it? Or even you, Howard. What do you guys think about it?
I gotta go. I'll be back in a bit.
All right.
I don't know. Now all I can picture is you smashed, all tangled up in the fucking line.
We're going to be celebrating, I can assure you of that.
Well, since Paige changed his name to Looking for the Shape of the Earth, I mean, if he's looking, I imagine this would be at top of his list of interests.
Yeah.
This is his number one. Well, it's at least in the top 5 of ways that he's looking for. Yeah, I mean this is. I think it'd be hard to get a full result the first time, though. I think it'd be great. Of course, I mean, we got to start, somewhere. But I think that this would have to be done multiple times, and I think it'll be interesting to see what the journey will be of like what needs to be adjusted along the way, to make it better, or what issues that might be ran into. So yeah, there's a lot of those factors, but I think it absolutely can be definitive and very accurate, because it's literally it's akin to putting a measuring tool on the surface and then pulling it to the formation of what the surface is.
Exactly.
Reminds me a little bit, Bandsaw, you heard when Jeremy's talked about like making a mold, like that idea?
Oh yeah, on the beach and then flipping it over. Yeah, a 5 mile mold. Away we go.
Well, what about like take like cement, put it into canals, and then have some kind of a rebar. I'm serious, dude. A rebar through the cement, and then
Bro, that was my idea at one point.
Yeah.
And then you just roll it on its side, and if you do it in sand, you can just like dig away the sand an equal amount on each piece so that it gently like tips over. You don't have to like physically lift it and flip it. One of my best ones was the line that keeps its memory when you get it hot or cold. So like there's this wire, you can shape it, right? And then you can mangle it all up and misshape it or whatever. And then if you get it cold or hot or something, it springs back into the shape it was. That'd be a good way to take a mold. I think that wire was about $11 million. They sell it by like the centimeter or something. And we need like a mile. Yeah, we need like a half mile or something crazy at least.
There's a GoFundMe.
That might be one of our larger expenditures right there.
Exactly.
That's banging though. That's banging. Another somebody else had an idea to do it with ice. You do it with ice on a lake, and then you just tilt the ice on its side, and then you put that up against the line. Like measuring, if you have a mold, if you make a mold, like remember we were talking about the line, if you only have to do it left to right, if you're only worried about left to right straight line, that's not even a problem. So if you make a mold of something and then flip it on its side, it's easy, super easy to measure that way, because you can just snap your left to right straight line and see how it matches up with what the surface was or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like making a mold is perfect if you could get it to flip over easy enough. You might have a little bending and contortion or something, but I don't know. They said even concrete and granite. I got crazy and I was like, all right, what if we make the shit out of solid granite? They're like, it'll still bend. I'm like, come on, man.
If you get enough pieces of plywood, the plywood they sheet houses with, that sort of plywood, right? So if you get a couple of miles of that, right, and you attach them all together, right, and then you pull your straight line, so you don't have to worry about sag, right? You just snap a straight line, so you pull it taut, and you snap a line, right, and then you transpose that line onto the plywood, right? Draw it there with your permanent marker.
Dude, that was another. Hold on, this was another one. You got this from me.
I did not. I just thought
my idea was to build a wall. My idea before was to build a wall, have the wall be like foldable, so it could go horizontal or vertical. You put it horizontal. Yeah. You snap your line across all the whole pieces of the wall, and then you flip them up, man.
Yes.
I said this like 8 months ago.
No, it's my idea.
I won't even try. I'll give you 5% credit.
5%.
You're only getting 5, and it sounded like he was being generous on that.
Yeah, man, 5%, bro. I said this shit 8 months ago.
No, not a chance. Maybe in your dreams.
10% tops. That's it.
That'd be a way, and you could do that on the beach too. And then just flip it over, so you get 50 odd blokes, all at different points, and then just slowly buddy lift it up and bang, there's your straight line. Do it next to a lake or next to a canal or something like that.
Yeah, like if you have the wall all on a level surface and on hinges, you know what I mean? You put each piece of plywood on like some diesel ass hinges, so it could either go vertical or horizontal.
Yep.
And then you put it horizontal, you snap your line across all of them, and then when you flip it back up, that's going to be a straight line. Yeah.
Yes. Perfectly straight. Don't have to worry about sag. Don't have to worry about anything.
That's tough, though. Now we're talking about building a 2-mile hinged wall.
Yeah.
That's one of the. What were you saying about a cement canal again?
Yeah. Doesn't Rumpus has got an experiment? Well, no, sorry, an observation he's trying to do too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's doing goofy shit. He's doing that same bullshit. Yeah, he's doing the same bullshit that's hinged on up and down refraction.
Yeah.
Anything that involves that's a no go. We already know there's some kind of optical effect happening that makes it look like shit's dropping. So I wouldn't even say it makes it look like shit's dropping. It could just be your whole picture's drop. I don't know, but we know the optical effect that's happening, that where they've mistaken it for Earth curve.
Anything optical is up to interpretation. Anything optical.
Yeah, because I mean, if they had proven if it wasn't based on an assumption, this would be good for me. But they got it based on the assumption of how the light's bending. You know, they got some fish tank experiments and some guesses and maybe some temperature, pressure, and humidity readings, but that doesn't prove that it's actually doing what they say it's doing in this little tiny area of the fish tank. Doesn't mean that you can extrapolate that into the atmosphere. It's not even close to the same thing.
No. I find it when they account for refraction and all that sort of stuff, they use this formula, and this formula is supposed to be consistent over the whole distance that you're looking, and yet the formula doesn't account for anything. It doesn't account for whale farts, or it doesn't account for anything like that, because we know just with a slight breeze, it's gonna affect all that. So it can't be a consistent measurement. At average maybe, but I don't think it can be.
See, that's why I like the spherical excess thing Gio was talking about earlier, where you dig a triangle canal of water. Now you have this perfectly level triangle to measure spherical excess. Fucking perfect. You can do it all tangibly. I mean, I would bring some optical shit just to check, but like if you had Whitesworth's line, you pull that tight, you got a 10-kilometer straight line left to right.
Yeah.
Boom. Fucking perfect. That's it. You could check it. Well, you could check that with optical shit and see if it's legit, but I mean, there's really no need, because you pull a line straight, it's basically like making a plumb line, as long as there's no fucking hurricane winds blowing the line or anything crazy.
Yeah.
You don't
have to worry about sag or anything like that. But I was interested to hear, because I was going to expand on that, but now you've said that they don't just use one triangle for spherical excess; they're using multiple triangles to work out spherical excess, which to me is just.
Not only do they not do it, not only do they not do it, some of them are saying it's fucking impossible. Because listen, if you have 3 points, and you could see them all, and you have line of sight to all of the points, that triangle is never going to measure more than 180 degrees, because you're now drawing straight lines. The whole spherical excess thing relies on doing curved lines. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you have line of sight,
exactly.
So if you have line of sight, you're never going to get that curved line, because it's always going to be a straight line. So it's literally physically impossible to measure more than 180 degrees in a triangle that you have a line of sight on. It's never going to happen unless you're not making straight lines. Like, that's the only way that's going to happen.
What if you're doing it on a basketball, though? I mean, could you?
If you're doing it on the surface, and you have curved lines, yes. If you're doing it a little bit above the basketball and and all the points have line of sight on each other, no, it'll never happen. Do you know why?
Why?
Because if you have 3 points and you draw straight lines to them, not curving in any axis, you know how many degrees that's going to equal?
Well, yeah, at that point, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's impossible. It's impossible to get any excess if you're viewing in a straight line to another point that you can see, and then to a third point that you can see, and then back to the original point that you can see. It is absolutely impossible to read any more than 180 degrees. The only way you can the only way you can get more than 180 degrees is if you can't see those other 2 points, and then all of a sudden now all of a sudden you have to put in a calculation for it. So the actual calculation gives you the spherical excess, not actually the optics itself, the original measurement. You are calculating the spherical excess.
Wait, did someone say you could see it all? Is that what someone said? Is that why we're talking about this? Because someone said you could see all the points and it'll be greater than 180 or some shit.
No, if you can see all three, from point A, if you can see point B and point C.
Well, yeah, no, I know that.
Sight. Yeah,
I know. I'm asking. Did someone say you could though? Is that why this is brought up, or you guys are kind of just
people
talking
were
about...
trying to say you could earlier. People were trying to say you could do this earlier, but they don't do it to where they're measuring. See, they don't do spherical excess. They do some other shit. They're not measuring more than 180 degrees in between this triangle you form with these 3 points, right? They'll measure how much up or down. There's like up and down refraction involved in this at this point, which they told me refraction didn't matter because there was no left to right refraction for years. But now that I find out how they're doing it, there's an up and down refraction element because they're measuring the angle, but because they don't change the plane on from B to C. Say you're at A and you go to B to C, they just keep it horizontal. Change the plane to actually measure the angle in between it. They're measuring like other angles and shit, and there's like up and down refraction involved. Fucking bullshit, man. They had me gassed up for a long time on it. They put me through the ringer with this spherical excess bullshit.
That's actually
one time they showed me this. Hold on, Bandsaw. One time they showed me this thing. I went over it for 3 days with them. Right? I brought it to Bev, and Bev pointed out, he's like, "Hold on, that's not even a measure. That can't be a measurement right there because it went like 3 digits past the arc second or something crazy." And at that point, you're just guessing. Even with today's equipment, you just be guessing. But come to find out, they're all averages, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. I go back to them like, yo, where's the measurements? They're like, that is the measurement. I'm like, no, that's the average. I'm like, where's the actual measurements? And to this day, I've never gotten them. It's that bullshit one from the 1800s they always fucking show around where they were doing 100-mile mountaintop to mountaintop where they had line of sight. Okay, mind you, all these mountaintops had line of sight.
I'll have to look into that. That's
whatever they do, it's not spherical excess. If anyone can find me, I have no problem being wrong. All right. If anyone could find an actual spherical excess triangle, it involves one triangle, right? One triangle. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, that's actually so bang on there. If you got line of sight, it's a straight line from point A to point B, from point B to point C, and point C back to point A. Line of sight, and if you got line of sight,
yeah, if you're using a triangle that has line of sight to all the points, don't even bother showing me that because that can't have more than 180.
No, it's impossible. It's impossible. But yeah, the way they made it out is that's exactly what they do. But yeah, I never knew that. So who?
Well, that's what you're supposed to do. That's how it's done. That's how it's done, and that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take 3 points on the surface of a sphere, measure more than 180 degrees. That is spherical excess. I posted 3 definitions in the chat just now.
Yeah,
those were just the first 3. There's hundreds of them that say that.
If you're using any more than 3 points, it ain't a triangle, then is it?
Yeah. Also, if you're not measuring the degrees, the amount of degrees between each angle, you're also not doing spherical excess. So if you're measuring some other degrees, not doing spherical excess.
See, that's all they can hang their hat on. It's calculations. Everything is calculated. not actually measured. It's just calculated. What about Rui? Was Rui in when you were talking about this today?
I was talking about this earlier. We were talking about it on the show. Or no, were we? We were talking about it right before you came in, and I was talking about it in Gems earlier.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what Rui has to say about it. I don't know. I think Rui's close to flipping sides, Gio. I think we've got him close.
Isn't all curiosity killed the cat? I don't know why I thought of that, but I just feel like he is passionate about it. I mean, he's sticking with his claims, but he is inquiring. I got to give him that. I mean, just trying to think of like the energy of being so interested in this, but not being interested in it. You know, it's like he's trying to say, he's like, I've got it, I'm not interested in it, but wait, I'm still really interested in it. Trying to.
Man, their heads would explode if Rui flipped sides.
Well, I suppose the dynamics of Ranty. I mean, Ranty definitely he did get a lot of attention during that time. So I imagine as the weeks and months unfold into 2022, 2023, there could be some people that try to create some fireworks, perhaps.
So yeah, all this time they've been saying they got spherical excess measurements. Come to find out, they've never even actually done an actual spherical excess measurement. Some of them are claiming it's impossible to do what it says, to measure a triangle. You know what I mean? They're like, we can't do that because you don't have line of sight on it anymore. You know what I'm saying? You can't have line of sight on all the things, and if you don't have line of sight, how do you keep your straight line going? I don't know. I don't care. Show me the one that would just use one triangle.
Wait, so hold on. So let's go over the argument again because I'm starting to think about it. So basically, yeah, if you have line of sight, your claim is that you can't have greater than 180 degrees, right? But you're only looking at two other points.
That's not my claim, bro. That's a straight fact.
Okay.
Of life. That's how triangles work.
Okay,
That's geometry.
Okay, that is right. Yeah, but the thing is, though, we're only looking at 2 points, though, because we are the third point of the triangle, right? That's how it works. So we'd be looking at other 2 points. And I'm trying to think about this, but
if you can go to any point on the triangle and see both of the other points, you have line of sight on both points from any one point. That ain't gonna ever equal more than 180. Period. Point blank.
I'm gonna try it on Blender. I'm gonna try it in Blender and see if I get anything. Because I mean, like I think it might be a little bit more complicated.
Bro, draw 3 dots on a paper. Draw 3 dots on a paper.
Well, I know that. I know, but I'm saying because if you're on a
draw
ball,
3 dots. Draw 3 dots on a basketball.
Yes, I'm saying because yeah, exactly. Because we're on a ball.
That's what we're talking about. No, hold on. If you do it on the surface, yes, you need those curved lines. If you have line of sight, it'll never work. Always be 180. If you do it on the surface, so the lines are bending, yes, that's when you can get spherical excess more than 180.
You say that?
Well, I think they're saying if there's looming, then the lines are bending.
Well, that's not what I say. That's how spherical excess works and regular triangles work. Exactly how I just detailed. That's not my claim or what I'm saying. That's just how it is. The whole thing of spherical excess is the lines have to be curving. So if you're not curving the lines on the z-axis and you're making all straight lines, it's always going to be 180.
So hold on. So what if I do this in Blender and then we have it where you're looking greater than 180 or well, I mean you wouldn't be looking greater than 180 because once again you're only looking at 2 points. So You know,
you can't. Even if you do it on Blender, you need line of sight. So if you're doing it on a basketball or on a sphere or whatever, you've got to be elevated, right?
Yeah,
To see
No,
those
you
other
could do
2
it in.
points.
Hold on. You could do this in Blender on the surface of a sphere, and you'd come up with more than 180. But if you raise the points up off the surface and you have line of sight on all the points, you'll never get more than 180. That's just how triangles work.
So what I'm saying is, what I'm gonna do is I'm trying to do this in Blender. I'm gonna pretend that I'm on, like, you know, Ball Earth, whatever, right? I'm gonna pretend I'm also high up. And once again, I'm gonna pretend I'm looking at, you know, 2 other points and making, you know, a triangle. I'm gonna try this out and see what I get. All right.
Yeah.
If you have line of sight on the other points, I guarantee if it comes out to be more than 180, you did something wrong.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Well, no, because I think we're thinking about it like we might be thinking about this wrong. I think.
Listen to me. If you have 3 points,
I know on a flat surface, yeah, it's always 180. I get that, but I think we're thinking about this wrong. I don't think it's akin to that. I don't think.
No, it doesn't matter what this armbar. Listen, it doesn't matter what the surface is under you at that point. You could be on a sphere. You could be at the top, pointy top of a pyramid. You could be under a fucking wave, zigzag shaped earth. It doesn't matter what's underneath you at this point. If you can see all the lines, they're all going to be straight. None of them are going to be curving because you have line of sight to them all.
I know that's fine. But
You're snapping a line. You snap a line from point A to point B, then from point B to point C, and point C to point back to A. As long as you've got line of sight, those lines that you snap, right, are going to be straight. They can't be anything else than straight. Now you transpose that down onto those straight lines onto a globe. Well, now you've got to dig trenches, right, to keep those lines straight, right? You actually have to make those lines curved if you take those lines down.
Well, just when you do it on the surface of a sphere, if you say you get a cue ball and you try doing it and you make the straight lines on a cue ball, yeah, you'll come up with more than 180 because the lines are curving. If the lines don't curve, the whole thing of spherical excess is the lines need to be curving. That's what gives it more than 180 degrees because the lines are curving in the z-axis. I mean, you can go try this out in Blender for yourself. This ain't gonna do no good for nobody else. We already know how triangles work.
I know. No, I know how they work too. I'm just saying because sometimes, you know, someone makes an argument and it seems right, but then when you actually, like, you know, go through it and you realize, okay, maybe I thought about that wrong. I just want to, you know, do it in Blender.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, give it a shot.
What was I going to say? So yeah, this spherical excess thing. Like I said, if anyone can ever find an actual spherical excess measurement where they do a triangle with 3 points that have more than 180, I'd love to see it. Also, what up, Grim, the Plasmoid protege?
Hey, Grim.
Hey, what's up, Andy?
Hey, buddy. Hope you've had a good Christmas and a good start to
Yeah, you too.
year.
Shit, I haven't seen you since last year.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. It's been a while.
Haven't seen you in a year.
What do you reckon, Grim, listening to all this? What are your thoughts on it?
I think I remember something about there needing to be at least 1,000 miles between the points to get this discernible excess in the first place. I don't know who's seeing 1,000 miles anywhere.
Yeah.
From one place or not. You know what I mean?
I heard 700 miles.
Yeah, I mean, I think roughly 1,000. I mean, just for any, you know, discernible.
Either way, it's
like scalable. You know what I mean? To a basketball where you can see anything happening there.
Well, you can do it on a basketball. You can do it. You can.
Oh, no,
see it on
I meant like if you scaled it to a basketball, the smallest one you could get would be like somewhere like 700 to 1,000 miles of distance between those points. You know what I mean? So, if we're
but
like,
don't you think it's weird, Grim, that they don't have any?
Something.
Don't you think it's weird that they've been saying they had all these spherical excess measurements and now come to find out they don't have any?
It's fun for the course, right? It's like all this dark matter and all these for sure things they know about and then they don't know once they unpack it, you know.
I'll tell you what's really been bothering me recently is dark energy. I don't like space expanding. That shit don't even make sense, dude. Empty space stuff. What? What expands? Where? My dick's not getting bigger. Like, I don't know. The space there is definitely not expanding. My balls, it might be expanding near my balls because they're getting a little lower, but.
Right. I mean,
Like, think about it, just space, empty space. What is that? It's
gets proof of
expanding.
gravity. I mean,
It's fucking crazy, bro. I was killing them the other day. They were saying time is the cause of things because nothing can happen without time. I was like, all right, bet empty space is the cause of things too because nothing can happen without empty space, right? I'm like, you see where this is going? It's already ridiculous.
Yeah, but you just don't understand, Jeremy.
I mean,
excuse me.
You know, if you want to say boiling water, if you want to do the boiling water experiment, you could now say the water causes the water to boil because you can't do it without the water. Like once they took it to nothing, you can't times the cause because without time nothing, you couldn't have anything happen. So now you want to take it down this road of absurdity where anything that's necessary for this is the cause. So the water is the cause, empty space is the cause.
It's funny how time's physical attributes rely on. It's funny how time's physical attributes and their logic relies on the actual attributes of the thing that they're talking about, and not anything to do with time itself, other than the thing happens for a longer duration. More things happen during that duration, therefore time did it. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, but it does on paper. It fills a lot of empty math holes.
Hey, you're a math hole.
Yeah,
Grim. Grim was the one that gave me. I wanted to bring this up earlier. I didn't want to take it away from Bob though with his laser beam. But Grim was the one that brought me the thing where they got. Listen, if anyone ever tells you that light moves at a constant speed through a vacuum, do not believe that shit. They are fucking lying. Tell them, Grim.
Yep. Absolutely.
Talk to him.
I actually got my hands full at the moment. If you want to give them.
All right. Listen, here I'll explain it. They shine some light through a vacuum. Got the speed. Then they shine some light through a crystal. Like they didn't start timing they had it all lined up and shit. So they shoot light through a crystal or some kind of weird shit, and it made the light like do some goofy spiral pattern or some shit. So it took the light longer to go from A to B in the vacuum.
Yeah, yeah. After it was released, the photon was released into the vacuum. It continued in the vacuum to take the goofy spiral pattern,
which is weird. That in itself is amazing. However, the point,
that's an unexpected phenomenon of light that they had no idea light even could do. I mean, this is something outside of the arena of now they have to apply this as a real possibility as to why they see so many different redshifts and things that don't make sense to them in their model, which is 97% of their model, but are things that don't make sense.
Redshifting and blue shifting at the same time. But anyways, the overarching point of this is don't ever let them tell you that light moves at a constant speed through a vacuum. It doesn't. They've shown that it doesn't.
Yeah, and their own standard narrative,
That's mainstream shit. Light does not travel but then you see that.
So now you have to, and here's the thing: it's through a particular type of lattice structure. They call it a crystalline, structure that it passes through. But then they just realized that there are also the plasma itself is causing plasma crystals out of electrons and ions and dust particles, and these are really
you would
huge.
Yeah. You would think once the light left the crystalline thing that it would just keep going in a straight line, but it keeps doing that pattern, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Therefore, taking longer to get to the other end of the tube.
Which means it didn't travel at the same speed through a vacuum.
Correct.
Because it took longer to get from A to B. Speed.
And so what saves them, what they say is that, well, it's still traveling at the same speed. It's just changing its direction. But see, it's also losing its energy state.
Here's what they say. They say they say it's still traveling at the same speed. It just took longer to get from point A to point B. Double speak within 2 seconds flat.
Exactly.
Fucking bitch ass. Listen, man, this has got to end. We got to end this shit, man. I cannot do this. I can't hand this over to my kids like this. It's on us, man. You too,
Well,
Grim. I
we're
know
not
you're not
ready.
with us all the way, but there, you know that shit's fucked up.
Oh yeah. Well, I spend whatever time I can trying to plant seeds about the things I actually,
Yeah, we know what
feel
kind of seeds you're
passionate about.
planting. We know
Yeah.
what kind of seeds you're planting. That don't count.
It really? It does.
Do you know? Do you guys know how the speed of light was discovered?
With
I don't know.
yes,
Well,
actually, with a sand hourglass and what do you call it? A spotlight from what do you call them? Goddamn things, lighthouse.
well, it's saying here in Wiki that it was discovered by timing the eclipses of the Jupiter moon. Roma estimated that light would take 22 minutes to travel a distance equal to the diameter of Earth's orbit around the sun.
You said ancient Romans?
No.
Who was doing this?
I was gonna say what?
Yeah, no, this
Somebody's
guy,
name.
his name is Roma. Like if you just type in into Google, right, Roma's determination of the speed of light, right? It was discovered in 1676 that light has a finite speed and does not travel instantaneously. He basically worked it out by timing the eclipses of the Jupiter moon. All right. Roma estimated that light would take about 22 minutes to travel a distance equal to the diameter of Earth's orbit around the sun. And this would give light a velocity of around 222,000 kilometers per second.
Assuming that empty space was a vacuum-free space. Remember?
Yes. Yeah. But it's all
they
just a
found out it's not even close.
Yeah, it was all just a calculation through observations, basically.
That's pretty good for the 1600s, though.
Yeah.
I don't even believe that story, though. I mean, I believe that you read it somewhere, but
yeah,
I don't know. Like,
yeah, Wikipedia is full of gyms, guys. I swear they do it, man. They get on there and start altering shit. Real time while you're arguing about it.
Yo, I used to have a real
look
good
at
citation.
read this Wikipedia right here, and you can see it just edited.
I used to have real good citations that were easy to find. Like I knew they would be like the first couple links. Nowadays, I can't even find them anymore.
Oh yeah.
Graham, you're talking about going on there and someone's like, "Look at this citation." You go on there, it's like edited 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They say Galileo was the first person of record to try and determine the speed of light, but he was not successful, apparently. But basically, yeah, it was apparently, so the story goes, that it was being worked out through eclipses of the moons of Jupiter. Interesting.
Yeah, Grim, where do you fall on the speed of light? Like, I mean, you think it's
I
more
think
of
it's more
of like a
right?
Yeah, it's like a plasma induction rather than the speed, the way the mainstream model claims, right?
Right. I think it's more of like an electric induction. Yeah. Or in other words, it needs a medium. Kitty. Oh, fucking, he'll be all right.
So is it consistent, or is it different than in different environments? Like, is it a consistent induction, or does it vary in your viewpoint?
Oh, it's all kinds of shit make it vary. I mean, it's obvious that it varies even in a vacuum now. So
yeah, with the crystalline thing, it varies even in a vacuum. It's not the same. I'm telling you, they get you with that all the time. Light's a constant speed in a vacuum. No, it's not, motherfuckers. They've shown this in the lab.
That's a really big deal, actually. I kind of like.
No shit, bro. That's why I'm trying to tell everyone
things.
right now.
and they
They
can't
use that a
say
lot.
that, oh well, this is a specifically specialized situation where it only happens through this particular crystal. They didn't even know plasma crystals even existed till just recently, and they're of the same things that they say they're finding out there in that interstellar medium, and in the, it's just this, it's nothing new. We're not adding any, things that we didn't already find out there. It's all the same stuff that's already out there is the problem. And if it's causing these kind of, light phenomena and things like that, then, we got some learning to do right now.
Yo,
this is a
Grim,
big time in physics.
Grim, if you can ever post me that article or that study or whatever that was, I'd love for you to DM me that. I asked you before when we were talking about it, you never did. So that's going in your file right off the rip. The test they did on the light and the vacuum not going the same speeds.
Oh.
Like, break me off with that paper, bro. Yeah, good looking. I'd love to go over that on the show too, Gio, because they use this a lot. This light travels at a constant speed in a vacuum thing, right?
Yeah. Oh, I thought I did give it to you. My bad.
No, it's in your file. Don't worry.
I just argued it to them. Hold on.
Well, they all agreed on it, so afterwards I really wasn't too worried. But now anyone that wasn't there that day can just say, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I'm not going to have the paper now.
Right. Hold on.
Go to How Stuff Works, Jeremy. I know you love that site now.
No. Fuck that site.
I know.
Those people are fucking idiots.
What
was I looking at? Looking at on that site for that? What it was, but they fucking just straight up.
You were talking about something, and then anyway, some other people read the article, and it totally contradicted itself from the start of the article to the end of the article, whatever it was, and you did a poof of valve.
The zone of silence. Yeah, they were like, scientists can't even figure out why this phenomena happens, and then they later on went to say there's no fucking phenomena. Why'd you tell us that scientists couldn't figure it out then? Check for it, and they're like, we don't know, guys. This shit's happening. We don't know why it's happening. And then later you go and say, or earlier you said it isn't even happening.
But that was so funny that day. I was listening in, and you lost your shit in the end over how stuff works.
Yeah, like, yo, my bad, guys. I thought this was a reputable website. Clearly, they're not telling us how stuff works. What the fuck, man? You didn't read the whole article. Well, why? Unless they contradicted themselves, why would I need to go any further? Oh, they did contradict themselves. Okay. Well, yeah, there's a problem.
Yeah. That was gold. That was absolute gold, man.
Jesus, man. These guys. Holy shit.
I was pissing myself laughing. I had tears rolling down my face, actually.
I was hot, dude. I was fucking pissed.
You
were. It's the way they go about it, too. If they could have just said, okay, it says here that this phenomena doesn't happen, and here they said the scientists couldn't figure out why. Clearly, that article contradicted itself. It's not your fault. It's fine.
Yeah.
But they didn't do it like that, though. It didn't go down like that.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all.
They want to make it look like it's my fault because I didn't read the whole thing. Like, dude.
Why should you have to?
Yeah, if they say the scientists couldn't understand why the phenomena happens, why would I go looking for if the phenomena's happening? They clearly already checked and they couldn't figure out why.
Well, the headline wasn't this ain't a phenomenon, so don't worry about it anymore. That wasn't the headline, was it?
Oh yeah. Well, and this was deep. The thing that said the scientists checked for it, that was deep in the article. So that wasn't even like the clickbait headline. You know what I'm saying? That was deep in the article where they said scientists can't figure out why it even happens. So I'm like, okay, here we go. We got it. I'd love to go to that place and do some tests. If you go to that place and compasses start spinning or gravimeters start doing funny shit, you got them. They don't think it's worth testing. Like, there's this thing where cows will always graze facing north. And there's another thing where dogs will always take a shit on a north-south axis. They'll never shit east-west. Dogs.
No, that's
so.
That's bullshit. Obviously.
Well, or let's check. Let's check.
I've got 2 dogs. They have no preference in the direction that they stand to take a shit.
We're gonna check. Hold on.
If you require documentation on the direction of which way dogs shit.
Here we go. Ready?
Question.
I got you. Hold on. Dogs use Earth's magnetic field. This is from PBS.org, by the way. Science.
I don't give a shit, Jeremy. I have 2 dogs. They face all kinds.
Okay. Have you ever checked to see which way they're pooping?
Next time, pull out a compass.
I know what direction, because when I'm standing on my porch and I need to make sure that they take a shit before we go to sleep. Sometimes
you might live near a river.
Sometimes I
that
can
would
see
mess up their electromagnetic
sometimes
field.
I see their shoulder. Sometimes I see the other shoulder. Yes.
All right. Let me just read this citation
under power
from
lines.
PBS. Let me just read this citation from PBS.org. I mean, if we can't trust PBS, I don't know who we're going to trust. But listen, dogs use Earth's magnetic field when they're relieving themselves. Not only that, but canines choose to do so in a north-south axis. A new study published in the journal Frontiers in Zoology says. So not only is it PBS saying it, there's also this Frontiers in Zoology place saying it.
Jeremy, like I said, I don't give a fuck what you're reading. I have 2 dogs. Sometimes I see their asshole when they're shitting.
Yeah, but have you
Sometimes
checked
I see
your
their
dog
face.
for learning disabilities?
Sometimes I see their shoulders.
Here we go. Ready? In 2013.
I don't think you're hearing my words, Jeremy.
No, I hear you, but I got a whole bunch. Have you ever checked with a compass?
Motherfucker, listen. My porch doesn't change its orientation, but when I see my dog's asshole, or if I see my dog's face, or I see the broadside of either side of them, I know that they are changing directions.
Right? Of course it is.
I tell you what, Bio, put your dogs in a vacuum and then check it.
You murdering asshole.
Here, listen, real quick. In 2013, Heinek Berta, a sensory ecologist at the Czech University of Life Sciences Prague, who has worked on magnetic reception for 3 decades, and colleagues showed dogs tend to orient themselves north-south while urinating or defecating. Yes, tend.
Thank you.
So sometimes maybe they don't, but clearly there's something with the dogs pooping and defecating. Clearly there's something with the cows grazing. Now, you can say this next one's bullshit, and I don't have any evidence to back this up, but they say that razor blades stay sharper if you have them orientated in a north-south direction also, which I have no evidence for at all, so...
Here we go. I just put in Google, dogs poo north-south. Very, very first thing that comes up. Dogs prefer to poo along a north-south axis. Researchers have found that dogs use Earth's magnetic fields to align their bowel and bladder movements. And they prefer to relieve themselves along a north-south axis. So it actually does seem to be a thing, Bio.
And cows do it when they're grazing too. Cows will tend to graze in the north, facing the north. Yeah,
that's fine. I have no problem with tend. But when you make the statement that they do all the time, that's totally different than tend.
Yeah, a new study suggests cows sense the Earth's magnetic field and use it to line up their bodies so they face either north-south when grazing or resting. Tend.
Is that why Moss prefers the north-south alignment too? Does it have anything to do with the sun?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure with Moss. Yeah,
looking at the sun.
I'm pretty sure Moss. I think that's easy to explain because it's just the process of photosynthesis. So you maximize that process by facing the sun. I think anyway.
So
well, I would
knowing
imagine,
that,
right?
Hold on, knowing that the cows line
it
up
makes
north,
sense at face value without being an expert. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna realign my toilet now.
No, yeah, you got to realign. You got to get a toilet and a ruler and get your shit straight. Listen, knowing that the cows
compass in the toilet, but I like the way you think.
You get your shit north.
Good. Get your shit straight. I liked it.
You get your shit north. Listen,
get a compass, your toilet, get your shit straight. Moving along.
knowing what we know about cows tending to graze north-south and dogs tending to poop north-south and pee north-south, tending to, I think it's worth looking into if a razor blade's facing north-south or whatever, that it would stay sharper. I'm not saying it does or there's any evidence that it does, but it's worth looking into, right?
Do whatever you want, man. I fully endorse any experiment that you want to put your hands on. I will never tell you not to. So yeah,
What
go ahead.
if razor blades did stay sharper if they were facing north south? Would that be insane to you or what?
If they stayed sharper and there was a difference over a week, it'd be amazing to me. If they stayed sharper over the course of, and it took 5 years to notice a difference, I don't give a fuck.
But that's unexplainable though. That'd be unexplainable even if it did take like a year or something.
It would be unexplainable if that's the first time that you showed me evidence of it happening, and then that's it. But if you showed that it's happening and you run it a couple times, and it does happen, we can investigate it and then we can learn why. It wouldn't be unexplainable. It would just be surprising.
It's crazy.
Another one that is in the same alignment with this is the idea of that if you sleep with your head facing north, you'll actually sleep better. You actually get deeper sleep, more restorative sleep if you sleep with your head facing north. And I've experimented with this multiple times, and I absolutely, within myself, of course, it would be anecdotal to anyone else, but I'm just saying I've experimented with it facing south, east, north, and west, and I always sleep the best when my head's facing north. And I always make sure, like even if I'm traveling, but definitely like my home and everything, to make sure that my head is facing north. So that's another one, is sleeping with your head facing north. You'll sleep better.
I gotta bring that one. You can see which way my bed's facing.
Yeah, you can test it yourself.
I can't change it though because my room doesn't allow for us to even think about putting our bed anywhere than where it is. So I'm stuck. But it'd be nice to know.
Yeah, that's the hardship. Sometimes people don't have the ability.
Like I have sliding glass patio doors, a bathroom door, a giant closet door, and a bedroom door in my room. Like there's no fucking around in my room. In my bedroom.
Well, I've had times when I'm traveling, like if I'm staying in like a hotel or something, where I'll literally just, like if I have to, I'll sleep with my feet, you know what I mean? Like with my head where your feet would go and vice versa. I'm just saying if I'm like traveling or something, I'll just sleep that way because it's that worth it. I notice a huge difference.
I've got you, Jeremy. Just get yourself a circular bed.
Yeah, I wish I had room for that. I mean, there could be something to this north-south thing, you know?
Well, it seems when you first type it into Google. But I think Bio needs to pull out his compass and do some further investigation instead of just hand waving, dismissing it.
Over the next week, I'll take pictures of. I'll stand in one spot and I'll take pictures of my dog as they're
every
shitting,
time they pee and poop.
And I'll present the results in here, and I better not get banned for it.
Pee and poop. Pee and poop.
Sure, man. If you want pictures of shit coming out of my dog's assholes, then that's your request.
I mean, we don't gotta get crazy. No, it's fine. You won't get banned.
All right, Jeremy said it. When I post,
yeah, you're good.
When I post shit pictures, everyone knows.
I mean, I don't just want a picture of poop, but you want to see which way the dog's facing.
No. It's not going to be a picture of poop. It's going to be my dogs with mid push of poop out of their asshole.
No, that's
just so you know that they are pooping in that moment.
Yeah, definitely mid poop. I got you. That's a good call. That way, that's good evidence right there.
Exactly.
Well, it is interesting because on a globe Earth, north and south, there is no actual bias one way or the other. But if there is, that indicates there is a bias. So why would there be on a globe? If up is up, down is down, you're in outer space. But on a planar type Earth where the North Pole is at the center, that's the center of the dartboard. So all of a sudden, the center is a bias. It's like it's the middle.
Of course, there's a bias on the globe. You just run along the surface of the Earth. No matter where you are, north is going to point to the same general point.
Right, but why would you sleep better when you're facing north, for example?
I don't know, man. I don't make that claim. I've never investigated it, so I have no idea.
Well, we're talking about all these things that seem to have a bias for the north being significant.
Right. And I was just offering a reasonable objection to it.
Bio, I'm just curious. Do you know what spherical excess is?
Generally, it depends on the context. I don't mind using spherical excess when talking about reciprocal zenith angles. I don't mind talking about spherical excess when it comes to geodetic surveying, but depends on the context. But generally the same thing.
Just how spherical excess is done.
Right. You're measuring angles. You're measuring angles and you're getting greater than 180 if you're doing
between 3 points, right?
Between 2 points, and I think with 3 points it's greater than it still would be greater than 180.
3 points. Yeah, it's 3 points.
I guess any measurements of at least 2 giving greater than 180. Yeah.
We gotta have the whole triangle. Yeah, you gotta have the whole triangle.
Well, that's what I'm saying with the reciprocal zenith angle. You can still have excess due to the sphere with just 2 points.
Well, see, that's the thing. Spherical excess is when you have 3 points on the surface of a sphere, and then you measure the angles, and it comes up to be more than 180. There's no zenith angles
within geodetic surveying. You're 100% correct, but you can do it with just 2 points. I don't know if there's a different term for it, but if we're talking about reciprocal zenith angles and then a measurement due to spherical Earth, I would describe that as spherical excess.
I don't know. I haven't seen any every definition I find of spherical excess has it just being 3 points on the surface of a sphere adding up to more than 180 degrees. It's like simple.
Fantastic. I don't care about that. If we're talking about a particular thing and I use that term for that thing, I don't think it would be crazy to understand what I'm saying. If we want to use proper definitions, I would use the definition for Earth.
If you want to use another term for it, just the spherical excess measurement would be just the 3 points, 3 angles, more than 180, right?
You can, sure. I don't think 3 is required. But you could do 3, 4, 5. I don't care.
No, it's just 3.
What I'm saying is you could do it with 4 as well, and you'd still come up with spherical excess. You'd have you would have angles measuring more than 360. You can do it with however many you want.
Wait, what? You're talking about not using a triangle, but using like a square or something?
You can use any amount you want, as long as it's at least 2. You'll come with. You should expect excess of the angular measurements, as long as you're using at least 2 points.
I don't agree because 3 points make a plane. You need 3. That's why it's triangle.
We're not talking. No. Oh man. So we're not talking about coplanar relationships. We're talking about the measurements that you develop while you're on the surface of something. We're measuring those angles, not the coplanar angles.
The 3 coplanar points are what creates the triangle that can't fit on a sphere.
That's not the triangle we're talking about.
All right, listen, I'll be back in a little while, maybe. I don't know. I'm mad tired. Sorry, I couldn't talk on the show earlier. Yeah, I was sick to my stomach during the show. Like, I literally felt like shit. I almost shut the whole shit down.
Oh, damn. Did you eat something or something?
Yeah, I feel better now. I had some weird chicken left over. I'm good now. I'll see you guys in a little bit, maybe.
All right, bro. I'll talk to you later. So, Bio, you're saying some way to do a spherical excess type thing with more than 3 points?
Yeah, of course, any shape. If you have 4 points on a piece of paper, you measure the angles, that'll come out to 360. If you put 4 points on a basketball and you measure those angles, it's going to be greater than 360. Yes, any shape.
So, did you have a good holiday and New Year, Bio?
Yeah, it's good. I'm building a new computer because of all that, and then was able to spend time with family and generally good, no drama, fun times. Oh, except for New Year's. Our dogs are pansies when it comes to fireworks, and it's not really an insult. They're just very afraid. So we had to take care of them. So we just had like a movie marathon and a slumber party in our bed, which was enjoyable, just not the typical New Year's.
Right on. That's cool. Yeah, mine was very atypical this year.
Did you go out? I don't know if you said typical or atypical, but did you go out?
No, atypical. No, dude. I don't know if you heard, but I mean, basically a week ago, last Sunday, we had this huge snowstorm. We got like 2 to 3 feet of snow, and it basically just knocked out like the entire power grid here. So thousands of houses were without power. And
yeah, I saw you type in the chat saying you had no power, so you couldn't voice.
Yeah, my car was snowed in. Like, it was crazy. So after like 2 or 3 days passed, I like had a generator. I was like getting by. And then they finally announced that the power wasn't even going to be turned on until like the following week. So I was like, oh my gosh. So we ended up getting my car out, like digging it all out, because it's a long driveway, like getting it all dug out. So finally I got out, and then I basically just rented an Airbnb for a couple days because I needed to go somewhere that had real power, you know. So that's where I'm at now. So I'm going to be going back this week once the power's back on. But yeah, it's the longest power outage I've ever. I think it's because it landed right on the holiday, you know, like the New Year's, like it landed right on the 31st, and the 1st is part of it. And then there was just so many areas that were out of power. And where my house is a little bit kind of further out. So they probably like just a little bit lower on their list to go fix everything. But yeah, there was just power lines down everywhere. It was just a huge hit.
Yeah, super unfortunate.
So it was like on New Year's is when I like moved over to the Airbnb. So that was my New Year's was getting to a place with power.
Is that a common thing where you are, Geo? Massive snowstorms like that? Was it?
No, it was a really rare. They said it set a bunch of records and stuff. It was a really rare, like a really heavy one. And for it to knock the power out like this is really rare. Because yeah, I never thought in my life that I would have to like go rent an actual Airbnb for a couple days just because I'm out of power. That's just I never thought. And when I was doing it, I'm like, am I really doing this? I was like, this is unbelievable. So yeah, no, it was a really rare kind of a record. I mean, one could speculate whether there was foul play involved, weather modification of some sort, because or maybe it was just a really huge hit, basically. And that it's just that it's the altitude, because it's at altitude is why it was like that too.
We had massive fires in a place called King Lake. It would be 12, 15 years ago now. It's our It's our worst bushfire that we've had in Australia. I think 80 odd people were killed. Hundreds and hundreds of houses were just devastated around the area, and it was a massive problem getting power back to many people. A lot of the infrastructure was all destroyed. So now the infrastructure that they're putting in now is underground power, which hopefully, something like that does happen again, which, the area, it is prone to bushfires, that it might alleviate some of that stuff. Everything underground.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's a whole thing. Yeah. Underground cables versus above ground. Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know
massive,
exactly which. Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah. How do they convert it all?
Oh, it's. I think they put in a lot of temporary fixes, with the plan to put everything underground, and just change up. It was a massive investment by the government, and also too by the power companies as well, which they're recouping with the price of power, because we pay a fortune for our power in this country. I'm lucky. I'm one of the fortunate ones here that has solar. We're pretty much totally haven't had a bill in 2 years because of the solar. So we don't have a battery system. That's the next big investment we've got to get. I've got generator and stuff like that, in case the power goes out, because solar's no good at night. But we produce enough during the day, so whatever we use at night counteracts that. But yeah, the price of power that you pay at night compared to during the day, just say the price of power is 8 or 10 cents a kilowatt during the day. At night, it skyrockets to nearly 50 cents. It's like 5 or 6 times the amount you pay for power. But we generate more, because there's only 2 of us, and we generate more than enough. We actually get excess. So once a quarter, because you generally pay your bills every quarter, we're in credit. So what we use that money for is, at the end of the year, we've got like a bit of a slush fund, and we use that to take a holiday, courtesy of the power that we've generated.
Yeah, nice. Look at that. Taking a vacation on the sun.
Exactly. The next big thing for us is to actually get the battery system hooked up to it. The inverter we've got is battery compatible, but to buy the battery bank, that's a pretty big investment. That's anywhere between about 5 and 8 grand at the moment. It's a fairly big whack. Which we'll do one day when the prices start to come down a bit. But and where I am at the moment, we do have quite a few blackouts and power outages, especially in the summer. So I've, like you, Joe, we've just got the generator. So just turn on the generator, keep the fridge going and the freezer, and then you've got enough power then to charge up your mobile phones and boil a kettle if you want a cuppa or something like that.
Yeah, that's cool that you have that. It's a good setup.
Mm.
At least you have some options.
Mm.
Did you install the solar yourself?
No. I'm not a registered Sparky, mate. I helped up on the roof putting the panels on. Gave them a chop out there, but as far as hooking up to the mains power so it can feed back into the grid, no, that was all done by a Sparky. And you have to by law, because they've got to give compliance certificates and all that sort of stuff as well. We actually got a warning because we had one of the old-fashioned meters, Whereas it's an old analog meter where it's got this wheel that turns around inside it, and they're actually illegal to have when you've got solar on, because it makes the wheel spin backwards. And there's actually legislation in place that if you tamper with the meter by either stopping it or making it go in reverse, it's a federal crime, and you can be busted for it. Go figure. When you're doing everything proper, you can be busted for it. So then you have to get one of those new digital meters that they put in place. And they don't even have to come to your home now to do a meter reading to work out how much power you use. It's all done over Wi-Fi now. It's all done from a central point. They just look at your number of your meter and look at how much you used and send out your bill. Well, not that we get a bill anymore, because like I said, we're in credit now because there's only the two of us. And we have all electric heating and all that sort of stuff too. So there's no gas where we are. You can get gas, but it's bottled gas, and that's actually pretty expensive to use bottled gas. So our heating is just a wood fire, but that's a pain in the ass having to go out and collect your own wood. Really, there's very few places where you can actually do that legally these days. Plenty of places you can do it illegally, but the fines are massive if you get caught. So yeah, we just use electric heaters. But even when we're using those in the winter, we've still generated enough power during the day to kind of offset that, which is all right.
Yeah.
You and Rui have a good chat yesterday?
He did, yeah. I think he popped into the VC and then I popped in there. We did chat for a bit. I always just kind of think how he's like, on his phone talking to us about why the Earth is a globe and stuff. Meanwhile, his kids are playing in the background. He actually posted a picture of, or maybe he DM'd it to me, of his kids playing in the pool, and I saw his house and, it's his backyard basically, and it was just funny because he's sitting there like, I was kind of joking. I kind of joked with him. I was like, I guess you're like watching the kids while you're poning flat earthers on the internet.
Yeah.
Just multitasking.
He takes a pretty big interest in the whole subject, actually.
Yeah, he really does. He's definitely thought about it. It seems like constantly.
He loves his observations. That's one thing he really does love, his observations. Which he tends to think that they're fairly conclusive because everything has been accounted for. His refraction, his 7/6R, and all that sort of stuff that he loves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of these guys, like Peyton as a shill as well. Like they're actually asking more questions than they are. It seemed like at the beginning they were really just wanting to push their model or try to, assert it. Whereas they seem less assertive now and a little bit more asking questions.
There's a new tactic that people are adopting, and it's instead of doing the classic autard thing and trying to satisfy all of your arbitrary requirements, people are being very aggressive in doing the same thing but for your positions. So a lot of people are trying in that direction.
Is this the new tactic in gems? Is it bio?
Sort of
flip switch. Yeah.
Like it's one of those, for however many years, I can speak for almost 2.5. It's one side asking for the evidences of the other, things being provided and it just being denied, and that's been on repeat for so many years. So now it seems a new direction should be taken, and instead of trying to appease the other side, it's hold the feet to the fire from the other side.
Yeah, well, I think denying is a bit of a harsh word to use when you can find flaws in what has been presented. Like we were talking earlier before, and I only jumped in at the end of the conversation really, but I was talking about this spherical excess and how it can't be done with 3 points in line of sight. It's impossible to work out spherical excess that way, and it's done with multiple triangles, not just one. So at the end of the day, the spherical excess is just a calculation. It's actually not a measurement, a direct measurement itself. Because if you've got 3 points, point A, B, and C, that you have line of sight to, it is literally impossible to get anything else than 180 degrees. It's impossible. You can't.
It's not impossible. It wouldn't be impossible if there's 3 points that are level on, let's say, a curved surface. Like, just for example, let's say we have 3 Lego pieces, and each Lego piece is standing quote unquote flat at their local position on a basketball. If you're one of those Legos and you measure the angle between Lego 2 and Lego 3, you'll get a direct measurement, and then you do that for each person. Then you just add them up, and now we have a triangle greater than 180.
Talking line of sight.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Now in reality, there's 3 of us that are, let's call it 20 miles from each other, and let's say we're on a hill.
Yes.
Each of us are on the hills. We see each other.
Yes.
I measure my angle from you to that person to my right, and then that person to the right measure the angle between me and you. You do it between me and him. We have 3 angles. We add them up. It's greater than 180.
If you can see point A and point B, right, from point C, right, so you can see the other 2 points. Okay, there's nothing in your way. There's no curve. There's no nothing. So you're elevated high enough up, right? If you're elevated high enough up where you can actually see those other 2 points in respect to your point, right? You're measuring a straight line. It can't be anything else other than straight. And so if you add all those up together, it can't read. It's impossible for it to read anything else other than exactly 180 degrees.
No, that's precisely the point. That's exactly why you have spherical excess, because you're not measuring how straight that line of sight is. That sure, I don't mind calling that a straight line of sight from me to you, but the measurement is I start at you, and now I'm turning my head an X amount of degrees to see the next person. So me and you have a straight line of sight. That's totally fine. But that's not the measurement that you're applying to the triangle. It's from you to that person. I turn my head 37 degrees, for example.
Yep. So you're at point A and you're looking at point B, right? So you've got a perfectly straight line. Okay, then you turn your head to point C. You've got another perfectly straight line. That angle, for argument's sake, is going to read 60 degrees. All right. And if point B does it to point A and point C, that angle, because it's a straight line between you and point C, is going to read also 60 degrees. And you do it a third time, you're looking in a straight line, whether that is line of sight with your eyes or through a theodolite, it is a perfectly straight line.
Right, and that I agree.
Can't,
sure.
It can't. Yeah, it can't add up to anything else other than 180 degrees because you are making a perfect triangle.
That would be your assertion, and there's no problem with stating that for a flat surface. If you do that same thing on, like I said, on a basketball, you will have line of sight, but the surface that you're on and the surface that the other person is on is curving, despite your line of sight being a straight line, and that's exactly what it is. It's spherical excess is the three straight lines that you make form a triangle that add up to over 180.
Yeah, but they're not measuring it like that anyway. They're using three different triangles for starters when they are working out spherical excess. They're not just doing it with one.
Geodetic surveying geodetic surveying aren't looking at a thing, turning their head and saying that's 42 degrees. They're doing much more than that. Obviously,
I can't see how, if you've got three straight lines, how you can say that they add up to anything else other than 180 degrees when you join them together.
Because you're stuck on planar geometry, the basics of geometry. But within spherical geometry, that's regardless of what the Earth shape is. Spherical geometry is a real geometry, and within that context, you can have three straight lines forming a triangle whose interior angles add up to more than 180. That's just regardless of Earth shape. That is a factual statement within spherical geometry.
It is, but wasn't it strictly developed just for the Earth on the hypothesis that the Earth is a sphere?
No, of course not. There, you had round stones, you had round coins for money, you had all types of spherical objects before Earth shape was even questioned.
Technically, coins are not spheres.
You know what I'm saying, though. No, the spherical geometry doesn't come up because possibly the Earth is a sphere. Spherical geometry came up as a way to properly calculate and explain and describe spherical things.
But at the time that spherical geometry was invented or talked about, what was there the need to develop this said geometry?
Because Euclidean geometry didn't properly explain it or accurately all the time. So you develop this geometry that's specifically for particular shapes that Euclidean, I wouldn't say fails at, but doesn't describe it well enough.
Do you think we could come up with a star geography or a cube geography?
Sure, man. We can do anything.
So technically, you could come up with a geography for any shape in the world, right? You could just come up with the formula, and it will be completely valid under that pretext.
Sure, but the problem with particular shapes is that other things describe it. Like Euclidean geometry describes a cube, so there would be no use of having cubed geometry the way we have spherical geometry. It's because Euclidean, and again, I may not use the best words, but I think you should be able to understand. Euclidean isn't 100% descriptive of spheres. It is descriptive of cubes, rectangles, triangles, so many other shapes, but it breaks down with spherical. So there is a need for spherical geometry.
But what I'm saying is, if you guys use spherical geometry to prove the globe Earth, right? Was it developed strictly for the model, or was it developed for something else? And if you know the answer, I would like to know, why was it developed previous to the knowledge of the Earth being so-called its sphere?
I just said because spheres exist regardless of the Earth shape. If the Earth were flat, or if the Earth were some type of weird fucking toroidal shape, whatever shape it was, because we have spheres, we would still have spherical geometry. So it's not that spherical geometry was brought forth because the assertion the Earth was a sphere required a geometry. It's that spherical geometry is just a well understood thing, and you can apply it to the Earth because the Earth is a sphere. It's not like we had a basketball and said, fuck, we have a basketball, we have to develop this spherical geometry to explain it. No, we understand spheres, we can apply it to this thing that matches the criteria for a sphere, use spherical geometry on this basketball.
As far as you know, what came first, the model or the geometry?
The geometry, the measurements.
Is there any way for you to verify that? Some sort of citation you heard, or you just going off the top of the head?
I think I could validate it. I think I could. What I could probably show is perhaps an early consensus that the Earth was geocentric. I'm not sure about flat. Maybe they don't even talk about the shape, but geocentric, and then measurements changing the consensus. I think that's what I could show you.
And when we talk about measurements, right, we're assuming, or we could propose that we've measured this land that we're on, right, and we've concluded that it was a shape. But what if what happened with the land that we don't have access to, private lands and stuff? How are we able to conclude that the entire thing is a sphere when we cannot physically measure the entire place? We don't even have access to most of the place that there is to measure. So how do we boldly say that everything is a sphere?
If 85% of it is a sphere and we don't have measurements for 15%, it's not a leap of faith to say that the entire sphere presents itself as a sphere.
What if it looks like a crack pipe, round, it's 75% round, and then it has the long tube? What if I'm just saying hypothetically, right? What if the area that you're not measuring is a weird ass shape that we don't know?
No, sure. You just have to show evidence for that. But if 100% of the measurements we have so far shows sphere, asserting a different shape would be dishonest. It could be this crack pipe shape because we're only at the bowl. Sure, it could be, but I'm not going to subscribe to that without evidence for it.
But you also don't have evidence to say that 100% of the land is a sphere. That's an assertion.
I can because we do have satellite imagery, and I do understand physics, and I don't think that there's any land that we literally can't go to. So under those premises, sure, maybe we don't know 100%, but I don't subscribe to those premises. So I'm totally fine with 100% of the Earth presents itself as nearly spherical.
Any particular reason you choose to subscribe to that?
Because there's no contradictions.
I mean, it's a little disingenuous to say there's no contradiction when you're on a daily debate talking about, they shall reality the shape of the Earth. So one would say there is contradiction.
No, that's not a contradiction. A contradiction would be the Earth is 100% spherical. Then you provide geodetic surveying measurements that show that there is no spherical excess, for example. That would be a contradiction because we understand it to be one way. You provide reputable measurements of Earth, and there is no explanation on a globe. That's a contradiction. The fact that I'm here because I'm bored and I enjoy debating in general is not a contradiction.
So let's just say hypothetically, the Earth is the land is the topography is straight, and in some areas, partly in the middle of whatever the straight land is, there's just mountains and hills. So you would never measure from point A to, let's say, point A to point Z, right? Around the middle area, around the M, and I'm using the alphabet as a laying down distance kind of thing, right? There's point A, which is the right side of the Earth. There's point Z, that's the left side of the Earth, and in the middle it will be a hill, right? Let's say you're measuring these points from point A to point Z, and you realize that in the middle of this Earth there is hills and valleys. Would you say that because you think that the Earth is a globe, you're gonna make it a correlation that these hills and valleys add up to some sort of curvature instead of the actual flat land that it is? You understand what I'm saying?
I understand. There are ways to account for hills and mountains and things of that nature, like reciprocal zenith angles. Regardless of a hill or a mountain, on a flat plane, a level plane, when you shoot to a target, let's say it's 1,000 feet on a mountain and you're level with the water, when you shoot to that mountain, it's perhaps, I don't know, 65 degrees. When you get to that same point and shoot back to your original point on a level Earth, you will measure 115. Sorry, you'll measure 115 degrees, and that adds up to 180. So it doesn't matter whether you're on a hill or a mountain. You can do this method to determine if you're on a level Earth when you're with a mountain. So there are methods to narrow down what we're on.
So let's just say this Earth is so big, right? This flat realm where in the corners they appear to be flat, but in the middle there's giant hills. Let's just say hypothetically, all of life we exist in the hill and in the valley of this flat Earth. Is there any way, with us not having access to all of the Earth, if there any way for us to determine that is? Remember, we are living on the mountainy part, right? So it would never be absolutely straight because there's giant hills and valleys, right? Under that pretext, is there a way to accurately determine what the shape of the Earth is?
If you're gonna say we're on a particular part and we can't access a great vast part of it, and then ask me, can we determine what it is? Obviously, no. But you're setting up so many parameters in which, of course, we can't. But that wouldn't be my position. Is that we are limited? I'd say we are not absolutely limited to anywhere on Earth. Obviously, there's Area 51, the White House, under conditions, whatever. But I don't think we're not allowed to go more than or not allowed more than 1% of the Earth. It'd be way less than 1%.
You do realize that under that concession, that if we don't have access to the world, that sure we don't know. You do realize that also applies to the globe Earth, right?
No, so this is the way I'll describe it, and this is the way I describe science always, is that you're always increasing your confidence level. If we assume that we can only access 65% of the Earth's surface, and we can measure 65% of it, if 100% of those measurements show sphere, then you could be that confident that the rest will show sphere. If you measure 90% of the Earth's surface and 90% of it shows, or 100% of that evidence shows sphere, you would just be more confident. So until there's a flat Earth measurement provided, yes, 100% of the evidence shows sphere, regardless of how much of the Earth's surface you think we can or can't access. 100% of the evidence shows sphere.
That's weird because ever since this movement started, a few years ago, 6-7 years ago, we've been trying to measure curvature, and it's so elusive that we can't seem to like physically measure it or pinpoint or say, "Hey, man, there's curvature right there."
I'll do it for you right now. Ready?
Sure, go ahead.
There you go. That easy, and it was 5.5 years ago. And then on that note, if you want to assert that it's elusive and we never have, I will ask you, are there flat Earth measurements? And if so, please present it.
This is what you provided. What is this, like a photo?
Holy shit. This is Jesse's measurement, and this is what I was talking about with reciprocal zenith angles. He provides a methodology within the link, the tools that he uses, the location, the measurements for his theodolite markers, all of those things. The very important part are the actual measurements at the bottom, and I'll take a picture of it and put it in chat.
So is the photo itself the actual proof of curvature?
No, man. Just open the link. Just let's not headline read, man. Just open it. This picture is the measurements that are taken. It's not calculated with he had a P900, took one picture and made these calculations. He used the theodolite and markers, shot back and forth over 0.48 miles of water, still water, or relatively anyway. But within the measurements, this is what I was talking about with the greater than 180 type of stuff when you shoot back and forth. What he measured was spot on of what we would expect on a sphere Earth with a radius of 3959 miles. There was a prediction made, calculations made of 25 arc seconds. That's what we should expect given these variables and this distance that I'm shooting. What he found is that he shot 25 arc seconds once and 26 twice within the margin of error. This is literally measurements of a sphere Earth, or at least an arc of it. And this was 5 years ago, so this is why it gets tiring providing evidence, and then someone says there's never been evidence presented. This is 5 years ago.
Can you run me down through this? I'm not hugely mechanically mathematically inclined, right? I was good when I applied myself, but it's something that I really
Let me see if I can find a
a
picture, because I made one in Paint that properly explains the difference. But it's essentially you start at 90 degrees when you create your local plumb, your vertical, and you go perpendicular to that. That's 90 degrees. On a level Earth, if your eyeballs are at 6 feet and you create this perpendicular line, you're looking 90 degrees in front of you, 6 feet above the ground. If at half a mile there's, let's just say, another person whose eyeballs are at 6 feet, on a flat Earth, you will see eyeball to eyeball, each of you are perpendicular to vertical. So my perpendicular, I look horizontal from that, 90 degrees. So my 90 plus your 90, we have 180. That's a level Earth. If the Earth is curving, your eyeballs would be slightly lower than my horizontal line because of drop, obviously. So I have my 90 with my eyeballs looking horizontal. If my eyeballs have to go down a little bit, let's call it half a degree, let's call it 1 degree to keep it simple. My eyeballs go down 1 degree to now meet your eyeball. My angle is 91 degrees. If you do the same measurement to me on a sphere, I would drop from your eyeballs. So your eyeballs are 90 degrees looking horizontal. You have to look down just a little bit, so 1 degree. Now your angle is 91. We add those up, 182. That's what these measurements that Jesse did is essentially showing, is that there was a deviation of about 25, 26 arc seconds that he had to lower his sight line.
Okay, so I'm beginning to understand, I think. Okay, so here you have the last photo that you posted. You have like 2 triangles, an arc in the bottom of the triangle, and a straight line. So the triangles will be the individual eyeballs, right? The people looking at each other.
So essentially, sure. The triangle is the person, and then that red line, or I'm sorry, do you see the right angle that's formed at the top of the triangle on the left?
Yeah, the horizon plane.
Right. So the horizon plane is perpendicular to that local vertical, right? So that square that's formed there is the right angle, 90 degrees. The red line from the top of the triangle to the other top of the triangle, that's your eyeball looking down from horizontal to see the other person's eyeball. So then you're measuring from vertical all the way to that angle or that line that you make to look at their eyeball now, and it's greater than 90 in this example.
So I like the that you use the eyeball and optical devices. Funny thing about optical devices, they tend to they tend not to. How could I put this, right? It is a good idea to assume that you in half a mile, 2 people in separated distances, that you're gonna see the other person. But it turns out that when you're dealing with visual, right, it isn't as orthographic as you expect, right? Because the eyes they have a particular thing that they do when you look at distances, right? They tend to ramp things up, push things to you know.
We understand perspective. This
Okay,
isn't
so
a new concept. Sure.
hold on, but what I'm trying to say is, right, in this Jesse Kozlowski thing, he already arced, right, in the 2 triangles. There's already an arc there, right? That's an assumption. He's assuming that. Have you tried to do this same thing with a straight line and adding
Yes,
the
man.
Rayleigh criterion and to see if you'll get something similar
Yes,
to this?
we understand laws of perspective, man. It's not a new concept, and the diagram here has nothing to do with the measurements. The measurements are made on their own. We can delete that diagram. All the diagram is there to show is what we would expect on a sphere, and the reason why the measurement would be greater than 90 for your local position. Why the measurement of the sum angles would be greater than 180. That's all that diagram is there for. The actual measurements literally make no assumptions.
So you're saying that we didn't use the visual for the actual measurement? We used something else entirely?
No, we use the visual, but there's no assumptions. The measurements themselves could assume a flat Earth. Then you take the measurements. You can assume a sphere Earth. You can take those measurements. The measurements will not change. They are made separate from whatever worldview you have. It's like if I have a ruler and I want to measure a piece of wood. If I assume the wood is spherical, and you assume the wood is a plank, a normal piece of wood, our measurements are still going to be the same despite our assumptions. That's what these measurements are.
I think there's some visual things not being taken into account here. I think if you do the exact same thing on with the bottom arc being flat, visually you'll have the same representation, having nothing to do with the actual shape and everything to do with visual. That's my opinion.
Right, and you are wrong, but I understand that that's your opinion. The refraction argument would be a better position for you to take, but by doing so, it's actually a worse position because we understand that light bends down and lifts things up. But this measurement is a deviation downwards from horizontal. So even with refraction, it makes it even worse because understanding how light works, and then typically within the atmosphere, its interaction, we know that if we were to remove the atmosphere within these measurements, that deviation of 25, 26 arc seconds would actually increase because now the light doesn't have a chance to bend down, so the objects don't have a chance to go up. So now they're just going to be lowered even more. This actually really is the perfect measurements for validating a sphere Earth. Because if the light is doing something other than we typically know it to do, you would just have to validate that in some way.
Okay,
but
so I was reading the note.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
There's like flat Earth proof, flat level making measurements. Says no. Taking photographs through a surveying instrument telescope is not standard surveying practice and is not to be confused with making surveying measurements. Using those instruments, please picture were taken only to share the view as observed through an instrument telescope. Observation will be a visual thing, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's what he's saying. Essentially, what he's saying is if you're Bev and providing pictures and making conclusions off of that, you're doing it wrong. That's what he's saying. The pictures are there just to see from that local position what's that that viewing angle to the marker on the other side. The pictures themselves aren't the measurements.
I'm confused. Are you saying that the measurements didn't come from the picture themselves? And I asked you that earlier.
That's what I said earlier. Yes.
So what is it that we're using to make the actual measurement to pinpoint these points? If it's not the actual photos, which is related to visual.
It's gonna be related to visual as well as GPS data, the GNSS data. It is incorporating a number of variables. The viewing site there is just for the viewer to line up the shot generally close. That's really all that viewing site is for. That's what he was explaining, is that those pictures are not the measurements. The pictures are just giving you an idea of what direction that the satellite's looking, the images of what it's seeing across the lake. That's all. But on that note, I've validated my position. Can you provide flat Earth measurements?
Actually, flat Earth is not my position, right? My position is a flat Earth. I don't know the shape of the Earth. I believe that we never meant to know because, again, we don't have access to this entire place. So what it could be a star, a cube, a rectangle.
Could it be a sphere?
It could be a sphere. It isn't likely though, because the things that brought up the sphere idea haven't been validated. They're just hypotheses from people that we don't have clear information on, where they got these ideas from. They just kind of came up with it and provided some numbers, and boom. It's not because of actual measurements, not because of actual visual, because you say that you can't use the visuals, right? So
no, I said you can.
You can use the visuals. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, sure you can. Of course you can.
So, have you explored where these ideas came from? Because
no.
It's okay.
Because I don't care about the stories. I care about the evidence.
I mean, but I understand caring about evidence, but anybody could fabricate any scenario and fabricate evidence, and as long as it aligns, you're telling me that you're just full for a hook, line, and sinker, not asking yourself where these ideas come from, what were they into when they first thought of these ideas, what research they were into when they came up with this hypothesis, because people don't just come up with hypotheses, right? There's a pattern. You observe something.
No, people do
you
that.
observe something to come up with some sort of hypothesis, right?
Dude, people use their imagination all the time. It'd be silly to say that people don't just randomly come up with stuff.
No, listen.
But
what
I
I'm saying
understand what you're saying.
Come up with a hypothesis, some sort of hypothesis, right? People don't just look at something and they initially come up with a hypothesis. You have to look at that certain thing a lot of times to come up with something first, right? There has to be some sort of observation, some sort of pattern that you recognize in order for you to come up with a hypothesis, right? You don't just come up with it without noticing the pattern first.
Yeah, sure. So again, I don't care. I don't give a shit about the stories that started it. It could have been a crackhead of King Arthur's jester or some shit. I don't give a shit. The evidence points 100% in one direction. If you don't care about the evidence, that's fine. You are more interested in the storytelling. But I think if you're basing reality off of storytelling, whether true or not, I think it's a bad basis.
Well, how many people that we know about have been wrongly convicted because the evidence points to they're guilty, right? How many people we know about that you could just Google these things and it will come out? Imagine the people that we don't know about.
Man.
Dude.
One of the worst.
That's what I'm talking about, fabricating
man.
evidence.
Because but the evidence that I'm talking about is repeatable, such as what I've provided in the chat, Jesse's measurements. You can repeat that. I'm not talking about the evidence of a murder in which we can't repeat it, that it's perhaps circumstantial. Perhaps in 50 years we have better technology to determine things. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about evidences that we can repeat, that are daily, that occur all the time. That's the evidence that I'm talking about.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to compare a murder or something. We're just talking about what it is presented as evidence. Never mind the murder, right? I was also only using that mainstream thing for evidence, which is a trial, right? That's what you go for a trial for, to examine the evidence. So if you're going to examine the globe evidence that you were a trial, sure, it might come up that the verdict might come up in your favor. All right, but only because it's presented in such a way, right, that you will only interpret one form of one verdict.
I don't care about the trials part of it, man. That's what I was saying.
It's an
analogy. You're probably
analogy,
right that within a trial, yeah, Globe would win every time. What I'm saying as a Glober is fuck a trial. That's not what I'm talking about.
Listen, you're focusing too much on the trial part. This is just an analogy of evidence gathering and discerning.
Okay, sure. So we'll take that direction. What evidence do you have that the globe model is not true? That an evidence that contradicts the globe model. What evidence do you have for that?
Well, evidence is a hard thing, right? Because you have to gather evidence, and literally anything you could consider evidence. Well, I couldn't say I have evidence for anything, proof for absolutely anything. What I do have is a lot of reasonable doubt. A lot of reasonable doubt. NASA, reasonable doubt. The people who funded NASA, reasonable doubt. The pictures provided by them, reasonable doubt. The stories of the people that created these stories, the Big Bang, reasonable doubt. So there's
right. So it's
enough
just stories,
reasonable
man.
doubt.
Nothing evidence. Nothing is evidential about your position.
But if
it's
we
just the
again,
stories.
if we concentrate on evidence, and I've already explained to you how evidence can be manipulated, right? And as long as you have the money, the evidence, the science will say whatever the fuck you wanted to say.
That's not fucking true, man. Like it's,
I mean, it is true.
It's no, it isn't. No, it isn't, because that's not how science works. In which one person has a bunch of money, asserts a thing, and then that's science, or that's true. Science is based on the peer review process of multiple people or multiple groups of people conducting the experiments to see what, if it's consistent, if there's any abnormalities. It has nothing to do with money, man.
The peer review process has nothing to do with science. It's a step developed by these scientists to validate and circle jerk themselves. It has nothing
They
to
attempt
do
to
with
invalidate
actual
each other
science.
all the time, man.
Okay, so let's take it to the root, right? To the actual scientists, right? Unless you're some sort of billionaire, millionaire, when you're studying science, you have to apply for a job. Am I correct? When let's say you're done with your 4 or 6 years of university studying whatever sciencey shit you were studying, right? You're not gonna have $1 million in the bank to fund whatever it is you want to do, right? You have to work for somebody else, and that would be true for 90% of the scientists. Am I correct?
To a certain extent, yeah, there is funding that's involved, sure.
No problem. So when you go to work for someone, right? For let's say it's a certain pharmaceutical company, right? And they have a goal for whatever reason outside of the sciences that they want to make a certain pill. What tends to happen when these scientists tend to go against the funders' let me say guidance? What tends to happen to these scientists that spend 6 or 4 years of their time and money? Nothing. They don't tend to get fired,
nothing.
discredited.
No,
they
they
don't tend to lose their livelihood. Even some of them get
they don't tend to do
the
that,
back
no.
of the head. No?
No, they don't tend to do that, no.
Shit up now.
Because
so
we can go through right now. If you really, really wanted to really back the shit that you say, we can go right now and we can find peer-reviewed articles from people that work for, let's find a particular company, that they have a research paper against that company's best interest. And then we can look up what job that they currently hold, if it's public information. We could really put your money where your mouth is. I would assume you have this information already because you're saying it with such confidence. So it's probably a wasted question, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you have evidence of this directly happening?
I have a few, not off the top of my head because I don't usually keep a list, but there was this one that found supposedly soft matter and so-called dinosaur bones that she got ridiculed, lost her livelihood. There's also this lady that she made a book called something corruption, talking about the medical industry. She also came out against Fauci, accused them of stealing her work. She also got discredited. She got bombarded by the government.
That's not what you were saying before,
this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. People, regular people that don't have the means and the funds to fund whatever it is the fuck they want to do, they get pressured to basically have to say whatever the funder says. Because if you don't say it, your life will go to shit. Now
you're not providing any example of that.
I literally just did.
You had a very specific claim. Person A works for company A. Person A finds out that through research and funding from company A that they're doing shady shit or the product is dangerous or whatever. And then they publish that information anyway. Company A then fires person A for that and perhaps whitewashes the research. That was your assertion. And now you're talking about a random person that has no affiliation within pharmaceuticals going against pharmaceuticals. Stay consistent, man.
Listen, I'm talking about a pattern of behavior. A pattern of behavior that states that if you do not go with the funded science, your life will be ruined.
How do you know this?
Dude, there's so many groups and there's so many avenues in which science is, quote unquote, battling each other. There's an incredible amount of opposing information for almost everything. It's just, you tend to go with the 98% supported versus the 2% perhaps. That's just the way it is.
There's also the
How do you
scientists.
know this, Jay? Jay, how
There's
do you know
also
this?
it's research, bro. It's all research. But how do
research,
people
but you
know
don't
shit?
have.
It's research. Listen, pay
So
Nasser
you
Shield.
don't
Hey,
you don't have
listen.
any.
Listen.
We ask you for some
I
citations.
was
and you
talking to
didn't give us-
Biodual, pay Nasser Shield. I like having a conversation with him because at least he doesn't try to insult people, right? If you're gonna be an asshole, you can have
Oh
the
no,
conversation by yourself.
I'm not insulting you. I'm just asking you, how do you know this? Is that an insult?
Research. How does anyone know everything?
So
Is research.
you got
Looking up stuff.
citations. You got citations you can share.
Listen, I'm gonna mention people, scenarios, circumstances. If you want to, you look it up on YouTube. You're more freely to do that, right? I'm not gonna be dropping
no, you
names like
don't
I'm some
have
sort of
citations.
motherfucking
Oh,
FBI agent or some
you're
shit.
making claims without evidence.
Of course, there was this guy that developed this technology called the voice
Who
of
developed
God.
what technology?
Well, look up the voice of God, right? He developed this
voice
technology.
of God?
Jesus Christ! Somebody mute this motherfucker, bro.
No, I'm trying to get you to give me some fucking citations to back up your bullshit.
There was this guy developed this technology called the voice of God. This technology was claimed to put voices in people's heads, right? As soon as he realized what the funders of this technology was going to use this technology for, he spilled the wisdom. Guess what happened to this guy? He killed himself. You want to know how? He shot himself twice in the back of the head. And if you look up or research how many people connected to science or the mainstream have been shot twice in the back of the head, called it suicide. They're
All
just
right, man. I'm not going to discuss crazy, but you and NASA can.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Not a
Voice
problem.
of
Whatever you
God.
want to accept, you accept. Right?
Just
if you want to look
validate your claim. Validate your claim the way that I have.
something, man?
Validate your claim the way that I have in chat. Once you do that, tag me, and then we can continue. But just the ramblings of something that you saw on YouTube, I'm not interested. No offense.
No, it's all good, bro. All good. Again, if you want to look it up, you look it up. I'm not gonna
I'm
tag
looking it
you
up,
with
and
shit.
I'm seeing there's a song named "Voice of God." They're talking about the Abrahamic religion, "Voice of God." Let's see, "Voice of God" machine. Voice of God weapon.
Seems to be very strange to me that being in this movement for whatever years, most of the people that contest the globe Earth, they are very aware of this information of a pattern of behavior that states that if you don't go with whatever the funder is saying, you will lose everything, and they will make it very difficult for you, which makes people have to think about their position, right? It makes them have to think about, because you could be all righteous and moral, but when somebody is threatening your livelihood and your family, right, all that morality is gonna go away. You're gonna do whatever you're being told to do because it's simply the path of least resistance.
Yeah, the Voice of God weapon, a device that projects voices into your head and makes you think God is speaking to you, is the military equivalence of an urban myth. That's probably not what you're looking for.
Of course it is. Of course it is. When it comes to contradictory information, it's all a myth and a rumor.
No, I'm still looking for technology. I mean,
Jay, you said it pretty well, but I'll reiterate what you said. People that are conspiratorially minded tend to question less a conspiracy presented to them.
Okay, so you said people that are conspiratorially minded. Would you say that you're in a conspiracy to think that most of the people that you talk to on a regular basis are somehow brain dead or lacking something? Would you say that that's a conspiracy in itself?
That my personal opinion of people's intelligence levels is low.
And how does one now that you mentioned intelligence, right? How does one become intelligent, right? How do you take a person that is non-intelligent and turn him into an intelligent person? What is the process?
I have no idea, man. Honestly,
well, go to
honestly, I have no idea. If you lack critical thinking, I don't know how to provide that to you.
So would you say that critical thinking is a direct link to intelligence?
I think if you don't have critical thinking, it would be difficult to present yourself as intelligent to me, in my opinion.
I mean, would you say that you get taught critical thinking in school? Is that what school is for, to teach you
No,
critical thinking?
I think school develops critical thinking. I don't think they give it to you. I don't think they remove it. I think they can either develop it and make it better, or you remain stagnant at a critical level, critical thinking level. I think that's what school does.
Okay, so would you say that maybe there are certain people that just have critical thinking versus some people that just choose not to use their critical thinking?
Right. There's different levels
regardless of
that people.
Intelligence or not, is that fair to say?
Everybody has critical thinking, but some people are better at critical thinking. Some people are more efficient. Some people are more effective than others. Sure.
And would you say that those that are better is because they tend to regurgitate already established information, correct?
That's not what critical thinking is.
Well, it all goes back to the intelligence and smart and how does one acquire intelligence, right?
Right. Retaining information would be a sign of intelligence. Sure, it's a sign of intelligence. It's not 100% a makeup of it. Critical thinking would be a sign of intelligence. It wouldn't be the entire makeup of it. It would be a number of things. Sure.
So if you have photographic memory, that will automatically make you intelligent because you have the ability to record everything on site. Would that make you a critical thinker?
Possibly. If you can no, that wouldn't make you a critical thinker. These are separate things. But being able to critically think about something and then being able to retain a bunch of information, those are two 100% separate things.
Agreed. Right? Me and you are agreeing. When you guys talk about intelligence and what is intelligence, it seems to me that what you consider intelligence is anybody that follows your line of thinking, because you believe that there's sufficient enough evidence for you to think that way. Therefore, whoever thinks the way you think, you consider them to be intelligent, right?
No, not necessarily. I shit on Lemon a lot, and he's a good example as far as my position. I think that Lemon is very intelligent, but I think he's too Wit's intelligent too. I think they're very intelligent, but I think that they lack critical thinking skills. I think they've replaced a great amount of their critical thinking skills with denial skills. But regardless of that, I think those two individuals are very intelligent despite that. And obviously I disagree with close to 100% of both of their positions for everything.
Of course, because
because they're idiots.
You see where you take the paid. You see where you take the conversations, bro.
Well, they're idiots. I'm sorry. They are.
You cannot idiots. Call a person an idiot because they disagree with you. You cannot. That isn't fair.
I call someone an idiot.
Because who is to say that you are right when we have an entire debate going on that's been going on for years now? Who's to say? Who are you to say that you are right? That your evidence is what's correct?
Because we've had this debate for 2,000 years over the shape of the Earth, and guess what? Your side has no evidence. Let's start a new leaf, though. See, it's 2022, the year that flat earthers are actually going to prove that the Earth is flat. So, do you have some evidence of the Earth is flat, please?
See, I told you, Gio. Not that it's a bad thing, Nessa, but Gio had asked about that before because I think he said something about either you or other globe earthers were being aggressive about asking questions or something, and I think it was in this form of demanding role reversal, demanding evidence from flat earthers.
So
2022, the year that the flat earthers are going to actually prove. See, for 3 days now, I've been asking this question, and so far all I've gotten is it looks flat.
On that context, right? On the 2,000 years that you stated that we've known for 2,000 years, right?
Excuse me. I ask a quick question there. You can either say yes, no, or I don't know. Those would be appropriate answers.
I mean, it doesn't seem like a conversation where you're just developing a premise that I would have to suit to whatever demands you want.
Do you have evidence that the Earth is flat?
I provide no evidence. This is just
no evidence that the Earth is
just
flat.
me personal. This is just me personal.
Thank you.
I provide no evidence, no citations. That's not how I get down. That's not how I get down. You want to have a conversation? We have a conversation. Now, if you want to have some sort of
evidence,
university intellectual bullshit,
no,
that's something else.
I want some evidence, please. The Earth is flat. You must have reasons that the Earth is flat, or don't you?
Have I claimed once here that I'm a flat earther? In fact, have I ever claimed that?
Oh,
that's what your tags are.
Yeah.
That's my tag because the flat Earth movement or whatever it is the only thing that opposes the globe. Is the only thing.
Oh, so you're I'm gonna put you in the
but
category.
I don't care much for the label because I don't believe the Earth is flat.
So what is the Earth then?
I don't know what the Earth is.
Oh, so you're the I don't know what shape it is, but it's not a globe. School.
It doesn't appear to be a globe. It seems like least
you
likely
don't
to be
know
a
what
globe.
shape it is.
Do you know what shape it is?
So that's what
I
I was
do.
asking about earlier, Jay. You said it doesn't appear or present itself as a globe. What evidence validates that? What evidence contradicts the globe?
I mean, like I said, most of it seems to contradict it. There seems to
what, please?
Or like what? Like
you keep saying
can't
most
verify.
this,
Oh my God! This globe Earth came from an idea that something exploded, that something evolved,
No, it
and
has
we
nothing
all
to do with
came.
that.
Yes.
Like
Excuse me.
That
Let's
has
talk
nothing
about
to
the
do with the
origin
globe
of this bullshit. The origin of it, right?
Excuse
there
me.
is an origin.
People have thought that the Earth is a globe long before the cosmology of the Big
Before
Bang.
you came in, me and BioDuel were talking about how is it that people come to hypotheses, right? What patterns do they recognize that they come up with a hypothesis? When you say people thought, right? What led them to these? What pattern did they recognize that led them to these thoughts, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't just wake up one day and say, "Hey, man, why not? Why the Earth isn't a sphere?" Right? They've had to look at some sort of evidence or recognize some sort of pattern in order to come up with a hypothesis, right? Can you run me down what hypothesis they had that they declare that the Earth was a sphere?
We're here to. My question is not about the shape of the. It's not about the Earth being a sphere. My question is: do you have any evidence that the Earth is flat?
The official claim on the table here will always be the globe Earth. The flat Earth isn't an official claim because none of us have any.
Fine.
Okay, fine. So let's examine the globe Earth then. Let's examine it.
I'm not here. I'm not. 2022 is not going to be the Earth is not something. I want the Earth is something, please.
I want $1 million. So it just seems like
what I want you to
conversation to go your way because
I don't want to hear the Earth is not a globe. I want to hear the Earth is blank, please.
Hey, why are you holding people to your standards and trying to control people? It's pointless.
Because it's 2022, the year that the flat earthers are actually going to come up with some evidence that the Earth is flat. So
it has been 6 years. It has been 6 years.
It sounds like you're just
announcing.
it sounds like you're just announcing. It sounds like you're just announcing random narratives that don't have to do with anyone other than yourself.
This is random narratives. Proving the Earth is flat is a random narrative.
You're something about year 2022 and someone's going to do something for you. There's a random narrative. Nobody said any of that. That's not
the
no
Earth. I want to hear from the flat earthers why or how or some evidence thereof that the Earth is flat. You guys keep saying the Earth is flat. Please provide evidence thereof.
You can do whatever you want, dude. It's your life. Nobody has to do anything for you. So stop.
No, you don't have any evidence.
That's the response of someone who has no evidence for their position.
Thank you very much. I'll be quiet now.
Okay, goodbye.
Well, I'll stay here.
It's all good. I would accept two things. One, validation of a flat Earth or a particular Earth shape, because Smokey and a couple other people are concave Earthers now. You can
all do whatever you want. Payton has to show what you're doing.
That's great, man. Please don't interrupt me.
Falls into the category on this server of you're subjugating other people.
Then kick him, man.
Dominating and subjugating people in a particular way of what you want, and then you're making the entire discussion about that. That's not what we do here.
Actually, no, that's not subjugating anybody. That's asking. You guys say you're flat earthers.
Okay, nobody's giving you anything, so leave people alone.
So you don't have any evidence. Is that true?
No, nobody said they don't have evidence. People
then
are not bowing down to
that.
your subjugation.
To be fair, Jay did say that.
Thing that you're doing. You're subjugating people. Do you know what that is?
I'm not subjugating you. I'm asking
you know
for evidence
that
the Earth is flat. Do
We're
you understand that? You are making a claim that the Earth is flat. Therefore, you should have some evidence thereof.
Did anybody in this server make that claim?
Yes.
Who?
Lots of times. You.
Who made that?
You.
When?
You
Lots
have
of
plenty
time.
of times, man.
In
Come
the
on.
past.
Let's
Come
be
on.
honest. Let's be honest, Gio. You've said many times that the Earth is flat. There are caveats and nuances, I understand, for your particular position.
All right. Well, this conversation, this server is not going to go into some hole of paid NASA shills subjugating people to dominate some kind of quote unquote evidence. And once he thinks he gets some quote unquote evidence, he's going to just use his tactics to obscure it. We're trying to have a real conversation. If he's looking for the shape of the Earth, fantastic. You can look for whatever you want, and you can have a discussion, but you can't subjugate people and demand things out of them and then laugh at them when they don't give it. If you do that, you will get warnings and or be muted, and we will not be allowed to do that on this server.
Excuse me.
NASA doesn't have any control in this server.
Is it against
there's no
the
way for him
law?
to subjugate anybody.
Is it against the rules here to ask for the evidence of your hypothesis that the Earth is flat? Why is that against the rules?
Hey man, we know your tactics, Paid. All right, you've been in here daily.
No, my
playing your
name
little
is not
stunt.
Paid. I'm looking for the shape of the Earth. I thought the Earth was a sphere, but I've heard that the Earth is
We know
flat.
who you are.
So can I have some evidence, or don't you have any? I mean, it's yes or no. I mean,
yeah. Are you new to the discussion about the shape of the Earth? There are thousands and thousands of evidences that the Earth is.
What are name a couple? Name one. Name your best. How about that?
Why don't you go over to pseudoscience and go ask those guys? They're looking to answer your questions.
Yeah, tried that. I got banned.
You got a room full of flat earthers over there. We've got plenty of stuff to share with you. Go head on over. No, you're not paid. You're a new name now. So go try your new name.
I did. They still got banned.
Well, whatever journey you're on, paid NASA shield, you can be on that journey. That's fine. And if you want to ask somebody for something, that's fine. But to sit here and just loop the conversation in circles if you're demanding something is pointless. If you're looking for evidence because you're a lost human being and don't know what you're looking for, then just keep looking for it. That's fine. I'll give you a hug and a pat on the back, and we can continue exploring the journey together. But to just be dominating and demanding that people give you something that you think is going to match up to your expectations is absurd.
Jeremy does the same thing, by the way. Just for the record and for consistency's sake, Jeremy does the exact same thing towards Globers. So the next time that Jeremy's in here hot and he's demanding shit, I want you to remember this moment because I'm gonna bring it up.
I thought I was being quite polite, asking you to prove that the Earth was flat for me.
And for the record, I don't have a problem with it, by the way. I don't have a problem with Jeremy doing it.
Jeremy's capable of having a conversation. We're paid. This is the only thing he's got. This is his stitch.
No, it's Jeremy's stitch too. For the record, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with Jeremy doing it. I don't have a problem with NASA Shield doing it. But for the sake of consistency, if it's a problem that NASA Shield's doing it, then it must be a problem when other people do it. So again, I will bring it up next time it occurs.
BioDuel. The problem isn't paid, right? It's how he does things. Yeah, you were having a good conversation, disagree with each other's point of view, but still we kept the moving, we kept it going. He wants to maintain the conversation in a certain point, simply for the attack points. He doesn't really want to have a conversation. He just wants to make himself look good while making the opposing team look bad. Right? This is his skit, and we know it. This is why we get tired of it.
Everyone has
what he's doing is he's hoping that someone's going to say, hey, here's some evidence of something. Then he's going to use his tactic to then beat it down, laugh at it, use it insults, and so on. So it's not an authentic like coming to the table and having a roundtable discussion and sharing ideas, which is what this server is for. So if he wants to do that, that part is pointless.
So I'm asking for ideas on why the Earth is flat. I thought that's what this server was about. Am I incorrect?
That is incorrect.
Oh.
There's nothing on the server that mentions flat Earth anywhere, nor is there anywhere in the server's information that it's a place to come and demand something about a flat Earth from people. That's not what this server is. This is a discussion platform. It's a research community. We can have various discussions on various different topics. I'm not saying you can't ask somebody for something like that if you want to, but I'm just saying you're acting as if that's the main goal, and that's not what this is.
Well, it's the topic of the discussion right now, so. You're acting like we were talking about we were talking about sports, and then NASA out of nowhere wants to talk about flat Earth. We were talking about Earth shape the entire time.
So would it be fair? Would it be fair to reverse the burden of proof? And since the globe Earth is the original claim, right? Is the only official claim out of flat Earth and globe Earth. Is it fair to examine the globe Earth's claim and their proofs and evidence?
Right. It would be fair, sure. To a certain extent, I'd 100% agree. There's a completed enough model in which we can examine, test, experiment, validate, repeat. There's enough of that to do that. The reason why people are, and I'm kind of in this camp, the reason why people are kind of leaning towards flat earthers to validate their claims is that just because you say the Earth is not a globe, it doesn't make it not a positive claim. There must be a reason, and that's why I asked you the question: what evidence do you have that validates that position? There must be a measurement taken in reality in which it doesn't comport to a globe. Therefore, your position is it's not a globe. It would be simple as that. So it's not really a reverse of burden of proof. It's please, after this many years, validate your position. That's all.
Right, and nobody has to bow to your demands, meaning you're your own person, you're your own journey, you have your own cosmological journey to take. So I don't know why you're lending that off on other people. Why don't you come to your own conclusions and figure out what the Earth is and move forward from there? You could bounce ideas off people, but to expect that somebody else is going to walk into this server and give BioDual every single answer he wants as some ultimate, like, is that what you want? You just want somebody to tell you what your reality is?
The way that I've been treated by a number of people, especially in this, in the people that come to this server and this channel, by a number of those people, I'm going to treat the exact same way for a little bit. And it's only been a few days of people doing it, and this is the approach flat earthers took for going on 6-7 years now towards globers. 3 days, man. Relax.
That's why some
3 days of what? I don't know what you're talking about. You guys are doing the same thing you've done for the last 6 months. What do you?
No.
You have a brand new tactic that you're trying out. Well, it's not new.
No, it's actually just asking you for the evidence of the flat Earth. I mean, it's fairly simple.
Or not, put another way, to validate your claim, whatever claim that may be.
So far, the only claim I've gotten, or the only evidence I've gotten, is that the Earth looks flat.
Okay, is there anybody in here that wants to prove a flat Earth to this guy, to this paid NASA shill guy? Is there anyone in here who wants to do that?
Or
the BioDual? Is there anybody that wants to do that?
Or
because
validate.
If not, we should just move on because.
Or validate that the Earth is not a globe with evidence. I'll accept that too.
Okay, does anybody want to do that for these two guys who seem very desperate for answers?
It's not desperate, man. It's reversing the tactic of flat earthers upon themselves.
All right. Well, we're not doing any tactics. So if nobody wants to do what you guys want, I think we should move on to a new topic.
Oh yeah, fantastic. Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you.
So can the topic be let's have a conversation about how was the globe Earth possibly hypothesized, and you guys say that it didn't come from the Big Bang Theory, right? So this guy named George Lemaitre, he came up with the Big Bang Theory.
What year?
He was shit. I don't have the notebook on me right now. Just Google George Lemaitre.
Yeah.
He was an ordained minister or something.
Yeah, he worked for the Catholic Church. I think it was something like it might have been 1500s. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Maybe even later than that.
1650 something. I don't recall the year, but
what year?
George Lemaitre, I think 1655. I think.
You're way off.
Dude, like I said, I pulled that out of my ass.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I'm
but not
sure.
The name though. Not the name though. The name is George Lemaitre.
He won the Nobel Prize in 1954.
Okay, so he was the one that first hypothesized the Big Bang, right?
Oh, excuse me. Do we notice the year? 1954. When he first postulated around 1930s.
Really?
So,
I thought it was like way earlier than that.
Nope.
I'm way off too.
1930. This is less than 100 years. We've known that the Earth is a sphere, a globe, if you will, for about 2,000 years. So you're only off by a factor of what, 200?
I was a lot farther than him, to be fair, because I said maybe 1,500.
Nope. Nope.
Okay,
I
so
really
this
thought
guy.
it was a long time.
So this guy hypothesized this Big Bang theory, right? And you were to examine that. Okay, the guy is a Nobel Prize winner. What is his source of information? If he is he's heavily involved in the church, his source of information would majority be church information, religion information, whatever information they have gathered.
No.
I thought that this guy had access to a telescope. I thought he had access to a telescope, and he was investigating.
So listen. So the thing is that religion and church will always be the original big business on the earth, right? Even if the earth were to go to shit and everybody were to die, the first thing that will develop over time will be some sort of religion, right? This is the dominant thing on the earth. So the majority of the information, I'm not saying all of it, but the majority of the information he would have had to come up with this hypothesis would have had to have been religious in nature.
No, he was a scientist.
It could be either way. It doesn't matter. It would be whether the theory or proposal has evidence to back it up. That would be the important part. The actual story, or the origination of the story, whatever. But I don't know what he had in the beginning. It's my understanding that he had a telescope, or he had access to it, because I know a lot of churches, especially the Vatican, support astronomy. I don't see why he wouldn't have access. Let me look.
Is he the guy that you get your creation story from?
Yeah, he's the Big Bang guy. He's the Big Bang guy. He came up with the first.
He's the first big proponent. But
Right.
the
No, I'm
quote unquote
aware.
creation story I get from evidences.
Yeah, I'm just asking you directly, though. Yeah, I know who he is. He's a Jesuit priest, Catholic priest. But do you? I'm just saying, is that who you get your creation story from?
No, I don't get it from him. I get it from evidences.
All right, but that's the hold on, the problem is that from that story,
It was a
developed,
scientific theory.
which is a story. It is a fancy way of saying a story.
A scientific theory is much different than a story. A story is like
okay.
something you make up, like the Bible. You know, something you make up. A scientific theory you have evidence for. You don't win the Nobel Prize for fiction. You don't win the Nobel Prize for physics.
You do. A hypothesis is something you make up because of some sort of pattern you've recognized. You've come up with some sort of theory which is made up. God damn it!
What is a theory? Well, no, a theory is not. That is not a theory. That is not a scientific theory. You're misusing the word again.
Oh.
So I'm reading he did have access to a telescope, but
hold on. Hold on. Let me just finish with Paige. My overall point is that they have to make it up in order to move on with science. You have to be able to come up with a hypothesis or make something up. Because if not,
hypothesis
is
a guess.
But if not, what are you testing, Paige? If you don't have some sort of story to validate, what are you testing for?
Do you understand that a scientific theory is not just a made-up thing, right?
Oh, look, the theory goes something like this. Once upon a time, an apple fell on my head. Thus, something is pulling the apple to the ground equals gravity. That's a very good story.
No, actually, that's pretty much a scientific theory too.
It's not. It's just an observation. It's a story.
That was Newton, and we're talking about Lemaitre, so you're kind of off.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just.
But listen, it's off with the guy.
Of the story.
He's off with the guy, but he's good on the analogy. We're talking about how he came to his conclusion, his story, his hypothesis, right? His pattern recognition. What was the pattern of Newton? The apple kept falling in his head. So this is what we're talking about. And it's all a story, regardless how you want to phrase it.
Don't say just a theory, because once again you show you don't understand what a scientific theory is. For fuck's sake, a scientific theory is not a fucking story. It's well proven, can be used to make predictions. And just because you fell asleep in the 7th grade class doesn't mean you get to say that a theory is a story.
Hey NASA, thank you for the info, but the story will be the origin of most scientific tests. This is what we're talking about. It isn't proven. The story isn't proven, right?
Yes, it is.
The
That's why
story
it's
is
a
the first
theory.
thing that has to come before anything else.
The story. You're calling this a hypothesis, a story. Gotcha.
Oh my God, this guy, bro. Yo, how can you be so smart and so dumb at the same fucking time, bro?
Yeah, so what I'm reading is that Lemaitre had access to telescopes. He was huge in cosmology and astronomy, and I guess it was after Einstein's general relativity came forward, he applied general relativity to observations that he made, and I think there were inconsistencies with redshifts that led him to some type of Big Bang. I think it was Einstein and Hubble. Their work he applied to his observations.
Right, the Hubble observations.
Right.
Okay, so fake telescope validated the fake guys' Freemasonic theories that.
All right, hold on, real quick.
Hold on a
Do
second.
you think we're talking about? Hold on. Do you think we're talking about the Hubble telescope when we're talking about Lemaitre in the 1920s?
Talk about Edwin Hubble.
No, I know, but you said fake telescope.
Yeah, because you mentioned that the Hubble telescope.
Nope, not the Hubble telescope.
No,
nope.
not the Hubble telescope. Edwin Hubble was a real person.
What I said concerning a telescope was that Lemaitre in the 20s had access to a telescope, and he was huge into cosmology and astronomy. And then using the work of Hubble and Einstein, applied it to his observations, and that's what seems to have developed his Big Bang theory.
And we're talking about Lemaitre, and then you throw in the Masons, who are kind of anti-Catholic, so you can't be both Catholic and a Mason. You can't be a Jesuit and a Mason for damn sure.
But do you necessarily have to be a Mason or a Jesuit in order to be able to read the information? I mean, is it inaccessible to everybody else?
Yes. It's accessible to you.
Wouldn't that kind of force people to pretend to be whatever they need to be just to gather the information at home?
No.
Well, I don't subscribe to that origin story at all. The Big Bang is as useless to me as just something that somebody fabricated. There is zero evidence for it.
Oh, actually, there's tons of evidence for it. Every time we go looking for it, the Kobe came back with more. I mean, it's fairly well established. The evidence is clear. If you have a better idea, please publish it.
See, that's such a like strong arm kind of argument, right? If you have a better idea, please publish it.
Please do.
Why do you have to take it to the point of publishing, right? Why can't we have? Why you trying to belittle it so much?
That's how scientific theories and things work. You get a bunch of evidence, you come up with your theory, you write it down, it goes out for peer review, and you publish it. That's how the system works.
I get that. That's how the systems work. But you're assuming that process is like uncorruptible, that it is the only way to get truth out.
If you knew anything about
ultimately, we're gathering truth, right? This is what we want. And there doesn't need to be a peer review process in order to gather that truth, bro. That
there should be.
That you guys think no.
Peer review process.
There's a whole bunch of people that live in tribes out there that don't know anything about no peer review, and these people manage to feed themselves, heal themselves, grow. You know what I'm saying? So there has to be another way to be able to, for an individual person to be able to gather information, intelligence, knowledge, and truth. There has to be another way other than peer review.
No, you can. What the peer review process does is ensures bullshit essentially isn't out there skewing people's minds. In the same way that if I present falsified evidence, but there's no one to peer review what I present or how I explain it, then people may take that as factual, and then I think that's a detriment to the entire human race. Is the
So would
downgrade
you
of
say that
intelligence.
that the peer review process would be suitable for those more willing to believe?
No, the peer review process, exactly what he said. My God.
It's just a way to vet the bullshit. We are doing a peer review process right now. You are doing it for globe evidences. We're doing it for flat Earth evidences. We are peer reviewing stuff right now. We're just doing it in real time. There's really no difference between physicists peer reviewing another physicist's work versus us peer reviewing each other's evidences. There's no difference.
And sometimes you find,
Sorry, NASA, go, man. Go.
Sometimes you find information that's incorrect. I used to have a thing about flight plans, and it was shown to be incorrect. I don't use it anymore. That's how the scientific theory works. Scientific process works.
So is it ever correcting thing? Would you say it's always correcting or trying to make itself better, finer?
The scientific method is self-correcting.
So would you say if in 50 years it's self-correcting, would it imply that currently we'll just have bad science?
No.
Currently we have good science. In 50 years, if the good science we have today is shown to be perhaps, let's say, inconsistent or inaccurate to a certain degree, in 50 years we can look back and say, yeah, that science wasn't good. But today we only operate with the evidence that we have. We can't operate with evidence we don't have.
Could someone interpret inconsistent as bad? Because that's what I said, right? Bad science, and you pretty much agree with what I said, just with fancier words, right? It would still be bad science if it's consistent, right?
It's like at the Olympics. Back in the 40 years ago, they ran slower because they didn't have the training, they didn't have the cleats, they didn't have the technology. Better technology, better cleats, better shoes, better physical training, and they can run faster. Is that saying that they were bad athletes 50 years ago? No, they're the best athletes of the day. They took home the gold medal.
Yeah, that's not the worst analogy, actually. I do like that. Banson's been trying to get in, by the way.
I get the determination, but it is not a good analogy. You're talking about something physical that improves only with physical things like the technology, which is physical. We're not talking about that right now, so it's not.
It's just a progression. It's just a progression in how you describe something.
An analogy is not perfect. Come on.
But yeah, Banson's been trying for a while. So.
Sorry,
well, no, you're right. You're right. I don't want to derail it, but I definitely have had my ideas peer reviewed by my peers. Right, I'm a plumber, as you know, right, and I've asked other plumbers, right, if I have a water level, right, that is 100 meters apart, 200 meters apart, it doesn't matter what it is, between those 2 points is going to be perfectly horizontal. You draw a straight line between the two end points, right? And if I put a third point in the center, right, their answer is exactly the same. They can draw a straight line, and all those points are going to intersect and be perfectly horizontal and straight with no deviation whatsoever. If I was to go into a classroom full of 100 plumbers, I would get exactly the same answer. No doubt whatsoever. No doubt whatsoever. They would all give exactly the same answer because that's what you're taught. That's exactly what you're taught. So, and I've got more faith in believing qualified people, qualified teachers, qualified plumbers than I would say over yourself, NASA, or bio when it comes to that. And this is their profession, this is their living, this is what they work off, and they know how water works.
How far have you used the water level?
I have told fellow plumbers to imagine things a kilometre apart or however distance you want, and they all say exactly the same thing. That center point, NASA, will be at the same horizontal point as the two endpoints. They say exactly the same thing. They don't say it ever, not once have they ever said that that center point is going to be higher than the two endpoints. Not once have they ever said that.
Have you actually done it over a kilometer?
No, I haven't done it over a kilometer. I
So
have
what's the
not done
farthest
it.
you've actually done it?
It's well, personally using a water level. I've only done it over short distances because practically doing it over any other greater distance is literally impossible. Right? It's very, very difficult to pull a water level over a kilometre. You've got so many variables that come into it. It's not even funny. I think there was a globe earther that tried to do it right with bits of pipe joined together, and he had nothing but bloody water leaks and
He
faulty
did survey.
workmanship and all that sort of stuff.
And the area he thought was flat was actually pitched at about 1 or 2 degrees, so it didn't work very good.
It's well, the topography of the ground does not matter when it comes to a water level. It was his setup process. It was his setup process that failed him. The way he joined all the bits and pieces together, he had leaks. It was just all higgledy piggledy. It was an absolute waste of time doing what he was going to do. But the thought experiment itself, when I talk to other plumbers that are fully qualified. Right, and I'll pose this question to them. They give me exactly the same answer. Exactly the same answer.
That's nice, but the thought experiment is one thing. To actually do it is something else.
Well, I defy anyone to do it over a kilometre or 2 kilometres because
Exactly. The furthest I've heard anyone claim they've done it is 100 yards, and I doubt that one.
It's near on impossible. Like using water levels on a house build or factory build is one thing, but using them over any great distances, you've got so many issues. It's not even funny. Not even funny to do it practically. Like the thought experiment is there, but when you actually conduct the experiment, it works out to be near on impossible to do it practically. But their answer is still the same, though, NASA. The answer is still the same. The answer that they give. Now, why is that? Or are they undereducated?
I would say that they're. I wouldn't say they're undereducated. Based on their knowledge of water levels in the thought experiment, they would be level. The question is, are they also horizontal?
Well, the answer that they give is they will be perfectly horizontal, and all 3 points will marry up. They will intersect with each other. And I've asked that
they'll all be level. I will give you
that. The answer they give, they will be level and horizontal in a perfect straight line. That's the answer that they give, right?
I was on Bev's server today. I'm familiar with the argument.
Yeah, well, this ain't a Bev argument. I've spoken about this for years, way before Bev even spoke about it.
I know, but it's Bev's sort of stolen it,
Look, he's got his shtick, and that's fine, right? He's not incorrect with saying it. But I'd like to see someone maybe try and conduct it over a kilometre. I have great doubts that you can do it. There's too many variables that actually come into it. To be quite honest with you.
How do you think should be the precision to determine, for example, you have the chord, the straight line between the 2 points that are a kilometer apart from each other, and then let's say we measure a middle point to get the maximum divergency. What you would expect to be that divergency in the globe Earth?
Probably NASA's got a better idea, but it's probably somewhere between 2 and 4 inches, I would say. NASA, would I be right there? That center point, that 2 to 4 inches.
Squared, so it's 2 inches.
No, I mean it's a divergency from a straight line between the points. Wouldn't be the drop would be the sagitta, which would be like 0.7 inches, 0.8 inches, something like this.
Yeah.
Across a kilometer, quite hard to measure, right? Like, are you going to use a tool that is 1 kilometer big?
Practically, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I've said all along. To conduct that the experiment practically is very, very difficult. There are so many variations in it. Not only just setting up the actual water level itself, but actually measuring that water level too. There's so many variables that come into it. It's not even funny. Not even funny. So, and that's what I've been saying. But the theory, which is what I was talking to, in the theory itself, when I've asked fellow plumbers, they say they give exactly the same answer every single time, without fail, without hesitation. They give exactly the same answer, that those 3 points will intersect on a horizontal level straight line with no variation whatsoever from one point to the next.
And if they
Zero.
assume that, and there's a difference of 2 centimeters across 1 kilometer, that would be fine. That's not going to be any issue. So it's a fine assumption. Even though it might be wrong, it can still work under our margin of errors.
Wasn't it Sly Sparkane that did it? NASA tried to do it.
I think it was him. Yeah, and I think you're right. He had a problem with that, and someone told me that the ground that he picked he thought was level, but it wasn't really level. That there was like 6 feet from one end to the other end, which gave him all sorts of problems because he wasn't ready for it.
Mm.
You know, he didn't. So his water level at one end would be 6 feet higher than the other end. I don't remember. Anyway, yeah, it's.
Okay,
I give you
yeah.
that it would be a tough thing to do because there's just.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you need, and you'd need a mile of pipe to begin with, a mile of hose or something, or a kilometer. That's expensive. I mean,
yeah, and you want it all in one piece. You don't want individual pieces joined together, and you want a decent diameter. I think the diameter of pipe that he used was 1/4 to 3/4 of an inch, which to me was way too narrow. You know, you need much bigger stuff. You want minimum.
The bigger stuff you get, the more water you need in there. If you had 1.5 inches, that's a lot of water over a kilometer
Yeah,
pipe.
of course, it's a lot of water. Yeah, but
And you
I
gotta
think
get
it's
all
just
the air out of it, and
you got everything. You're dealing with air and cavitation. You got temperature. You got a lot of different variables
temperatures.
that actually come in.
Temperature would be an issue, but I mean, it's just.
Well, temperature's an issue if you got water air pockets in it. Temperature becomes an issue because you can just get some you can get some sort of cavitation.
If you don't think about it, you just use water out of the tap, then it's all aerated. So then so you got to make sure that you have water that's been sitting around for a while and de-aerated. Otherwise, I don't know. And then, like you said, if it gets hot, it might just
And
be a pain in the ass.
there's
Which
things
is
you
why
can do to alleviate it by like putting dishwashing liquid in it and stuff like that. But that is also dependent if you put too much or too little in it. All these bits and pieces come into it, to do it practically.
which is why they don't use water levels over distances much more than a couple feet. Tons of feet.
There's actually, there's a company in America that I was reading about.
I saw that.
About 12 months ago, and they specialize in water levels going out to building sites and whatnot, and setting everything up just using water levels, and their claim to fame is that they can actually do it quicker than auto levels and theodolites and stuff like that, which is pretty impressive.
I saw them a while ago when this flared hot. I think it was about a year ago now.
Right. But once again, that's just over small distances, not over a vast distance.
I did find it
And I,
interesting that you knew about the guys in Fort Myers 100 years ago, the religious guys that actually built the rectilinear machine.
yeah.
Nobody else has known about that, and you
Oh,
knew about
really?
it.
Yeah, no. I read about it a while ago. I thought it was very interesting, like the whole setup, the way they made the experiment too, the lengths to which they try to construct all the squares. I think each square was measured and checked 120 times each from memory, and the markings that they actually put on the set squares had to be read with a microscope.
Yeah, they did that, and they had bubble levels
Yeah,
and plumb bobs.
yeah,
And
yeah.
their sliding piece. They would adjust it until a piece of paper would go through, and then they would tighten it down.
Exactly. Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
and
Yeah.
then they proved that the Earth was concave.
Concave.
Perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had
Yeah.
at 8
Concave.
inches. They had 8 inches
Yeah.
of rise in a mile. Then they had what's it, 8 per mile squared. So at 2, they had the proper. It was at that's 16. It's 16. Anyway, no, it's
And they
20.
did it over. I think it was 5 miles or something. They did it
It is
over.
something ridiculous. That was 2, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
to take these things and just go up and down the beach. Now, granted, at that time Fort Myers was in the middle of nowhere, but was 100 years ago.
So I don't know what happened to him, because like I said, he went to great lengths to do it. Did he present his evidence to the proper authorities, and they just
No,
hand waved
it was a
or
religious
what?
cult. It was a religious cult, and just sort of,
Right.
got poo-pooed.
So yeah, they just put it down to him just being a crazy nutter, really, at the end of the day.
And there were a lot of crazy nutters at 120 years ago. It was a very religious time. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. It just struck me. This is actually someone who did some of the things that I've heard you guys talk about.
Yeah.
And it also is an interesting thing on the fact that they confirmed their hypothesis and the error, the systematic errors that they might have missed and that kind of thing.
I think the mahogany that they used to make, mahogany or red oak. I mean red oak.
Red oak, yeah. Mahogany is
Was
not.
Yeah, I think it was red oak, and they air dried it for 8 years or something. Each piece was air dried for 8 years. Yeah, it was extraordinary, actually, absolutely extraordinary. The lengths to which they went to try and minimise any inaccuracy. But yeah, those sorts of things have been discussed, and yeah, the magnitude of doing something like that, and also too funding it. Funding such a thing would be.
Well, they were a
quite
religious.
expensive.
They were a religious group, and they were going to prove. This. Interestingly, he picked the name Koresh, which has another echo a couple hundred years later. They're gonna prove that the Earth was concave and the world was. They're going to build New Jerusalem down there in Lee County, down there by Fort Myers.
Right.
But after he croaked, the whole thing kind of fell apart, which is
okay.
These guys could have been the Florida version of the Mormons if they, I guess. The interesting part about this is if you look at the concave Earth, on some calculations, there's an r squared value in there. Now we normally say that r is positive, but r squared, if r is negative, R squared is still positive, so the math works out.
I've heard, what's his name in Gem server? Is it Smokey or something? Smokey, there's a concave earther in Gems server anyway. And his argument is basically just completely opposite to the globe Earth. It seems.
You're right. They went out to a 4 1/8 mile with
There you go.
136 inches of rise, or rise. Wow, I didn't realize they were crazy, dude. That's It took them from March to May. Wow, it took them 3 months to track this shit up and down the. Wow, they were serious.
Yeah, and then right at the very end, I think there was a sand dune or something in front of them that they had to dig out, and then they shot it a line further off into the distance to a boat that was on the ocean as well. Don't know what that was proving, but yeah, even to the point where they were gathering their water levels, because they got the mean sea level from right next to where they conducted the experiment. Basically, putting these baffles in the water that had holes in them down the bottom, so they would fill up with water, but waves and all that sort of stuff wouldn't affect the readings. They went along and marked it all and took a mean sea level all the way along so that they could correlate to the measurements that they were taking on the beach as well.
All right, you guys will like this. So Aristotle argued for a spherical Earth. We know lots of these, like ships and the Earth curved shadow on the moon. One of his proofs was elephants.
Elephants?
Yeah, he says when you travel west from Greece, you find African elephants. When you travel east, you find Asian elephants. That's interesting. Sorry.
So you're up to date with all your shots and your boosters, NASA?
I am. Next one, yes.
Yeah.
I went down to visit my parents in Fort Myers. I wish I had found out about this place before then. I would have gone down there to visit. I was pretty bored a couple of days. But my father has 2 different types of cancer and has had some health issues. So yes, I was boosted, immunized, boosted, the whole works.
Yeah. Oh, sorry to hear that, NASA.
Oh, you don't live forever.
No, we don't. That is for sure. That is for sure.
He's up there.
Well, I've got some good news here in our little old country here.
Yeah.
We no longer need to have our vaccines to cross our internal borders. It's just been announced. Our borders are open.
Really? They backed down from that? Wow, I'm surprised.
Yeah. The only thing we have to do now, Geo, and which is dependent on the number of cases that they have in each state. If you go to cross an internal border, you have to have a clear COVID test 72 hours prior to crossing. So as long as you get a COVID test and it reads negative, you're free to cross over without having to have the vaccine, which is some pretty good news, actually. But they do. I know it's been spruiked here that we've got 90% of our population that has now been vaccinated at least once, and at least twice, and we have 95%, I think, that has got it twice out of that 90%, 95% of that has had their double vaccination. So they were aiming, I think they were aiming at first between 75 and 80%, but apparently it's up around 90% now. I mean, look, I don't know if those figures are accurate or not, but I was saying the other day, I was at the doctor the other day, the other week, and I reckon at least 50% of the people there, because they've got a separate room where they administer all the vaccines down the back. And anyway, while I was waiting there, they go in and out pretty quickly. I reckon I would have seen at least a third of the waiting room go in for their vaccination, at least a third. Lots of people are getting it done, which each to their own. But it is good news, though, that they're back down on the whole having to have vaccines across the borders and all that sort of stuff. Makes me feel a hell of a lot better. We still have to wear masks and stuff, though, going into shops and theatres and stuff like that. They're still wanting you to wear masks. Or scan your QR code. Every single shop has a QR code pasted on the window, and lines of people waiting to scan in.
And believe it or not, we're in the United States. Well, maybe not surprising. We're not as sophisticated.
And if you don't, they have people policing the QR codes, making sure that everyone scans in. Or if you don't have a phone, they take your details on a bit of paper and stuff. Making masks mandatory. If you don't have a mask, they'll give you a mask to wear so you can go into the shop. But go on.
Free muzzle for everybody.
They've done that here. They've done that here in stores. I mean, stores can, the private property, they can tell you what to do to come in their store.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And several of them will, if you don't have a mask, here's one to wear.
Yeah.
You don't want to wear a mask? Fine. Don't come in our store.
We've got a party to go to next month, and anyway, the invitations came up out over Facebook. My partner, she's vaccinated, but look, I'm not vaccinated, but she is. But one of the prerequisites to go to the party is you have to be double vaccinated to go to the party, which gives me a good excuse not to go.
I like that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not double vaccinated. Even if you are, I'm sorry. I'm not vaccinated.
Yeah. But they're like, it was on Facebook, like on the invitations. If you're not double vaccinated, you're not welcome. That's pretty much what it said on the invitations. So they're actually getting people policing each other here in regards to all that.
So, Pay, do you question any of it that's going on, or do you just kind of buy it all in terms of?
What do you mean?
The boogeyman illness?
Oh, yeah, I know it's all fake. I gotcha.
No, I was just asking, do you question any of it, or do you just
actually no? I mean, what do you think? It's one big giant. Was it spamdemic? Scamdemic. Scamdemic. There we go. I knew there was a word.
Well, there's a lot of them. So, I mean, I'm just saying, you think that this quote unquote virus came from a bat from nature, and then it just popped out of the bat, whatever, and then all of a sudden, like the wonderful, incredible medical gods came in and created this mRNA, which is so perfect, and this and that. And I'm just saying, is that your overall thing? Like,
I'm not sure about I'm not sure about the bad thing. That's yet to be figured out. I mean, the story of the pandemic will be written in 10 years or so. So.
Well, I was just asking if you question any of the mainstream. Like, if I was to watch an hour of COVID news, which is pretty much all the news is now, even though I don't watch the news anymore, but I know it's all it is. Well, it's a lot of it. But I'm just saying, you would agree with all of that?
Probably. I don't know what news you watch.
But you are questioning the shape of the Earth, however.
Oh well, yeah. The shape of the Earth is You see, well, I can. Okay, that's true. If I'm going to be a flat earther, I need to be a vaccine denier too, right? And maybe well, I got to look into that one too. Oh, I don't want to get into that one though, because
you got to be woke on all levels, yeah, not just one.
Yeah. I have noticed that I have not really found a flat earther that is not also anti-vax. No, there are anti-vaxxers who are not flat earthers.
Yeah, I don't know about that term, anti-vax, like however many people align with that. But yeah, I don't know of anyone who thinks the Earth is a stationary plane who is pro-injections, as far as I know. Pro-vax. I don't know. I just haven't met anyone, I guess. It doesn't mean there isn't someone, but...
Okay, that's probably correct. There's probably one or two people who are that way, but I would say the vast majority, at least the vast majority here on Discord.
Yeah, I don't know how possible it would be to realize that we don't live on a globe and then to also believe this narrative and the injections. It's just, to a lot of us, incredibly, incredibly obvious that there is a criminal organization, whatever you want to call them, that are coordinated, and that it all comes together. It's the narrative of a lot of these things is prepackaged and sold to us. So I think it pretty commonly comes together. People are aware of those things. It's kind of like if you figure out a magician is doing a magic trick, you then realize all of his other things are tricks as well. It's not like, oh, just that one thing is real magic and then all the other stuff he's doing is fake. It's like it becomes obvious for a lot of us that, yeah, it's all part of the magic trick, this agenda.
I actually know a few people that have been forced into getting the vaccines because of their job that didn't actually want to have it, but they're being given no choice. And yes, you can say at the end of the day they've got a choice; they don't have to have the vaccine, but then they lose their job. My partner being one of those, like she was told that she had to get the vaccine, otherwise, her position would be terminated. Well, she has quite a good job, and she wanted to keep that job, especially in this climate at the moment. Jobs are few and far between. It's not a good economic state in this country at the moment, and a lot of that is due to COVID. But my wife and I know a couple of other people that actually have been forced into getting it, even though they didn't want to get it. But
yeah. It's a tough position that people are in. Yeah,
it is, and until the latest announcements with the borders, Gio, and I've told you this a few times. I've got children all over the country: Western Australia, Queensland, New South Wales, and Victoria, all adult children. And at one stage, I was thinking that I too don't have a choice. Two of my children are vaccinated, and the others aren't. But for me to go and visit them, it was looking like at one stage that I too would have to get something that I didn't particularly want to get. But what do you do? Do you value seeing your kids and having a relationship with them face to face, or do you continue your relationship just via Zoom calls and stuff like that? It was a tough place to be in at one stage, and now that's why before Christmas, I took some time off. I wasn't here for a while, and I was all over the countryside seeing my kids celebrate. We had like Christmas celebrations like 2 months prior to Christmas because the chances were that all the borders were going to be closed and stuff, and they knew my stance on it. So I took the opportunity when I could to be able to travel, without having the vaccines and stuff while it was still available. But thank goodness now that seems to have changed. But I've got kids that have looked into it themselves. My eldest son and his partner is a nurse and whatnot. They want to have children. One of the side effects, and even though it may be very, very slim, but one of the side effects apparently is that the vaccine can make you sterile. Well, they want to have children. They don't want to actually take that chance. So that's why they're not vaccinated. And they're fortunate. They both work in industries that it isn't mandatory. So, they don't have to worry about it at this particular stage. But, they did their own independent research and came to their own conclusion. And I give kudos to them and support their decision on that. I've got other kids that actually have had it, and hopefully nothing happens to them. Or hasn't yet. Touch wood, it won't. But if you don't take it, you've got zero chance of anything adverse happening as a result of having that vaccine put into your body. Yes, you still may get the big C and whatnot, but I don't think getting the big C can actually turn you sterile. There's been nothing on that yet. You may get sick, you may get respiratory problems, you may possibly die, but you've got to get it.
It is pretty extreme that they convince so many people that their immune systems are not sufficient.
Adequate.
Yeah, kind of the 4.5, or excuse me, it's the 5.4 million people who have died worldwide of this disease. They wish their immune system was a little better, I guess.
Well, first of all, I don't believe that many people have died. Second of all,
WHO.
Yeah, the largest percentage of those have been murdered in these
incorrect.
These are not people that are just sitting at home eating very good organic food and just dying in their bed.
I see. Yeah, people that go to the hospital are usually sick, So, yeah.
Right, but if they then, I mean, there are sicknesses in this world that can be challenging. I don't question that. And in some severe cases, having oxygen, things like that can be helpful and some support. But to go in there and have some mild to moderate symptoms and then all of a sudden be starting to be given injections and treatments and God knows what, or even be thrown on a ventilator.
The treatments killed them?
Yes.
No, you cannot believe that. So the doctors came in there, gave them treatments that killed them.
Well, for the first 6 months of this whole thing, there were no FDA-approved treatments for it, and then once that, it's right on the FDA's website where they basically approved these started approving these various treatments, all under the Emergency Use Act, this Emergency Medical Act. And so essentially these doctors, are told, oh, there's this, terrible disease, this and that. And when people come in, they have breathing problems. Here's what you do. Give them this, give them that, give them this, give them that. Just like with the vaccines, they don't know what's in them. They don't know what they are. They're literally, these are emergency use things. So these are not things that doctors have been working with for, 20 years and seeing the results or whatever. That's not even what these are. These are these emergency use things. So yeah, somebody has a little bit of breathing, a little bit of sickness, whatever going on. And all of a sudden they're being given, and a lot of them right on the FDA's website, it'll say this one's given for mild to moderate cases. So these are not even, these are not people that are on the throes of their deathbed. These are just people that are mild to moderate. Now all of a sudden they're getting God knows what from this Emergency Use Act, these different, and they're all listed on the FDA website in terms of what they are. And then of course the ventilator thing, which is a whole thing in and of itself. But yes,
let me get this straight. People go to the hospital.
Murdered. Yes.
People go to the hospital and they're killed by the doctors, not the disease they have.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily the doctors, but the treatments they're being given. Yes.
I gotcha. Because I mean, the Hippocratic Oath and all that—that's all bullshit, right?
No, they still think they're going by the Hippocratic Oath or whatever, but they're given these emergency use chemicals that they're giving to people. That's the difference. It's not the doctors are not knowingly doing it; they're being duped into doing it.
I got you. So it's all big one giant conspiracy by whom?
Well, that's already been happening in mainstream medicine. I mean, this is the controlled death matrix that I call it. I mean, they've already been doing this for a long time. Cancer treatments, all these things that kill people. This is old news.
Cancer treatments kill people.
Of course.
You don't think that people die of cancer?
I didn't say that.
So do you think these treatments make people live a little bit longer, or do they make them live shorter?
It's a mixed bag. They have to have some efficacy in order to keep selling it to people. So there are some of those quote unquote treatments that will quote unquote work to some degree.
Can you stop saying quote unquote? That's very I don't know, pedantic.
Well, if you call poisoning someone's body working, I don't think that's working. But
you understand that cancer is not a good thing, right? Or do you think cancer is a good thing?
I think there are very toxic materials that are damaging to the body, can be damaging to the body, yeah. Cancer is not what we've been told it is.
Oh, it's not? What is it?
It's a genetically modified form of yeast.
What? You have the citations for this? This is interesting. So
Nope.
it's like a yeast infection.
Sort of, yeah, but these are genetically modified versions. But they work through overpowering the body's natural yeast systems. That's why cancer, quote unquote, grows within you, because
natural yeast systems.
Your natural, Candida. You're familiar with Candida albicans? Candida is the most prevalent yeast in the body. It should be thoroughly populated within the entire system, but through antibiotics, GMO foods, et cetera, people don't have the proper yeasts and bacterias, and those get replaced with these toxic ones, these genetically modified.
Albicans is an opportunist pathogenic yeast that is common in the human gut flora.
Well, Candida albicans is a genetically modified version as well, but there's an entire category of Candida yeasts. Like there's the real Candida albicans, it's the actual thing that you should have, and then there's these modified versions. It's pretty complex, but yeah, that's what. And if you have an imbalance, if all of your good yeast and bacteria is flushed out and you get an excessive amount of these toxic ones, eventually it can kill you. Yeah. But that usually won't happen very quickly. If people were to know what they're doing with food and nutrition and herbs and things, it can be halted quite quickly. Meaning, if you have quote unquote cancer and you're just going along and you have it, it's not a 3 months death sentence for most people. So if you just start changing even some behaviors, you can at least slow it. Well, if that doesn't get us kicked off YouTube, I don't know what will.
You got any strikes yet on your YouTube channel, Zero?
I don't think so.
No.
We're just gonna ride it till the wheels. What do they say? Ride it till the wheels fall off.
The wheels fall off. Yeah. What's the worst case scenario? Worst case scenario, they ban you or pull your channel. That's the worst thing that can happen. You heard anything from Brandon? Any news on his whereabouts, or is he still
I
on
haven't.
hiatus?
No, yeah, I haven't heard anything from him, and I think some people that have DM'd him haven't heard back from him either. However, Ruhif came in last night when he was in last night. And he said that Ranty has asked Brandon for his channel back, and I guess he said Brandon like just made one comment, which was eat a dick or something like that.
Good luck.
But I mean that's so. I guess Brandon did respond to him. So
Yeah.
some response. That's the only. And I guess that was somewhat recent. I don't know if it was a couple weeks ago or.
What did he expect the answer was going to be? Yeah, sure. Here you go. Oh, that's classic. That is classic. Oh, he's the one that handed off his channel that it was apparently earning bloody thousands of pounds a month and stuff, which he claimed.
It was earning that much when he gave it over?
The stream that he did with Conspiracy Cats and Ruhif when he first flipped, if you watch that whole thing, the way he explains how things went down, and one of his big things was, he gave up his channel that was earning him thousands of pounds, right? Now, this is coming from a guy too, which I found really weird, that was crying poor because he had his hernia operation. He was crying poor, couldn't pay his bills and all that sort of stuff. Well, with the amount of money that he said he was giving away each month, that would have well and truly covered all of his expenses, his mortgage, his food, and all that sort of stuff. And apparently, he just gave this up out of the goodness of his heart. And to me, that it didn't pass the smell test. The fact too that apparently him and Conspiracy Cats were up for some YouTube award as well. He claimed there was just a lot of anomalies that to me just didn't add up. Now I'm not saying that he flipped to the globe side and it's all a hoax and all that sort of stuff, or he's a shill or anything else. But the way he kind of explains how things happened and went down just didn't pass the sniff test. As well as the photo that got him to flip wasn't even his photo. Coming from a person that has terabytes and terabytes full of photos and videos, and not one of those ever got him to flip. It was some photo completely from some other random person. Well, not random, being Bev's son, and that was the one that got him to flip. Not one of his own personal ones. Like nothing just didn't really, to me, just didn't add up at all. He may be genuine. I don't know, but to me, I think there is way more to the story that meets the eye. Way more to it, quite frank. But yeah, no, he definitely said he gave up a lot of money on his YouTube channel. But I don't think Brandon was making that much off it. He got a few super chats here and there. I think Sam Keen, or was it Sam Kine or whatever? There was one show where he donated like $1,000 or something. I think Aaron too was a big donator to shows. He donated, I think, $500 or $1,000 to Jose once in one of his YouTube streams. Old Aaron.
Yeah. Speaking of Aaron, I think I saw that he had rejoined the server recently.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he's ever like I don't think he's ever come in here and like spoken on VC or anything, but yeah, because you were asking like if he's been around, so he did join somewhat recently, so he's alive.
Well, that's good. That's good to know. I know he was him and his wife are having a child, so I hope all that is going well for him. If he's listening, shout out to you, Aaron. Hope all is going well, buddy. As far as all that is concerned. But he was definitely a character though. He had this innate knack of being able to get under people's skin very, very quickly.
Yeah. He was on Ranty's back earlier, right? Like in the in his panel.
Yeah. He was a regular. He was a regular. I've known Aaron for 4 or 5 years now through these mediums, and we've had a lot of good discussions. Earlier on in the night, later on in the night, it gets a little bit more difficult to chat with him as the night fares.
Yeah, well, shout out to Aaron. Yeah, I hope he's doing well. And speaking of Ranty, what is he doing these days? Is he I guess is he still doing videos and things or?
Mate, I don't know. I wouldn't even know the name of his YouTube channel if he has one. I know him and Katz used to do streams about paranormal kind of stuff. And didn't he? I think he started up a channel called Flurfer or something. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. But I've only seen clips from it. I'm not subscribed to his channel or anything like that. But basically, he's taking the piss out of flat earthers, wears tinfoil hats and all that sort of stuff, just making a mockery of the whole thing. But as far as him, doing anything on any sort of regular basis, I've really got no idea whatsoever. I know when he first flipped, he was over in Gem's server quite a lot, arguing backwards and forwards over there. But I don't know, because I was asking someone over there a couple of weeks ago about him. Does he still come in? And they said they hadn't actually seen him in the server for a long time.
Yeah, I remember that. I think right around when all that happened, he was
Flurspective.
Showing up on Gems, yeah.
That's the name of his channel. Flurspective.
Oh, is it? Flurspective. Is he still doing stuff, or has he stopped doing it?
He posts stuff fairly regularly, and
does he?
Yeah. Well, once every 5 days or so.
Okay.
So if his channel is called Flurfspective, does that mean that his viewers are called Flurfs?
No, he's sort of the opposite.
Or is he called Flurf since he's taken the name?
I'm just
here we go.
channel name is.
It's Flurspective, you're right. His last video, the con artist pushing flat earth.
Guess who that's about?
Guess who it's about?
Yeah, without looking.
The con art pushing flat Nathan.
Yes.
Or QE.
No, it's Nathan.
Yeah. He does a lot. Him and Nathan definitely have a love-hate relationship these days. Well, he's got a few subs on his channel. He's got like 5,500 subs. Probably a lot of that is from being associated with what's his name, Conspiracy Cats. I think that's where he's got a lot of his subs from. That's what you should do, Joe. You should get yourself a sit-in on Conspiracy Cat's show, because if nothing else, he'll push your YouTube channel and you'll get a few more subs and all that sort of stuff. Jumping on board.
Cats hasn't been pretty quiet recently. They're working on. He's got his debate channel with it. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I miss his. He was a pretty good guy. He was funny. He was well spoken.
Actually, I saw one of those debates. Well, I can't remember who he was debating, but and it was moderated, and he has a female moderator, part of the program as well, and it was utterly disappointing the way that whole discussion was moderated. She jumped in and was steering the conversation in certain directions, which to me a moderator should be 100% neutral. Otherwise, it's not a fair platform. You gotta moderate evenly if you're going to have a debate or a discussion. I think that fellow on is it modern day debates, NASA? Is it modern day debates?
Yeah, watch him too. He's pretty good. There's a
He's
guy
a pretty good moderator.
There's a guy in New Zealand who's an excellent. That's the one that the guy in New Zealand is the guy that Nathan got in trouble with. He's an excellent moderator though. He's
okay, yeah, very fair on both sides. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the guy. I have his channel somewhere. I don't watch his stuff very often.
Right.
But the stuff I have watched, he was an excellent moderator.
Yeah, that's what you need.
He's a talk. I think he's a New Zealand talk show host guy or something. I don't know.
I think I know. Is that the one that? That's the one that Nathan Oakley apparently was going to debate, and then Nathan Oakley put all these demands and conditions, and was just totally unreasonable about how he wanted things run, and the guy
apparently Katz had to say that the Earth didn't have a radius and he couldn't use that in his it was pretty
weird. Look, I can't remember the demands, but to me it seemed quite unreasonable what he was demanding of that guy, and the guy basically told Nathan to go away. It's my channel, and I'll moderate it the way I want to. You're not going to dictate anything. If you want to dictate things, do it on your own channel, but you're not going to not do it to me. But it was quite funny that, and initially I found when the invite was first put out there, he was all for it, Nathan, all for having a debate, and and then he found out he was going to debate Cats,
and then basically the shit hit the fan because
and then he actually because I think I watched the video, and that fellow had all the emails, and he actually published all the emails for people to actually read, so you can make up your own mind. So he wasn't hiding anything at all. He said, this is what happened. Everything's in chronological order, and you guys can take it for the way you want to take it. So I gave him kudos for that. But yeah, it was definitely fair in the way he presented the chronological events with what happened in that particular example.
I think I used to have him, and I kind of got tired of his channel because he was a great debater, but he was debating New Zealand political stuff, which I don't know.
What was his name? I
thought I had him here.
I don't know, I've got too many subs. I wouldn't even know what his channel was called, to be quite honest with you.
I'm the same. I'm trying to reduce mine down a little bit. I think I've decided to get rid of them.
What would be good in your subscriptions? I wish YouTube, you could actually put your subscriptions into categories, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Because I'm subscribed to many different things. whether it's flat Earth, woodworking, politics, religion, whatever. But if you could actually categorize your
You want to know the weirdest
subscriptions,
one I'm subscribed to?
well,
I'm subscribed to Nyango Star.
Nyango Star.
Nyango Star is a Japanese character suit wearing guy that's a drummer, and he's excellent.
There you go.
You know, he's one of these very Japanese characters that walk around in costumes, and they like ambassadors. It's very Japanese.
Yeah.
But this guy is a drummer, and he's good. And
Okay. Yeah, what's another interesting channel just to get a different perspective on things. You probably won't agree with them, but that channel Peter and Pete or Pete and Peter, you ever seen any of their stuff?
God. Unfortunately, I've seen their stuff. Yes. Yeah. I watched one or two of them, and
I think it's interesting the way they look at things.
yeah, that's one way of putting it. That's a very, very polite way of putting it. Yeah, interesting.
Well, how else do you make discoveries, NASA, unless you think about things differently?
Well, there's thinking of things differently, and then there's being complete and. I mean, if you think of things if your mind is so open that your brain falls out, you know.
Oh, that's a bit harsh, NASA. Come on. That's
Okay,
a bit
maybe
harsh.
I didn't mean that. I won't say I meant that for them, but
Look, the way any science progresses is by people thinking completely differently to the mainstream.
right. But
that's how it progresses.
But then you need some evidence.
Yeah, well, they try and work on things. They do conduct a lot of their own little experiments. Now, whether that is that shows anything or not, they definitely do try and conduct their own experiments in some way, shape, or form. So you got to give them kudos for that. They don't just sit back and do nothing.
Yeah, Paige, you seem so hung up on evidence today. I mean, the thing is that evidence is only if you're searching for truth, it's only useful if it's evident of something that is actually true.
You know,
like anybody could supply quote unquote evidence and come to any conclusions they want. That doesn't mean they're actually getting to the truth.
That's not how it works in the scientific world. Sorry. You know.
Well, there's evidence, quote unquote, that the Earth is a globe. Does that mean it's a globe? No.
Actually, it does, but and several of these things you could actually do yourself. I've told you these things, and you chose not to do them.
Don't tell me 2 sticks in the ground again.
Yeah, 2 sticks in the ground. Actually, 3. 3 sticks in the ground at the same latitude. Well, there's no way around 3 sticks in the ground at the same latitude.
You're still holding strong on that. I'm still waiting for you, though. I'm still waiting for you to, which you said you would look into it, showing me a rocket working in a vacuum chamber.
You know, I've showed you several of them, and you always reject them. Did you see the latest one with the pop can, the soda can?
No, I don't think so.
Let me see if I can find the soda can in the vacuum one. Which
Okay.
it's, you know, is it a rocket? Yeah, sort of. It's something you can do yourself.
Let's see. I'll examine it. And I'll see what I think of it.
It's not really a rocket, but it operates on the same principle.
Okay. Well,
let's see. I gotta find it. I got a bazillion links here.
Hold on. This will be interesting. A pop can in a vacuum.
Yes. Let's see what I can go. The guy who does it's kind of crazy too. I kind of like him. Action Lab. Here it is. Does he have a string? Yes, here it is.
We got it. All right, let's.
I'm sure it's okay here. We'll. Yeah, this is the one.
Cool. All right.
Here we go. Awesome. All right, let's post it here. I post in. Make sure I'm in the right Earth Awakenings, and then
Live stream one text
live
is where
stream
I am at the
one
moment.
text. Okay, here we go. Gotta make sure because you got a lot of. You know, Gio, if I could make a suggestion, maybe you want to cut down on your. You got a lot of stuff in your. There we go.
Boom. Okay. Let me watch this. Straight away I can see issues with it.
What?
But hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it.
It's 8 minutes long. You can't watch more than a few seconds already. Use a Sprite. You don't like Sprite?
I'm just gonna go to the money shot.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the money shot.
That's it. One thing.
See straight away I can see issues, but anyway, I'm holding my breath.
Go to about
4 minutes. I'm about 4 minutes now.
Okay, 4 minutes. That'll work.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. So we're in a vacuum. Happy days. We're waiting. Bang. Okay, then. So you see what the problem is there? Have you seen it, Joe?
No, what's the problem?
Well, have you seen the size of the? Well, firstly, the pop can pop is pushing off the walls of the container.
Yeah, but we'll watch it before it hits. He's gonna do it in slow motion here. It's gonna before it hit. He's gonna do it in slow motion. At about 5 minutes, he does it in slow motion.
Yeah.
Watch.
Okay.
It moves before this stuff hits the wall.
Let's go. Yeah. So at first, there's some gas coming out of the container before the pop comes out, and the gas that's coming out is what's hitting the wall of the container.
No, it doesn't hit the wall.
Yes, it does.
It moves before it hits the wall container.
No. Not at all.
It's a vacuum. So you think it
Not
hits the
at
wall?
all. NASA, come on, that's so small, that chamber, it's not even funny.
Well, he's go up to about 540, 545 or so. He does an ultra slow motion.
Yeah, no, I'm doing it now. I'm there now. Bang. There you go. It's hitting the walls of the container.
Go to about 5. Keep going to about 6 minutes. He's going to do a real slow motion.
Yeah,
You can see it's not even hitting the wall. As it first comes out, you can see the action reaction thing.
Yeah, and that gas is hitting the wall.
No.
100%.
Yeah. No, not at the first frame.
Okay. What do you reckon, Gio? Maybe Gio's not here anymore.
You can see it in the first couple frames. It's moving to the left before it hits the wall.
Oh.
See it about 6 minutes.
Why don't we do the same thing in the vacuum that's high-o?
Yeah. Well, you want to rent that? It's I forgot how much. I thought it was like $10,000 an hour or something.
Gee, that much?
I forget. It's huge. You gotta suck the thing down for like forever. It's huge. You're right. That would be a good one. Yeah.
That's what wait. That's what she said.
What? $10 an hour.
I had to run back over to the computer to hit my push.
Sorry. Yeah, I guess that's late. I need to go to bed. At that, I'm going to go to bed. With that one, I'm going to go to bed.
Too
Have
easy,
a good
buddy.
one, guys.
Catch you later, man.
All right, later.
Yeah, that is inconclusive at best, in my opinion. Have you seen that one, Gio, the pop can in the vacuum?
No, I haven't watched it yet. I see he posted it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, the actual vacuum itself would be no more than a foot wide and a foot high. Like it's the tiniest little vacuum you're actually seeing. And he's got the pop can in it. And to me, the gases and the pop itself is what's hitting the walls of the container, which is what's making the pop can move. That's what it seems to be doing. So I think it's inconclusive at best. At best. I was holding out hope. he's just dropping more.
He thinks it is conclusive?
He thinks it's conclusive. He reckons the can is moving before anything hits us, before the pop or anything hits the side of the container. But at first, when it explodes, you're gonna be getting gases coming out of it first, and the vacuum's that small. If you actually look at it, Gio, like I said, it's only a foot cubed. Right, it's the smallest little vacuum chamber I've ever seen, actually. That's the trouble with any of those experiments that I've seen, rockets in a vacuum. The vacuums seem so small that you're going to get a reaction off the walls of the actual container itself as well. But maybe I do have a bias.
No, I agree with you, Bandy. I mean, I do understand how rockets work, and they work just fine in a vacuum and blah, blah, blah. But those demonstrations and the little bitty vacuum chambers and things, I just don't think they're conclusive and good demonstrations. I would like to see at the Sandusky the large vacuum chamber where they did the bowling ball feather
and the feather one. Yeah, that would be way more conclusive if you to hang something from a string or whatever, and if you do it in something like that, because you know, even though it's not a perfect vacuum, you know, they get it down. I don't know what they get it down to, but it's pretty damn low at the end of the day. I think that'd be way more conclusive and way more convincing. But any of these ones that Action Lab do, and there's quite a few of them out there, Howard, and they're all done in these incy bincy little vacuums that if you look at them with an objective mind and an open mind, you've got to come to the conclusion that it's inconclusive at best. Really, it's inconclusive, right? And you know, I've got my bias, and you've got your bias, obviously, right? But at least we can both agree that they don't really necessarily demonstrate anything of any great significance.
Hey, it's Ron. What's up, Ron?
What's up, Gio?
Yo.
Did you did you look at hold on a minute. Did you look at any more shit from Denver, the those fires?
I just looked a little bit at some of the pictures and instantly I just noticed all of the same effects of these directed energy weapons. So I know they were huge. Yeah, wasn't there 2 areas that was hit really hard? And yeah, so
I'm
I
not
haven't.
sure how many. Usually it hopscotches, right? It'll just jump. It jumps roads, it jumps rivers, it jumps lakes. It's very selective. It's if you see the drone the drone footage, you can see it's just targeted.
Yeah, so I haven't looked into it fully yet, but all I noticed so far is just all those same indicators of.
Dude, it's Armageddon, and I know they're gonna mix this in with the alien invasion. All of this is gonna be blamed on space aliens. That's gonna be the narrative. Like, oh, we have to stop them. Look what they've been doing. They've been randomly fucking, and we know all along who the fuck it is.
Yep, I would agree with you on that. I do think they're going to wrap it into the alien invasion stuff, along with whatever this vaccine thing does and whatever else. But yeah, I think you're right. I mean,
look how terrifying that is, Gio. Like an enemy that you can't defend yourself against. It's like, oh my God, look, they just wiped out this whole town. Like in minutes, boom, gone, all of it. Like the people would be like, please, please save us from them. And all the while, it's our own government doing it.
yeah, wouldn't that be? Well, I mean, they've already done it.
I mean, it's their job to defend the airspace. They're fucking doing it, dude. There's no other explanation. They say, "Oh, China's got these." Yeah, right. They'll point the finger at China, get us in a war with China while they're doing it all along.
Yeah, I suspect that I mean, the way that they've been kind of testing these directed energy weapons, obviously they used it, in my opinion, at 9/11 and these other things. It's like they've been testing
So
it.
many. Gio, do you remember the Lebanon, that grain silo that was hit about a year ago? It was a grain silo in Lebanon, and it
The one
just
with the
had
huge explosion that killed a few people. Yeah, Ron, quite a few people.
right. And here, check this out. Where can we post that, Gio? Where are you posting stuff?
Just the live stream one text. It's just
All right.
yeah.
Check out some of these pictures of the ships from the this is in Lebanon, right? Give me 1 second. I'm just scrolling through. I'm on a new device, so I don't have all my pics. The ship was on fire. The metal ship. You know, if you want to call it I don't know what else to call it. I know it's not fire, but it looks like fire. But we all know steel doesn't burn.
It's like a microwave kind of.
It is a microwave, but what's causing this effect on the steel? I mean, yeah, the microwave or whatever, but you see there's smoke. There's something that looks like fire. And then the metal is turned into ash, but it doesn't have a heat effect because the adjoining panel is not heat distorted at all. You see how there's just an abrupt transition? It just goes from like charcoal to the metal that's just perfectly fine. There's no heat distortion or anything.
Yeah, I think Judy Wood talked about that with the toasted cars.
Yeah, this is like a side effect. It's not you know what I mean? The weapon wasn't targeted. This just happens in the surrounding area, just to random shit.
So, could that have been caused, Ron? Because I haven't looked into this like what you've looked into it, but something on the deck of that ship and inside the hull burning, you know, whatever it was carrying, could that have caused a similar kind of effect?
Look at what I'm saying though. The metal, right? The metal that's attached directly to it is not affected by heat. So if you've ever even had a cast iron frying pan, the heat radiates through the handle, right? It comes up through the handle. It conducts. There's no evidence of heat conduction to the adjoining panel in the rear section. Do you see how that it just there's no transfer? So, I mean, if it was some kind of fire, it would be distributed more evenly. It wouldn't just stop suddenly. And we saw this on 9/11. It doesn't make sense. You just put on, your investigator cap and say, wait, this is what would
Yeah.
normally, why does it look like this? What's going on?
It does look odd. I'll grant you that. Like you would, if nothing else, you would maybe some sort of fading effect to the adjoining panels. But it does seem to definitely stop abruptly. I can kind of see what you're saying with a couple of the pictures there. It seems to be like a distinct line.
Yep. You know where else? Check this out. Here's something from Paradise. This is one of them is from Dresden. This beam on the bottom, right? This lets me know they had this weapon in World War II. Also in Hiroshima they had it. But you look at the beam, okay, the white beam, it's a boxed in beam. There's the black painted beam. It's also boxed. Look at the way the metal is bent without any tearing. Usually, if you ever bent a piece of metal like a coat hanger and it cracks, the metal fractures from metal fatigue, you can't bend steel without tearing it. You can't just bend it like this. It's not ductile enough. They say, well, it was hot. Well, where's the evidence of heat? The white beam still has the paint on it. There's no smoke on the ceiling of the white beam. First of all, fire wouldn't get it hot enough to do this. And why is it localized to that one area? Also, look at this wine bottle. The glass melts at over 3,000 degrees. Okay, if I got one area 3,000 degrees, why is the white paint still you see how abrupt that transition is?
Very distinct line. Yeah.
You're seeing things liquefy without heat. It's not like if this bottle was 3,000 degrees, there'd be no paint. It would be all, you know what I mean? It would be all affected.
Yeah.
Something is happening that I can't explain.
Yeah. It does. It definitely does look odd. Definitely does look odd.
Well, the Hutchinson effect, Hutchinson, I can't say his name, Hutchins, whatever. His effect, you can make metal melt without heat. Like here's, I'll show you some beams from 9/11. They used this on a lot of, they used it on Oklahoma City, the what do you call it, that building in Oklahoma City. First of all, they have different effects. They have some that are like fires. You could see the house on the very last picture. That was a house, a residential home, and it was sliced in half. There's like a little piece of it, maybe not directly in half, but you see like a section of the house that was just left behind, while the rest of it's completely obliterated. Now these are in Denver. Denver, we're seeing obliterated houses. The one above it is Oklahoma City. And if you look, I put a bunch of the same pic. Well, anyway, this, you could see the damage came from the top down. Look at the roof in the parking lot across the street. I circled it with the red circle. The roof is blackened. The parking lot is blackened. There's no crater in the street. Where they said it was a truck bomb. Where's the crater? Why is the street itself not scorched? It leaped over the street and it burns the parking lot, just like the ship in the harbor. The grain silo was hit, but the surrounding shit was damaged. These ships. It's crazy, man. It's like there's different settings on this weapon. There's a setting that will do see how the building was pulverized? Part of the building was partially pulverized, but yet the parking lot is blackened from some. That's the secondary effect. The secondary effect we saw on 9/11, the buildings were destroyed, but the secondary effect was all these cars that were burned up.
Yeah,
There was
like that last one.
3,000.
Yeah, that last one you posted where it looks like the house has been completely cut in half. Definitely looks odd. Definitely.
Right.
Like it's being sliced with precision. It looks very like there's a lot of precision there.
It reminds me of the Oklahoma City one, which literally looks like it's like cut out the way that it's cut out of that building. But there were bathtubs that were like sliced in half, like the porcelain just sliced in half.
So see, this is New York. The one where there's a hole in the roof that it's I posted a bunch of them, but it's like a pale yellow with a stripe on it, and there's a hole in the roof. That was a children's playground in Russia. The very last picture is part of the same building, and the white box beam that's melted came from that building. The white one above the one from Dresden, how it's completely boxed in, the steel beam, and it's bent like a S shape, like it was made out of like it looks like it's made out of Play-Doh or something. The way it's just bent. To bend steel vertically like that and twist it, it's there's some shit happening.
So these weapons perhaps that have been used to do this, like, are these visible beams that you can see with the naked eye, like a laser
No,
beam or something like that?
you
So
can't.
okay
Not
then,
normally.
okay.
Not normally.
Yeah.
It's normally invisible. Sometimes under
Right.
the right conditions with the smoke, you can catch a glimpse of
Yeah.
it, but for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
most part, it's visible. You don't see it.
Invisible stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Terrifying. It's terrifying. And that's why they'll blame it on aliens, because the technology seems so advanced, even though it's been around a long time. I looked at a
So
lot of different incidents, like war footage. Did you ever see the war footage from World War II? How obliterated the buildings were? It's like,
oh
holy
yeah,
shit.
yeah. Everything
What kind
looks
of
like it's been made out of toothpicks. It's just an
what kind of
absolute
explosives did they have back in that era? Holy shit. Look how powerful. And is
uh,
it necessary to destroy something to that degree? To just completely obliterate it?
so what's
No.
that picture, that third one from the bottom of the plane? It's got like that big ball on the arse end of it. What's that? That's
That's
the
the
actual weapon
weapon.
itself.
That's more than likely what is doing this. Something to that effect.
Right.
Now, they said they had something like this, and they said the purpose of it was to shoot missiles out of the sky. Remember the Star Wars? They said they were doing it. They
Yeah.
say it's a defensive weapon. So if someone
Yeah.
launches a missile, see, a missile is obsolete technology. When you have this, there's no reason for conventional explosives.
No.
You have unlimited magazine capacity. You have pinpoint precision. You have plausible deniability. I mean, who did the thing in Lebanon? I don't know. What happened? What happened in Denver? I don't know. Wasn't
Yeah,
us.
definitely.
Don't look at us. Wasn't us.
Definitely interesting pics that you posted.
You know who caught it? There's a guy called Dutch Sense. He's a YouTuber that usually does earthquake videos, like live streams.
Right.
And he was watching the fires too in California, and he caught the beam. He caught the beam in infrared. He's like, "What is this?" Because there was plumes of smoke, right? And with the
Yeah.
smoke, I mean, he was looking on the radar, but through the clouds of smoke, he's looking at radar footage of it and the infrared. He's like, "Oh my God, what is this?" It's a beam all the way from Oregon to California, and where the beam ended in California, that's where the fire was. So they were firing all the way from Oregon to California. So you're not going to see someone hundreds of miles away.
I've just logged onto his channel. Damn, he's right into all this stuff. He's a huge channel too. 500,000 subs. He's huge.
Yeah, look on there, Directed Energy. See if you can find some of his old vids. He live streamed it. It was on live. He goes, "I'm going to send this to the Pentagon." I'm like, "Dude, they're probably doing it, you fucking idiot." What do you? Yeah. Send it to them. And dude, the Pentagon gave a speech. They said, "Oh, Russia and China have laser weapons in space." You know what I mean? Like trying to point the finger at them. You know what's funny? I looked at pictures of what was it? Pearl Harbor. Dude, it's the same thing. Steel was burning. I'm like, what if they hit them with the dews? Like they said, oh, the Japanese bombed them with conventional bombs, and I'm seeing steel burnt like the ship in Beirut. Like, wait a minute, steel doesn't burn. What the fuck? And twisted metal.
Night 2 of directed energy weapons. Damn.
Yeah, he was. Now this guy, that guy Dutch, I think I actually flat smacked him. He was on DLive, right, years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years. And he's,
Yeah.
his thing was he had a globe. He had this globe where he would depict all the earthquake locations, and he would spin it and say, okay, there's one over here and there's one over here, and just little dots on this ball. I'm like, the earth is not a globe, blah, blah, blah. And I was sending little donations because you can do like a super chat or whatever, because I didn't want to
Yeah.
get banned. Other people were banning me and whatever. Anyway, I got into a conversation, like a text chat. He's like reading my chat and whatever. He's like, "Oh yeah, you're," blah, blah, blah." I forget exactly what he was saying, but we had like a little back and forth. And then I run into him about a year later on a guy named UAP. There's a channel called UAP on YouTube.
Yeah. 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 I
And
know that one.
Dutch was in there on his main account. I'm like, he's a flat earther now. Because UAP is a flat earther.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's just under the radar. He didn't want to admit it.
Damn.
He's not hostile. He was hostile to flat earthers when I was in there, and now he's like, well, you know what? These flat earthers may be onto something because the earthquake patterns, the time in between the buoys or the seismographs, he goes, the time is off. These distances are off on the globe.
Yeah.
It's traveling faster than it should. Because like you have a limit to the speed of sound. The speed of sound has a limit. So if even like no sound can exceed the speed of sound. So it's like, hey, the speed of sound arrived here at the speed of light. It's not going to happen, or at twice the speed of sound. The sound barrier only travels at like that one speed. I mean, you can get bullets and stuff that travel faster than sound. But I'm saying sound itself cannot travel faster. There's a limitation.
You know that the speed of sound is dependent on the medium the sound
I do
is
know
passing
that.
through, right?
I
Do you know
know
what the
that
speed
for
of sound
water
in
and
rock
everything.
is? Do you know what the speed of sound in rock is?
No, what is it?
10,000 miles per hour.
Okay, what kind of rock?
Any
Rock is
any
not
typical
homogeneous.
rock. I mean, I don't know the exact type
Well,
of
rock
rock
is
that
not
was listed in
homogeneous.
this,
Ground
but
is not rock. It's a mixture. It's not homogeneous. So you don't have this homogeneous body of rock that the sound is going to travel through. You have an amalgam of different things. It's a mixture. It's like concrete. You got rocks, you got aggregate, and you got concrete and cement. And it's like the ground, you have clay, you have dirt, you have sand, you have water in between lakes. So it's not homogeneous.
speed of sound in water is over 3,000 miles per hour. So you can imagine, the denser something is, the higher the speed of sound. So you can imagine anything that's denser than water is going to be even faster than that, right?
Yeah,
That's
I
why
know it
rock
is.
is 10,000 miles per hour.
Like railroad tracks, you can feel it coming from far away down the tracks before you even hear it. He was saying the trigger between the points is off because on a globe the distances are all thrown off.
I would like to see his calculation, because this earthquake waves can propagate through the earth. They don't just propagate on the surface.
Yeah, there's different kinds. There's different waves. There's deep ones.
Yeah,
there's shallow ones.
There's also P waves versus S waves.
Yeah, I know about that. That's what Judy Woods talked about in her Where Did the Towers Go book. There was no seismic event on 9/11 from 100,000 tons of debris hitting the ground. It didn't register 100,000 tons slamming to the ground. It's like, where is the seismic event? There's nothing. It's basically there was a little bit, but it was the equivalence of a guy using a jackhammer. It was negligible. It's like, wait, this is not what 100. Here's what the King Dome did in Seattle, and here's 9/11. She compared just those two events because she had a recording of the King Dome, and the King Dome was like nothing compared to the towers.
Well, here's something I was going to say, Ron. Like, if they're going to use this for the fake alien invasion stuff, these directed energy weapons, and God knows what else, why do you think they've been using it? Like, why do you think they used it at 9/11 and these other things? Like, why would they reveal it early? Or is that just how they roll?
They're probably going to blame those events on the aliens. Now they could all be deflected onto another invisible enemy. Like all these events that maybe a few % of the people found out. Oh, it was these assholes all along. It was these fucking aliens. They just been randomly picking off stuff. We didn't want to scare people, so we didn't tell you. They'll make up some lie. But that's who the main enemy. Whoever the enemy is going to get the blame. So it's going to be the aliens. Dude, I'm seeing it everywhere, Geo. Alien tape. Like, sticky tape. It's like all this alien bullshit everywhere, dude.
Yeah,
It's been happening in movies forever, dude. Independence Day, giant flying saucer obliterating buildings with a beam coming out the bottom. It's the predictive programming is there. It's been there for a long time. I don't know when it's happening, but it seems like it's coming soon. Just the way all this shit is happening, like stuff in space. People are saying, "Oh, NASA found this. They found it. It's going to be that they found intelligent life." They had a meeting of religious leaders. What would you do with if we found life on another if other life forms came to Earth? Oh, we would welcome them. We would bless them, or whatever the fuck they said they're going to do. I feel it coming, dude. Like they're showing their cards.
Yeah, I have a thought too that this.
Did you ever spend any time on Above Top Secret?
That the jab is going to play a role in it too. If people start dropping
On what?
The
What did
vaccine.
you say? Oh, well, yeah. Are you streaming, Geo?
Yeah, this is the after show right now because we did the show earlier, so we're still kind of doing the after show. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to say the V word though on your stream.
So, did you guys ever go to the website Above Top Secret?
I heard about that from Eric 2J. I never actually checked it out.
Well, that was the #1 internet conspiracy forum, prior to YouTube or anything else. This is way before YouTube. There's a few of us that have been on it since the 90s. All this shit you guys are talking about, directed energy weapons and fake alien invasions and all that stuff was being talked about in 1999. So this stuff is supposedly, we've been on the cusp of this happening now for, what is this now, 23 years?
An alien invasion?
A fake alien invasion?
Yeah, I heard that's old. That's old. Nobody was talking about
directed energy weapons. I remember reading about that on ATS.
You got proof of this? I haven't heard. The first time I heard about this,
Just go on
shit
Above
was like,
Top Secret and search the term and see when the first posts were of that.
well, you read it. You tell me.
I'm telling you, we were talking about that kind of stuff back in the 90s.
I never heard anybody talk about it, but whatever. Even people aren't talking about it now.
These are all old conversations. I think that was a thing ever since the whole Star Wars. The original directed energy program was the Star Wars program in the 80s. So it's silly not to think people weren't talking about that in the 90s.
Who's tied it together? Who's tied it together to Oklahoma City? Who's tied it together to World War II? I haven't heard anybody say that.
Yeah, I think the World War II claim stuff is just silliness.
I just showed you Dresden. I showed you a beam from Dresden. Go look at Hiroshima. Go look at it. Tell me it doesn't look just like these fires in Denver. There's no debris on the street. Guess what building survived in Hiroshima? Take a guess.
It's all a matter of the way that the pressure wave propagated and the vectors of that pressure wave.
No guess. It was the fucking Jesuit building. It was 8 blocks away from ground zero. That's not suspicious.
Just depends how the building was constructed and the way the wave propagated, or if there was anything in front of it to deflect the wave propagation. There's a lot of factors that go in.
Yeah.
And even in Tunguska, there were trees that were standing in the middle of the blast while the other trees around it were blown down.
So what makes you think it was an explosion like that?
What do you mean?
It could be the same fucking weapon, where there's houses that are affected and some that are not.
Well, I mean, there's plentiful evidence it was a
When
nuclear
have you
weapon.
seen an explosion just skip around shit? Never.
What are you talking about?
If I set down a firecracker and stick it in the mud, it's going to make a perfectly symmetrical crater, right? It's not going to skip around shit. It's not going to make an asymmetrical explosion. It's going to have a perfectly shaped divot. You're not going to get that. If I put an explosive in a city, it's not going to skip around buildings randomly. It's going to put its force out equally. Same thing in Oklahoma City.
It'll create a pressure wave, but depending on what is in, what buildings and how they're constructed are in front of other buildings, that pressure wave is going to deflect in various waves, just like as if it was a tidal wave of water.
No, but your
pressure wave is just fast. Pressure wave is just fast moving air. So if there's something, in front of it,
okay,
yeah,
but
you can end up with a
Jesuit building. The Jesuit building's fine.
I don't know anything about this Jesuit building. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, go look it up.
But it's just a pressure wave. So if there's something that'll deflect the pressure wave,
if it's a bomb, but it's not a fucking bomb.
A bomb is just a pressure wave. A bomb is just a pressure wave.
It is. I know it is, and it wasn't a pressure wave. It was not a pressure wave. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, what was it then?
It was a dew weapon.
A honeydew weapon?
It was directed energy.
What's your evidence that it was a directed energy weapon?
I just gave you the goddamn evidence, dude.
No, you just showed pictures and said this is the work of a directed energy weapon.
Oh, look it up. It's a fucking Jesuit building. I don't have all the. I'm on my different device. I don't have all my links. Go look up the video. Nuclear weapons do not exist. It's still on YouTube, and go watch. Go watch that. You'll see the part about the Jesuits and all the other shit. They show aerial footage.
I mean, were you a fan of John LeBon back in the day? He was preaching this nonsense about nuclear weapons not existing, despite the massive amounts of evidence that it does.
They're real? You think
only an idiot would think that they're not real?
Are you a flat earther, dude? Jake on
why would you think nuclear weapons aren't real?
Do you have any evidence that they are real?
What do you mean? Do I have any evidence that they're not real?
I said, do you have any evidence that they are real, you fucking asshole?
Of course, we've got eyewitness testimony of thousands of soldiers that have witnessed the testing of nuclear weapons at sea and in the desert. We've got the evidence of the testimony of the people in Japan. We've got the radioactive residue that started appearing and damaging.
There's no goddamn residue in Hiroshima. There's none, you motherfucker.
What are you talking about? You can still detect. You can still detect the daughter products of that reaction to this day in the dirt.
There's none. There was none there.
Nonsense. Oh yeah, show me the paper that analyzed the ground around Hiroshima that says that there's no isotopes that are residue of.
There is none, and there was none after.
Show me the paper that says that. Show me the paper where they looked at soil samples around Hiroshima and they found no evidence of a nuclear weapon ever being used.
There is no evidence of one.
That's your claim. What's your support for that claim? I can.
Where's all the people dying of radiation sickness?
I'm going to show you. I can list you papers where they study the soil samples, and you still have all the daughter products listed in there. What's that?
Where are they? Where are the people dying of radiation sickness? None. They didn't die.
What are you talking about? The human bodies are highly resistant to radiation because we deal with radiation day in and day out. So it only makes us sick up to a certain point.
The shit is fake.
And that's your claim. But you can't show me.
I'm not going to spoon feed you. If you're a flat
you can't show me a single study that says that there's no evidence of any radioactive contamination that's left behind from Hiroshima.
There's none.
Okay, that's your claim. Can you show? So how do you know that there's none? How do you know that there's none?
He's
Did you go down there? Did you sample the soil yourself and send it to a lab for study?
Okay, we can't prove or disprove it. You're saying there is.
I can
I'm
prove it. I'll show you. I can pull up some papers where they're looking at soil samples around Hiroshima.
I can show you papers that NASA landed on the moon, you stupid fucker.
Okay, but you're the one that claims to have evidence that there's no nuclear fallout. So
Because
where's
the
your
bodies
evidence
aren't
of that?
there, you fucking moron.
Well,
I'm
you're
telling
just
you,
gonna make the claim.
Survived.
You're just going to make the claim, and we just want you to, and you want us to believe you just because you made the claim. You have nothing to support the claim, but you're just going to make the claim.
No, it's evidence in history. The Jesuit building is still fucking there.
Go ahead, show me the evidence that the Jesuit building was the only building left standing after Hiroshima.
Feed your fat ass, dude. Go look.
Oh, okay. So you're just going to make claims here, but you're not going to support any of them. You just want us to.
Go fucking look.
You're supposed to be. You're supposed to be a truth seeker, but you expect us truth seekers to believe everything that you tell us just because you told us, and we should just believe it. We should believe everything that we're told, like a good little citizen. Believe everything that we're told.
Look for yourself, dude.
Because
look for yourself.
You're the one that's making these nonsensical claims. You're basically sending me. You're basically saying, "Oh, you don't believe in unicorns?"
I want to hear Ron. Yeah, go ahead, Ron.
Go ahead. What?
Yeah. No, go ahead. I had to mute him for a second because he was just screaming, and then it looks like
I don't. Who is he?
He's not a flat earther. He's from Gem Panda server.
Oh well, fucking A. That's why.
He's a globe guy from Gems. Yeah.
I'm seeing Jake on the plane. I'm thinking he's a flat earther. I'm like, who is this fucking retard? I'm like, any fucking flat earther, go research it, dude.
Yeah,
it's
the thing that they're doing like more these days, like they don't want us actually having conversations. Like you were just saying, you're a truth teller. Like they don't want conversations where we're just dropping truth and talking, so that like often they'll start just demanding evidence. I mean, the whole trip, they'll just go in circles for what they're trying to
demand. Okay, I have a soil sample right here. I went there to Japan and collected a soil sample and sent it to my lab. I'm looking at evidence that they have claimed. The official people say there's the Jesuit building is still fucking there, right? It's not gone. It wasn't damaged. There's testimony from the Jesuit priest that was there. He said he was praying to Mary, and that's why his building wasn't hit. Oh, God. If it was a bomb, right? A bomb is going to go, it is a pressure wave. Everything in that pressure wave area is going to get obliterated equally. It doesn't discriminate. If you got a pressure wave coming at your building, guess what? It's getting fucked up. It's not going to skip around your building magically. You don't have this magical Mary force.
Hiroshima was fucked up, dude.
It was, but not the Jesuit building 8 blocks away.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I've never heard anything about it. Jesuit
let me
buildings.
See if I can find it. I got it. I'm on a different device, but I'll find the video for you. Somebody put a lot of stuff.
I mean, dude, I don't really mind the conversations about directed energy weapons and all this other extravagant stuff, but I mean, you're talking about that shit, but the evidence that Hiroshima had a nuclear bomb dropped on it is prolific. I mean, it's not something that could be ignored. And you say that didn't happen, and you're saying that these directed energy weapons are a thing, and it just doesn't make any sense to your normal person.
I get that. It didn't make sense to me before I did my research. So just let me show you some shit. If you want to research it a little bit, don't believe me. Just check the video out and make your own opinion. Here we are. Now this is a long video. You might want to skip ahead a little bit.
But Howard, are directed energy weapons really that out of the realm of in your mind? I mean, considering what the military already has and everything else.
No, I've seen them. I've seen some videos of them using some sort of weapons that are like zappers. They just put out a beam of energy and like laser things like that. And so that's what I mean. I'm not that critical of that and the possibility of that. But
the only reason I brought it up is because it's happening. It's happening right now in Denver. It's relevant. I think it's something people should talk about. That last guy was making claims. Oh, people have been talking about this since the 90s. I haven't heard about this. I've been a truther a long time, and I just heard about it recently, back maybe 2016, not from the 90s. So, and even back then, nobody was talking about this. Even the flat earthers I hung out with, not too many talked about it. And I was, and some of them didn't believe me. Like, I have some good flat earth friends that were getting, like one of them is, he's a flat earther from California. He's like, dude, we get fires all the time. I'm like, wait, but these are not normal fires. Look how selective the fire is. It's leaving the trees, but it's burning cars. Look at what's left of the house. Nothing. Okay, there's the chimney, but where's the rest of the house? Well, the chimney's made of brick. So was the rest of the house. Why is the rest of it gone, but the chimney's there? It's inexplicable. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, this is a tough one because a lot of people do deny it or they don't know for sure. And this is the one truth that can cause so much damage. So that's what's pretty intense about it. I mean, so it's one thing to like wake people up to a lot of these things, you know, a flat earth, all this other stuff, but like, you know, the directed energy weapons ones, like it's harder. And then that's the one that can cause so much harm.
It's a tough pill. Because you know you don't want to believe it. You don't want to believe that when I say your own government, it's obviously not our government. It doesn't represent us. It's not there to protect us. I mean, when the government who's there, their sole duty is to defend the country and protect it. That's the only reason people submit to being tax slaves is like, well, they think our government, our military will protect us from this invasion, from any danger, right? That's the whole purpose of it, right? It's kind of like the mafia asking you for protection money. The government, our government, asks us for protection money. You better pay us the protection money, or else the Chinese will do this, or the Russians will do this, right? You don't want to be speaking Russian or Chinese. Better pay us the protection money. All the while, they're doing things like Paradise, California, 9/11, Denver, Colorado. They're doing these fucking things. They're telling us that there's a nuclear arms race with Russia. They can obliterate us. All the while, there's no such thing. They're using these same type of weaponry.
Did Jake go? Jake gone?
I don't know what he did.
Well, I muted him. I muted him for a second because he was just screaming and yelling and talking over everybody.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I only muted him for a second, but he just left the minute he was muted. So.
Oh, okay.
He was getting butthurt. I'm like, dude, go. I can't spoon feed his ass. If he wants to be a baby, I'm not going to spoon feed every fucking bit. It's there. The evidence is there if you want it.
I actually checked out that website he mentioned, Above Top Secret. And anyway, I didn't hear him carrying on, but tell you what, like they talk about it as far back as 2004 on this particular website.
He was saying 90s.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't checked all the articles. I just did a quick search, and the first one I can find them mentioning is in 2004. So he could be right. There may be some articles from the 90s.
Right. But you know what it was? There's different. When people mention directed energy, they could be talking about 5G. Like the people in Cuba, there were some diplomats in Cuba that said they were attacked with a directed energy. Obviously not this form of it. Maybe some kind of cellular signal, and they had brain damage and things like that.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
There's an active denial one. It's the military uses. It sends a sound wave at you, and it feels like your body's burning. And that's another form of directed energy. So there's they're not all the same. It's a wide category. It's a blanket term for different types of weapons. It's not one size fits all. You see what I mean? Like there's some that are explosive. The explosive one wasn't used on Paradise or Denver. That was a different one. That was like a magnifying glass, where you burn ants. It was that kind of directed energy. they talk about 100-mile-per-hour winds. I think even those tornadoes that hit Kentucky, I think those may have been the same kind of thing. It could have been the geoengineering with the storm, and then within that storm, they're just like pow, 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 just flattening buildings. Because tornadoes are selective.
There was a lass here that said that they've been used in Australia too with some of our fires and whatnot. But
last year there's all kind of evidence, man. PK was talking about it. You know PK Truth?
Oh yeah. The crazy old nutter he is. He goes off tap. That guy.
He's a little bit crazy. He's not a flat earther, but he does reveal a lot. He revealed Sandy Hook. He revealed these recent fires in Australia. You know what? Australia's getting hit. California's getting hit.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, they want this real estate, the particular real estate. They wanted the one in Australia. There was some kind of train going through. Same with California, and then Denver is very, expensive real estate. You're like, oh, we'd like to have that land, but there's people already there.
Yeah.
No problem. They won't
There's
be
a
there for
fella
long.
by the name of Max Egan. I don't know if you've heard of him.
I don't like him. Yeah, I don't like Max.
Yeah, he had quite a bit of stuff to talk about too. He actually got pulled off YouTube and banned from YouTube.
Did he reveal the fires? What was causing? Did he talk about like the directed energy?
No. I can't. I didn't watch all of his stuff. Just some of
He's
the
a
stuff.
half-truther. Max is a half-truther, just like Alex Jones. They're not going to give you a full dose of truth. Now, I'm not going to say everything he tells you is lies, but he's one of those controlled op.
Right. Okay. Then, well, then why is he not up still? If he's controlled opposition.
Why is Alex Jones not up? I mean, they have to maintain some street credibility, so they take a guy like Alex Jones and say, I was banned from YouTube. So that gives him some street cred.
Well, I remember when Alex Jones got banned off all platforms, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, was at the exact same time that he launched his mobile app. And for months, like 3 months straight, it was top selling or top downloaded app. Now, me and my conspiracy mind is all that kind of linked because it was pretty big leading up to Trump's election, his first one. It was pretty big then. Apparently, speaking out a lot of truth apparently, and then they pulled him down. So they pulled him down. Well, it's like when you tell a kid don't eat the chocolate, the first thing they're going to do is don't eat the chocolate. So everyone said don't listen to Alex Jones, and the first thing they've done is gone to the App Store and downloaded his app.
Right, that's how they gave him street cred. They're like, hey, let's give Alex Jones, who's a CIA mouthpiece. If you looked into it, Alex Jones and Bill Hicks, go look at the similarities between their face, their teeth.
I've seen some of that, Ron. Yeah, I've seen some of that. They think they're one in the same person. Yeah, I've definitely seen that.
Yeah. He even sounds like him. All the cigarettes and stuff. Like, I'm like, dude, that's when I seen ODD did a video and I'm like, dude, he's got the mole on his cheek. His teeth are the same. That's him. There's no way that's not him. And the stories get crazy, man. It's like, okay, so Bill Hicks fakes his death. He becomes this guy, Alex Jones. It seems like there was another guy named Alex Jones. He had a genuine Texas accent. He was younger than Alex Jones. I mean, does Alex Jones look his age? He looks a lot older than he should for that age, right? He looks much older. So it's like he looks like Bill Hicks's age, and it's like he sure has a gravelly voice, like he smoked a lot of cigarettes, and he claims he doesn't smoke, but all this stuff starts making sense. Like Bill Hicks was a smoker, and then his teeth, his face, like everything is there. You can't change your teeth. Your teeth are unique to you're not like someone's not going to have the same. That's why they use dental records. Your teeth are like a fingerprint.
Like fingerprints. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very unique. So you're not going to have the same teeth as someone. Oh, and his dad is a dentist. He claims his dad is a dentist. Hey, let's see your dental records. Do we have Bill Hicks dental records, please? Do they match? Do they match that? You know what I mean? Can I see your dental record, Alex? I want to see if your teeth are the same. We know it's him. And he was at the Capitol building protest right before shit broke out. And I'm like, as soon as I heard him there, I'm like, dude, there's going to be a false flag. I said that. And within, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, it happened. That's, they call it an insurrection. And I said this in I was in another server and they actually got mad and they banned me because they were like futards. I was trying to red pill.
Right.
I was trying to red pill them, and I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
I smell something bad's gonna happen. There's a false flag, and lo and behold, it happened, and I saw it coming. Not that I have a special gift; it was so obvious to me. I'm like, dude, there's some kind of setup. I don't know what it is, and then all of a sudden, this is all you hear: these insurrectionists. So now anybody who goes to protest the government is labeled an insurrectionist and a white supremacist, and all these labels. They've basically silenced any protest. Anybody who dares protest is now labeled a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
What
Thank goodness.
that has a chilling effect on dissent. Now nobody is dissenting. Uh-oh, what do we do? Hey, don't complain too much. They'll put a label on you. That's how they silence you. We're fucked, man. Like anybody say I was to speak out, right? About these weapons or whatever. Like if we got a group of people, guess what? They'd probably target us with those fucking things.
Yeah. QAnon's never got any traction in this country, thank goodness.
Those guys are fucking controlled opposition, man. It was a whole hopium. It was hopium, dude. It's like, do you honestly think there's good people in the government that would? I mean, if there was, they wouldn't be burning down cities like Paradise and Denver. Like that shit would have never happened. They wouldn't have allowed it. I mean, I'm not saying every last person that works for the government is rotten. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is people in a position to do something. There is no one in a position. I guess there's people that are in a position to do something, but they're scared of their career. They're not going to sacrifice their career to do something like, oh, I'll get court-martialed, I'll get fired, this or that will happen. All of the top level people are corrupt. There's no good guys. It's not like there's a team of hundreds of good guys at top levels that are going to do something, or else they would have prevented this stuff. They haven't prevented it. I mean, it wouldn't take much for. They're really the only people in a position to do something. We don't have the organization. We don't have the funding. We don't have the ability to reach the general public. Like if I could put this message out to the general public and have 100 million people watch and see what the stuff that I found.
Yeah.
I just don't have that capability. I'm here talking with like 10 people on a Discord. Probably half of them already know about this.
Well, yeah, I mean they've got the media so controlled to where they can essentially only allow what they want to get out to people, especially when it comes to the larger population. And even if you did get some big channel going, they can just kill it. So
yeah, look at the CIA. Who's that guy? I think it was William Casey. I got this picture. It's like, we'll know our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is a lie. Dude, I think we're there. I think we're pretty much there. I mean, yeah, there's a couple people like us, but it's not enough to make much difference when everybody is brainwashed in propaganda from the mainstream media. It has been successful, and good luck trying to convince somebody who's brainwashed, like my brother. My brother took the vax. My older brother, the Globetard. I couldn't talk him out of it.
Oh, everyone in my family got it except me.
Oh.
I don't think there's even anyone, probably even in my extended family, like even when it comes to aunts and uncles, I'm probably still the only one. But in my immediate,
that is remarkable, dude. I mean, it's pretty fucking. Well, my mom didn't take it. I pretty much told her, you do not take that under any circumstances. Do not take that. And thank God she didn't. But my older brother took it. His girlfriend took it. I think she's the one that pressured him to get it. And my younger brother didn't take it. He's a flat earther. I think we're going to be the holdouts, Gio. There's not going to be too many of us. Well, you know what I like? I like that the police are not on board with it. A lot of them, they're like, "Fuck you," and the nurses and doctors are like, "No, we're not taking it." So those people taking a stand is helping us. If they dig their heels in, the airline workers that went on that aren't taking it, dude, they're having trouble. They're like 40,000 people short. Jose was telling me he went on a flight and the flight was delayed because they're short workers because a lot of them refused to take that.
That's what they're saying, yeah. Because I've heard people that are flying, and I mean, is that really the case? Like,
well, we can make them capitulate. I mean, they can only push too far. There's a certain level which they do not want to. Their businesses rely on employees. If they don't have the employees, the staff, they're gonna have to cave in. They're gonna have to start fucking caving. We have all the leverage. We just have to exert it, and it's difficult for people to miss paychecks. I get it. You know, you have bills due. People can't afford to take these hits, but it's that or your life. What's more important?
yeah. And I know people think it sounds wild, but I think whatever's in that thing, I think they can activate it remotely. So people might think that they're okay now, like, oh yeah, I got it, my family got it, everyone's fine. But if there is some crazy fake alien invasion thing or whatever else, and all of a sudden, people are just, yeah, who knows what could happen. But
What if there is a nanotechnology like they show there's graphene oxide? What if there's little nanobots and those they're embedding themselves in your brain, different neuron receptors, and they're targeting these certain parts of your brain. And when they turn on these 5G signals, it's doing shit. Who knows? Who knows how advanced their shit is?
yeah,
It
like
could
there's
be.
a possibility that it could like cause like an instant blood clot type thing or cause other health issues, of course. But then, yeah, like even the idea of mind control is pretty wild. Like if there's nanobots that can actually get into the neurons. I mean, maybe they don't have it quite to that level yet, but I mean, they want people to be taking these things regularly now. So it's kind of like the new protocol or whatever. So yeah, that'd be crazy.
Well, here's microwave weapons. Like the cell phone towers are just using microwaves, right, for the radio signals. If you have that in your brain, little nano, let's say like a graphene oxide, and you have little patches of it, and you get hit with a microwave, those graphene oxides are going to be all scattered throughout your brain, and it could be just a way to to fry your brain. You know, it's not trying to mind control you; it's just trying to kill you. It's all your vital organs are contaminated with these particles, and they start killing cells by attracting the microwaves and frying the surrounding area, the surrounding tissues.
Yeah, man, that isn't some intense stuff. I mean, because I'm noticing, like, even outside of people that are, some people question things and don't want to get it for different reasons. Like, I've seen some people that maybe they're not really like super woke to a lot of things, but they just kind of feel like, I just don't want that in my body. They just have some intuitive feeling. But that's what I notice is interesting about it is that, like, a lot of people who aren't getting it, like, it's almost like somewhere deep inside they know what it actually is, in terms of not getting it. Like, even on the surface, they might not know. I don't know if I'm describing that correctly, but it's just kind of interesting how people's like intuition, I guess, how I've noticed people's intuition kicking in, even if they're not even fully aware of it. Like,
People who disagree politically, we can agree on this. Like I can agree with the people on the left that I don't want any wars. I'm the most anti-war person you'll find. And before I wasn't. I'm like, "Oh, these fuckers like they attacked us on 9/11." When I was first blue-pilled stupid, you know what I mean? I didn't know shit back then, you know what I mean? I was younger and naive and I just had the mainstream media. And back then, I'm like, yeah, and that's how they mind control the population. Oh, there's people attacking us. Good guys, bad guys. You're not with us. You're against us. Well, guess what? The bad guys are the people, our own government. That's the fucking bad guys. Not the guys in the military. Those are not the bad guys. Not like the men and women that serve the country. They're deceived. Like they're the useful idiots. They don't know that they're serving the enemy that did this to them. They don't fucking know. It's so oh, it's so awful when I see that. Like, oh yeah, here's a guy that got his legs blown off in a war that he shouldn't have been fighting, and he thinks he was doing the right thing to protect his country. Meanwhile, the people who did this shit it's his own government and he doesn't fucking know. You know what I mean? Like his best friend was killed and all this shit, all this harm that was done. It just makes me so sick, dude.
As much as I probably shouldn't say this, I can personally verify, I know you won't believe me, that there is a degree of self-assembly going on within the vaccine. Because of what I do in my life, I witness things that a lot of other people don't. And obviously I won't fucking share a video or a picture, but there is
No, you're
definitely
roboting, but
Cut out a
self-assembly
little
going on.
bit. Can you
And
say
you can
that?
Google that term if you like and look at different patents. Am I sounding any clearer
yeah,
now?
that's better, mate. Yeah, that's better. Yeah,
Can
yep.
you say
For me,
can
it
you
is.
say that again?
Yeah, look,
From the top.
I
'cause I
can
missed that.
I can personally verify. I won't provide images or pictures, but there is definitely self-assembly going on within this vaccine. There are things being put together within your system that aren't meant to be there.
I think I would totally, yeah, that sounds plausible. I wouldn't disregard that.
Yeah, well, please don't, because I mean I've witnessed it myself.
By self-assembly, you mean that like, they are doing like the whatever's being injected is actually has its own assembly process. Is that what you mean? Like that it's actually assembling in ways in the body that is that what you mean?
Yep.
You know,
things are coming together and creating structures, and these structures fucking resemble little fucking circuit boards like you would not believe, mate. And that's as
You
far as
know
I would
what,
go.
Gio? You know how you have magnetic north and south poles? Those could be like the magnetic ends attract each other, and then there's an electrical contact, and once they're together, they start like they have microprocessors, like tiny little things. They start working in conjunction, and then the electrical supply is coming from the airwaves from the 5G. They're picking up the electrical to keep these things running from the microwaves in the air from the radio signals. That's their electricity for. They don't need batteries. We're living in electrical soup, so it's wireless, like those RFID tags. It sounds plausible. I mean, it just sounds. It's hard to believe they've miniaturized things to that extent, but I wouldn't put it past these fuckers.
So
Yeah, it's not. I'm not suggesting intelligence within this self-assembly. I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting little robots. I'm suggesting proteins that have been designed in such a way that they gather themselves together. And this could incorporate some sort of graphene hydroxide. But that I can't see. That's smaller than what I can see. But yeah,
You know
it's
what?
not intelligent.
So what's the purpose of this? Why is it to make us all little compliant worker bees? Like, what's the purpose?
I couldn't tell you, mate.
Okay then.
I couldn't tell you. Yeah, that's up for speculation, mate. But I do know that I'm glad I've resisted it to this point and haven't put it
Bill
in
Gates
myself
could
or
tell
my
you.
family.
I think Bill Gates could tell you he wants to lower the world's population. That's probably what it is. Just saying.
Yeah, there's also the theory that they want a worker population, a group of serfs that are just happy to comply and not worry about their own freedoms and things like that. And it could just literally be
They've already got
genetic
us as
selection.
worker slaves. I mean, we're already there,
No,
man.
they don't. Not in Australia, mate. We like the beach too much.
People, dude, everyone's a wage slave. Everyone over here is a
Of
wage
course,
slave.
mate. Of course. It's just not monopolized like they'd like it. And that's pretty much what this is all about.
Well,
It's
they
getting
have enough
a
wage
grand
slaves. I think
monopoly.
they don't need all the wage slaves that they have. So like, we need to get rid of some of these wage slaves. We have too many useless eaters. They call us.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. They bring out a new term. Useless eaters. Yeah. And that's fair enough too. I'm all for that. There's fucking heaps of useless eaters. Not that I'm I'm not the type of person that would cull them off, but there are heaps of fucking useless eaters. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's
I
not the
guess so.
cows. Not the cows.
The problem is they're the ones who will decide who's a useless eater, and that's probably all of us. Just saying,
Yeah,
man.
I know. Look, it's shit, isn't it, to be in this position? Like, imagine if you were in the opposite position. You'd probably think all the maniacal things that you were doing were legitimized. You know what I mean? You'd think they're all for the greater good and it's all good. But you're on this end of it, so
Well,
you've got the
they
opposite
want
opinion, of course.
they want everything for themselves. I mean, they've got all the wealth they could possibly need. They just want the whole earth for themselves. They're like, hey,
But
we have too many
maybe,
of these
just
people.
maybe, as a devil's advocate, they're just resetting the situation so that Earth, in their mind, can have a chance of sustaining itself a bit longer. Like maybe in their mind, they are doing this for Earth.
Nah, I don't think so.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just playing
Well,
devil's advocate. I'm not an
let's say you
elite
could
person, I
have,
can tell you that.
let's say that you could have it all for yourselves. Like, hey, we don't want these people going. If you look at Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, look at all the regions where there's going to be no human habitation. Same with Australia.
Yeah.
Australia's under it.
Yeah.
They don't want you to have any of these places you can visit or live in. So basically, most of California is like that. The West Coast is going to be all just little tiny cities where you can live. The rest or it's going to be megalopolis cities, but most of the area will be off limits. They don't want anyone living in the surrounding areas like Paradise.
God, no. No, they want us to
No.
all rejuvenate.
I don't know,
Oh,
dude.
thank goodness I live in paradise already. Don't have to worry about megatropolis.
What you live in Oh, you're in Aussie.
No, I live in a beautiful spot in Australia. My little town, I think White knows it, but my little town has a population of about 150, and it's
Lucky.
far removed from anything.
How did you find this little Discord? If you're in such a remote area in Australia, how did you find this?
Oh well, we've only moved here in the past 18 months. Prior to that, I was in a little country town, but this has been my thing for 3 or 4 years now, being on these airwaves, just tuning in, just listening. So just kept it up, but
it's better than Netflix, right?
Oh, mate, look, the conversations are stimulating a majority of the time. Even just when you sit back and just listen, people going backwards and forwards, it's actually better than listening to the mind-numbing dribble that you hear on the radio or on the normal TV. I prefer this medium any day of the week. Any day of the week.
Yeah, we talk about things you don't normally talk about.
And a lot of people don't want to talk about it either. Really, I'm blessed in my circle. I'm known as the crazy conspiracy theorist, but yeah, whatever. But
We're all the black sheep here.
yeah. But I am blessed. My friends, my family, put up with my stuff. Some of them agree, some of them disagree. But I tell you what, all my friends and family believe in at least one conspiracy, or they think there's something fishy to the story. Now, whether that's the moon landing or JFK or perpetual wars, you name it, they think they believe in at least one thing that's fishy going on out there. So,
yeah.
Progress. You're making good progress. You just got to get one at a time. I mean, you're not going to swallow. It's like, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So you feed them one bit of truth at a time, and eventually they swallowed it all.
But my job, and I don't think anyone's job is to convince anyone of anything. Everyone's an individual, and that's what makes you unique to the next person. That's what I tell my kids, and that's how I brought them up. The only thing a person can't take away from you is your individuality. You need to cherish that and develop that, and strive for that.
Yeah.
But I go about it in my own way, and it's generally over a beer, You know,
Is it a
try to
Foster's beer?
not a
God
chance, mate.
no.
Not a chance. I don't mind. I don't mind Hans. Don't mind generally Hans. I drink Coopers. Don't mind a bit of Coopers.
The
Don't mind
Fosters
the old
all gets
Medna.
exported, mate. All of it.
Yeah, because it's crap.
God, get out
It's
of here.
crap.
It's a bunch of piss.
Some other
Did you
bastard.
guys call all beer piss?
Well, yeah, we refer to all beer as piss.
Yes.
100%.
But Foster's is the real piss. It's like,
Oh, it's definitely. We get rid of it out of this country. Thank
all
goodness.
right. I didn't
Yeah.
know. I thought like, see, I thought that was like Budweiser in Australia. Like Budweiser, it's a pretty everybody Budweiser, Bud Light. That's a pretty common beer in America.
Mm.
It's the biggest one. So I thought maybe
Yeah.
that's Foster's would be like your national version of Budweiser.
Yeah. Look, I wouldn't probably disagree, but you know, we have a lot of beers in this country. Like, and it depends what state you've grown up in. Like Queensland, it's generally 4X. South Australia, it's Coopers. Victoria, it's probably more VB and Foster's. I don't know what it is over in Western Australia, but it depends on what state you've grown up to really what beer you assimilate to.
So are you what was I gonna ask you? I just forgot. Are you a flat earther?
For want of a broader term, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some
For want
people
of a
don't
broader
like to
term.
be called that, but I mean it's a
Look,
label that I don't mind.
yeah, look, I don't mind it. You know, obviously, you know, that label comes with many stigmatisms too, you
I
know.
know.
And, the earth definitely isn't level and flat. Like anyone with half a brain can know that, you know. You got your topography. But yeah,
Well, it
for
is
one of
level. It is level, but I mean, look at the Cumberland Plains. You're an Aussie, right? The Cumberland Plains are one of the largest flat pieces of land in the world. It defies
Yeah.
all, like, wait, if this plot of land is level and flat, we have to make up for it somewhere, but how could it possibly be flat and level on a globe? Like why would there be this giant anomaly on this ball? We can't have these big flat spots. It defies gravity. Gravity should be pulling everything to
Yeah,
conform.
you should see.
It should be
Yeah,
conforming,
you should
pulling
see
it to
the
the
edges
center
of
of a
that area.
ball, so it should be rounding everything, right?
Yeah, well, that's the way they get around it, isn't it? Yeah, anything level is equivalent to or is equal to the center of the Earth, and all points
No, but
from that.
it would be
But
all points. You can't have a giant plane. You can't have a giant plane on a ball. It wouldn't work. If everything's being pulled to the center equally, you wouldn't have giant planes. No bueno.
yeah, no, I agree. You know, I just know what their arguments are. Level is curved. All right, that's what they say. That's what they tell us all the time. All right. You know, we've got people in here, like earlier on, we've got people in here that saying a triangle has more than 180 degrees. Like, what the hell? You know, how a triangle can have more than 100? If a triangle's got more than 180 degrees, it ain't a triangle, period. Right? It definitely ain't a triangle. But if you use spherical geometry, it is. Well, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Well, it's no longer a triangle, is it?
No, not at all. Not by definition, it ain't. A spherical triangle is one thing, and that is a very that's a real thing, right? It's a real thing,
of course.
But yeah, you can't measure it. I think Jeremy was on here earlier, which actually I didn't know. I didn't know this, but they actually measure spherical triangles on the globe not by using one triangle but three triangles. They use three triangles. Yeah, so they're not just using one triangle with three points on it, right? They're using 3 triangles. So, you know, straight away, you know, it doesn't add up because
That gives
if
them
you,
the mathematics leeway. You see, there's a
exactly,
calculation has
exactly.
to be done.
It's definitely calculated because even on a ball, if you're high enough in elevation that you can see every 3 points from, or every 2 other points from every other point. So you're at point A, you can see point B and point C. You're at point B, you can see point C and A, and so forth, right? And you draw a straight line between all those 3, right? You've got a triangle. It cannot equal anything else other than 180 degrees. It is impossible. But they were arguing, especially Bio, black and blue, that it doesn't. It adds up to more. And it's just to me nonsensical, the argument. It really is. It's bordering on being retarded, saying that it adds up to anything more than that. And they won't admit that it's a calculation. It's not actually a measurement. It's actually a calculation. Bio was arguing quite strongly for that, and it's just like, where are you coming from, Bio? Like, it can't be anything else other. You draw straight lines between 3 points, perfectly straight lines. It cannot equal anything else than 180 degrees. You're just lying to yourself, really.
You're not sure what the point of that is. Lying to yourself.
Oh.
I mean, if you're a paid shill, one thing, but I don't think he is.
See that picture from the Hilton Hotel? That was, I think, the same year that Paradise burned. This was another town. They named these fires like the campfire, like just these innocuous names. There was one called in Fort McMurray called the Beast Fire. That was in Canada. It did the same thing. So where the house was nothing but a pile of this debris. But you see here, this hotel, which is a modern hotel, it's completely obliterated. There's no elevators. The concrete floors are gone. The toilets, everything's gone. But look at these pine trees. You know, the
Yeah.
building was right between the pine trees. The trees didn't catch fire. The white flag is still white. It didn't catch fire. If it's so intense as to burn concrete, I don't think fires burn concrete. I have never seen a fire burn concrete.
There's no evidence of any anything. And no, foolish, he's not saying never happened. He's saying it's something else other than a
I've
fire.
never seen concrete burn. You go look at a fireplace. What's a fireplace made of? Bricks. Do bricks burn?
Yeah.
Go get a stack of bricks and let me see you
Oh
burn them.
look, fireplace bricks they are kiln to high temperatures.
Okay,
So
but go
that is a logical thing.
Take some regular bricks and let me see you burn just regular ordinary bricks in a fire. I'd like to see
Yeah,
them.
no,
I'd like
they
to see
do.
them.
They do. Depending on the grade of brick, they'll get to a certain temperature and they'll literally just turn to dust, mate, especially if they've got weight on them, which obviously a house does. So they get to a certain
They don't
temperature
have
and they
enough
just lose
fuel.
all structural integrity. Hey?
Now, see that hotel is built to modern fire standards. That's not there's certain
fair
fire
enough.
codes, especially in California. That was in California. They have the highest standards for fire codes. The
In
where's
Australia,
the
we had
elevator?
we've got
Hold on.
in some
Let's
areas we have
let's back
permapine.
the truck up. Where's the elevator? It's a multi-floor hotel. Where's the elevator?
I'm not looking at the picture, mate. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I posted it in the text chat. I'm just saying there's nothing left, even something you would think is strong and is an elevator. Most hotels are built with metal studs, concrete, gypsum board. A lot of the stuff is non-flammable. Tile,
Yeah.
There's things in there. Most of it's non-flammable, and the stuff that is doesn't burn very well. It's treated with fire retardants. Like the carpet is, it's not shag carpet. It's just like very short nap carpet. It's treated with fire retardant. There's very little flammable substances. Well, this building, it burned from the roof down, just like the one we saw in Russia, from the roof down, and it completely disintegrated. It burned like a wick on a candle from the top down, and there's nothing left. Even things as
Yeah, there's
substantial
nothing
as
fishy
an
about that.
elevator. I mean, things like an elevator, concrete floors, stairways, all that shit is gone. It just it
Yeah, we've got
defies all
images of
logic.
cars that are basically melted, and you know, the steel railing that's on the side of the road pretty much melted next to wooden power line poles, which are perfectly fine. And it's like, that doesn't make sense.
Here's some more pictures from inside that building. It was a Russian playground. It was an indoor playground like a Chuck E. Cheese. Now look at the ceiling. You know smoke rises. Why is the ceiling clean? You can find spots where there is black marks, but the first picture, there's no soot on the ceiling directly above. Fire doesn't work like that. All that soot and smoke and whatnot is going to be all across the ceiling. Smoke rises. It's not going to be, there's not going to be white paint still on this beam. And beams don't buckle like this. These are some heavy ass steel beams, and the way they're twisted and bent, it's some weird shit going on. I would say the Russians had some pretty high building standards. Look at the gussets on those beams. Look how thick that steel is. That's a stout building.
Where is this one from?
That was from the one in Russia. It was like an indoor playground. They had amusement park. They had a foam pit. It was like a Chuck E. Cheese in Russia, but it was a multi-floored building. Let me see if I posted it earlier. I'll post another pic. The guy Mental Boost had it on his channel, and it was his channel was deleted, so I can't grab the video. They said the fire started in a foam pit. There was one of the kids playing with a lighter. That's not what happened. The fire happened from the roof down, if you want to call it a fire. I don't even like calling it a fire, but I don't know what else to call it. How do you describe that in layman's terms? How do you describe what you're looking at?
Looks like a microwave induction.
See the top of the building, Geo? I mean, look at it, came right through the roof.
The World Trade Centers look a little bit like that too, with like that hole in the middle.
Building 6 looks like that.
Yeah. Like these.
Yep, building 6.
Yeah, where it's like a hole in the middle.
Looks like it's been sliced, doesn't it? With precision, almost.
Obliterated. Look at across the street where that segment is just sliced out. There's like a cylindrical hole top down. It looks like that hole, if you go north, straight north of the building, top of the page here with Geo's pick, it looks like Oklahoma City, the Oklahoma City building, how it was sliced from the top down.
Oh, right, that building up there. Yeah, it's just that little slice right there. Yeah, from the top
Oklahoma
down.
City. That's
Yeah.
the beam coming from the weapon.
Oh my gosh,
But
yeah.
I think it's like a laser printer. They have to move the head. You know what I mean? They have to move the beam around. It doesn't take much to move that beam really quickly because you're moving it from far away, right? So they just move it real subtle. Yeah, look at that. Now, where's the material from inside the building? This building was like, it was just like that one in Russia, but this is even more substantial. All those steel I-beams, all the concrete floors. Where's all that material?
Yeah. So do you think that Judy Wood's idea of like dustification, do you think that that's another effect that these weapons can do, which is essentially to turn
for
physical
sure.
matter into dust?
For sure, dude. I mean, look at some of the shit. These are from the Paradise Fires, where the trash cans don't burn. Everything else is burned. Look at this fire truck ladder. The ladder's like all twisted and like melted looking, but look at the paint. It's that transition from burnt to, no heat effect at all.
Yeah, the same effect. Which, yeah, it reminds me of the toasted cars, the way Judy Wood describes the toasted cars.
And toasted fire trucks. Here's another toasted car. These are from 9/11. Look at the line between where that ambulance is burnt, or I don't even know what you would call it. The metal is turned to ash, and then right a millimeter away, it's white paint.
That is
Like how does that happen? Like I can't explain it. And then the tires are not even burnt. It's like you see that the heat came from the top down. It's like one area is over 3,000 degrees, and 1 millimeter away it's 72. It's like, what's going on? See, most people can't wrap their head around it. Like they're not well researched, and they don't care to research it.
Yeah, it is a big one to understand.
Here's a building from 9/11. Look how it was bent.
I mean,
What
Judy
the hell?
Wood did a lot of good work on 9/11, but she hasn't she doesn't understand that all these wildfires, and she didn't really because I had heard at one point when I think it was the Paradise Fires, and she actually did some interview, and she was actually saying that that people were telling her that it was the directed energy weapons, but then she was saying it wasn't, and then people
She's been silenced.
someone
She's
got
been silenced. She didn't know who she was dealing with. She was very naive, or else she wouldn't have blew the whistle. She thought, oh, I'll tell people, and the FBI will get to the bottom of this. She had no idea that they were the ones doing it, right? The CIA, FBI, those. She's very naive. I think she might have a mild form of autism. She speaks like an autist. You could have a very high IQ, but still be like autistic, like I think she is, and very naive, very trusting and naive of the government. She doesn't know.
Right. No, I know what you mean. At the beginning, it was like she was thinking that the right authorities
was
were going to come in and
right. She had
investigate it.
trust. Exactly. Like me, I know better. I'm like, I know, like if I was the whistleblower, I'll get a bullet in my head. Like her assistant was killed. The person who wrote the book with her, the co-author, he was killed mysteriously. It sounds like Arkansas. Not to say he killed himself, but he died mysteriously. And I think that might have been enough to shut her up, to say, you know what? Okay, you put this out there, but shut your mouth, bitch. And also they have to reveal themselves. So maybe they allow something like that to come out. They have to tell us what they're doing in their weird logic, Even though that book is out there, it's still difficult to for people to see it. You know what I mean? To see the truth. Like, how do you explain these things?
Yeah, because she was so outspoken about it back then, but yeah, nowadays she's really kind of quiet and like kind of backpedaling a little bit.
She's been silenced, dude. Self-preservation.
You
She's
think
a
it's
little bit.
possible that someone just either wrote her a message or did something and just threatened her to that degree, or?
Oh yeah, they scared the shit out of her. I mean, she was naive. She didn't know that her own government was the enemy. She thought, well, we need to look into this here, this, and this. And you look at John Hutchinson. What did they do to him? That he was dressing like a tranny. This big old 6'6" guy. It's like they turned him into a tranny, and he's talking all crazy and shit. They definitely got to his brain. They fucking whacked that guy. They fried him out.
You mean like some MK Ultra?
Well, to delegitimize him, like, oh, this guy's fucking nuts. He's walking around in high heels and a dress and lipstick, and he's a big old 6'6" burly man. It's like, what? And he's acting all weird and talking strange. I think they fucked it. I don't know what they did to him. But his experiments were pretty solid. Like, he had all the samples. He took notes. He documented everything with videos. I think some of his shit is still on YouTube. You could still find it. It won't be there forever. I had an article too. Let me see if I can find it.
So are you hopeful at all through all this, Ron? Like, is there any? Do you have any hopefulness?
Oh man, hopeful. I can't say that I'm too hopeful, man. I feel pretty black-pilled. I mean, I don't like. I see everything happening, like and it's not stopping. It's like there was many fires after Paradise. The Australian fires happened, then Denver happened, and I see them pushing an alien agenda. I'm like, I could see it getting much worse, dude. Where we're having these events everywhere, coming to a town near you. I could see it happening right here, and there ain't shit you can do, man. People will call it a fire or whatever. Okay, call it a fire. I seen the flames. I seen the smoke. It's a fire. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it must be a duck. Well, guess what? It's not.
Well, do you think these people, the controllers, whatever the word we want to use, do you think they're even human, or are they non-human?
No, I don't think they are. They're hybrid, some kind of hybrid, maybe partially human, but some kind of hybrid DNA, maybe fallen ones. I don't know. It seems they're too evil to have any kind of empathy. There's no human empathy. I think I don't think they're human.
Yeah, because a lot of people, when they think about all this, like, oh, the conspiracy and the evil, it's like they can't equate that to how any human could be that evil. But yeah, if they're not human, then that's kind of out the window, meaning that it's like we have a predator that is after us, to deceive us, to lie to us, God knows what else, enslave us, all this stuff, to where it's not just a bunch of like old men in a room somewhere doing this stuff, that there could be something else entirely going on. And that's the thing about, like, can we wake up? Like, it's not really about like necessarily trying to go after well, I mean, there are a lot of corrupt people, rich people for sure, but I mean, if it's at that level, then like we would have to somehow wake up on a mass level and figure out a way to kind of outsmart these guys, because yeah, they've got us, and I just mean us, like the human race, as it were, like in this predicament.
You know what? People dismiss it and they're like, well, when they think everyone's corrupt that's rich, well, they think if they were rich themselves, let's say you had 50 or $100 million, and you don't want to pay taxes, you want to maintain your wealth. You don't want to be having the government steal your hard-earned money or whatever that you feel is yours. And some people would call that corrupt. Like, oh, these rich people, they won't pay their taxes, which they have no reason to pay their tax, but that's the type of corruption they're thinking. Well, they cheat on this and that, but they would do it themselves. So they're like, well, they can't be that bad. They always think there's some kind of agenda like that, like a rational agenda. They want us to be their slave. These things don't make sense. You're burning down perfectly good buildings. Like, okay, Notre Dame Cathedral, they burnt the roof off it. They destroyed it. They're destroying all this valuable property, these homes. What's the rationale? They destroyed so much. like in Australia, America, Canada, Russia, everywhere's being hit. No one is safe from this shit. When I see these so-called fires in other parts of the world, I'm like, damn, that looks familiar. Same signature. You know what I mean? Like the same gray ash. Even the Waco fire, Geo. The Waco. They said Waco, the fire, whatever. What do you think? It was the same fucking weapon. I looked at the aftermath. They said, oh, there was high winds. There was high winds that day. Guess what? There was high winds in Denver. They said, oh, there was 100-mile-per-hour winds. It even burned up the bathtubs and the toilets. The high
Yeah,
winds.
they always use the wind. Yeah, they use the wind to describe as to how these things are jumping, quote unquote jumping. Because the thing is, like, yeah, like
the
when you
intensity of the flame. When you do add oxygen to a flame, it gets more intense, like a blast furnace. But this is beyond that. This is beyond any normal flame.
yeah, like when you have like a city that has a lot of concrete and everything, even if there's a forest fire, quote unquote, it's not just going to come through and just blow the whole city up. It's not just going to come through and just light everything on fire and be selective. Like, it's not going to just jump over all that pavement and just pop onto random houses.
And only the houses, not the pine trees. The most combustible thing in the whole area, the pine trees, and yet the pine trees are not burning. Like, all you got to do is look at a pine tree the wrong way and it'll burst into flames. Like, they're so flammable, they're like literally gasoline. All the dead pine needles, and you see that Hilton Hotel and these giant pine trees, and it's like, huh? They're not even scorched or anything? That doesn't make sense. If you had an inferno that was hot enough to burn this building down, top to bottom, completely annihilate, burn the building into ash. A building that has a lot of its materials are non-combustible, and yet there's no structure whatsoever. There's no frame whatsoever. It's totally reduced to nothing. Even things as substantial as an elevator. Where is this? Elevators are all steel. Where did it go? Where's all that? Where's the stairwell? That's all concrete and steel. The staircase, the floors of the building are made of concrete, reinforced concrete. Where are the floors? Like, all that shit, it's gone. Where's the bathtubs? Where's the toilets? Where is everything?
Well, you've heard about like the idea of Tartaria, or even like that in the 1800s there was maybe some huge reset of some sort, and how there were all those fires like in the late 1800s and early 1900s, how like all these major cities were just burned to the ground.
Yep.
So what's going on with that? Like, see, I actually think that we've been sold a fake history, a fake globe, a lot of that. Like, could there have actually been a major reset, even as recent as the 1800s? Because this directed energy weapon technology, I don't think that these guys invented it or created it. See, I often have thought that if the old world, the ancient world, actually had, well, when I say ancient, I just mean, let's just say even as recent as pre-1800, if they had this technology, perhaps they would have used it just maybe to clear out land. You know what I mean? Like, clear out some trees, clear out land so that you could, build, amusement parks or centers for enjoyment or spiritual or homes or architecture, whatever you want to build, like a city that you could use this directed energy weapon just to clear out the land. There's something like that. And who knows what other free energy that they would have had as well. I mean, they may have had other free energy things that could build a lot of this architecture, like 3D printing and that kind of stuff. But if these current people, these entities, whoever they are, that have usurped the world and taken over, I mean, I think they've even there's another possibility too, but that they may have actually even done like actual brainwashing, like MK Ultra type stuff, and have hijacked all this technology. And then they, created all those fires and burned down all the cities and then destroyed most of the architecture of the old world, and then like repopulated the landscapes with new people basically and a new way of life, which is the way they want it to be, which is this enslavement crazy thing that we're in. And then they sold the globe, the fake history, all of that along with it, and like a huge reset. And then now they have these directed energy weapons, and instead of using them maybe just to clear out land or something like that, they're using them for against us, essentially.
They've used them for destruction. If you look at the ruins, they say, "Oh, look at these ancient ruins of Rome or Greece. They're stone buildings with the pillars," and it's like, how did they get so obliterated? I always wondered that. I'm like, well, the Romans came in and they destroyed the buildings, and I'm like, okay, so the Romans had spears and arrows. Why would they waste so much um, resources obliterating the build? If you just have a spear, like, are you going to really waste all your time and energy to just reduce the building to rubble? Like really substantial stone columns and stuff. Like, are you going to sit there and fire 1,000 arrows? You're going to break all your arrows and to obliterate the building? Like, it didn't make sense. It's like, okay, they destroyed it, but that's awful. I do demolition work. I'm like, that's a hell of a lot of work in those times without any power tools. Is it necessary to demolish the building to that extent? Why not save the building? Why not just repurpose it? Hey, we conquered. This is our building. Why would you pulverize it?
Yeah.
And then how would you even go about pulverizing it? If you just have arrows and spears, I mean, how would you actually pulverize it? It would be such a waste of energy.
That one I just posted, The Great Fire of Chicago, 1871. It even has like a UFO with a beam beaming over it.
Dude, that same thing was depicted in Independence Day, Gio. The same flying saucer.
Yeah.
1871. Someone asked me earlier, did they have this in 70 years ago? They had it longer than that, dude. Just look at what's left. The street is fucking clean. Look at the damage, top down. There was a brick building, but there's nothing left. Just all demolished. This looks like Hiroshima. You look at Hiroshima, like right after the direct aftermath from Hiroshima, all the streets are clean. Just like we saw in Paradise, nothing on the streets. You could eat off the streets, they're so clean. All the houses, boom, nothing but ash. Poof. They look remarkably similar.
Yeah, I'm looking at some Nagasaki pictures because we've looked at these before. Yeah, it is remarkably similar. There's like a particular like toasted quality to it. The way that it looks, it's just toasted. It's like it's just fried off the face of the earth, or it's just turned to ash. It's different than, like, I was just looking up before. I was just looking at like aftermath of hotel fires, and I was just going through and trying to find, and like a regular fire doesn't look like that. There's a lot of debris and there's crap everywhere. There's stuff that didn't burn. There's parts that
the framework is still there.
Right. But in these things, it's like it's just toasted to nothing.
And that's what I'm saying. A normal fire doesn't have enough fuel to turn the bricks into dust. Say, oh, you could burn bricks. Even normal bricks that you say you can burn, go see how difficult it is. Go make a bonfire, and you'll go through stacks and stacks and stacks of wood before that brick ever turns to ash. I don't think you could turn it to ash. Even go take a $2 cinder block from Home Depot and try and burn it. Good luck. Yeah, look at that. Look what's left. Everything on the land is gone. The streets are clean though. That looks like Hiroshima right there.
It is, yeah, and that it also looks like Paradise. Like, it's very similar. It's like the coloration. I know that this is in black and white, but even like the color pictures of places like Paradise, where it almost, even though some of those are color picture, they look black and white because it's like normally when there's fires, you would see a lot of different colored things, a red laundry machine that's laying out or something like that. But it's like, this is just, it's like everything's turned to dust, and
Hey, Gio, look at the picture, this Hiroshima picture. The only surviving buildings are damaged from the top down. It wasn't this horizontal blast wave. You notice that?
Like with 9/11 as well, and that other one.
Oklahoma City, top down. They're being hit from the top down. See, because there's buildings there's trees and stuff. If you look through enough Hiroshima footage, you'll see trees and stuff. But it's like, okay, if this horizontal shock wave hits a building, the building's going to feel it. Everything in that blast radius is going to be hit with that wave, that pressure wave, that concussion. It's going to hit them. You can't have buildings that are unharmed. And then when you look at them close, the damage is coming top down. It's not coming horizontally.
I just found this is like a fire truck from Hiroshima, and it looks just like the truck that you were showing. It's like all the bent metal. It's like it's toasted in the same way.
Go look at Pearl Harbor too. The ships look like the ship from they look burned like that, twisted metal. Like, well, bombs would bend steel. No, it looks like the steel is ash.
So how much have they used this in wars? I mean, obviously this is Nagasaki, Hiroshima, but like, yeah, and just claiming that it's like bombs, but it's actually
artillery. Yeah, they firebombed it. They firebombed the city because what you're conditioned to think when you see something that looks like fire that it must be fire. And yet those buildings are like in Denver, they are burning. You're seeing flames and smoke, but it's not normal fire because normal fire doesn't do that. It doesn't turn shit to this, what we're looking at, to nothingness. It doesn't do that. Something else is going on. Not to say that there's combustible things won't burn, but it's hard to describe because we only have so much vocabulary. We need new terms for this shit. I don't know what to call it. We need to, like dustification, we need to invent our own words. Like, we don't know what to call this shit that we're seeing. Is the brick burning? Is the concrete burning? Is that the proper term? Is the steel burning? Is that really what's happening? Is it oxidizing? What's happening?
Yeah, well, they also might be able to like. There might be several different technologies of these whatever they've turned into weapons, and they might be able to combine them. You know, like maybe the laser dustification thing does one thing. Maybe there's another like microwave that actually does create heat. Like they could actually combine them.
Well, they do. They have hot and cold directed energy. There's different types. And then there's it's a pulsed energy that basically is like an explosive. The one that hit the grain silo was like the same explosive type that hit Oklahoma City, the same one that hit the Twin Towers where it exploded top down, layer by layer. But when they use the explosive one, there's also residual effects like the cars and fire trucks toasting, just spontaneously combusting. I don't know how that's happening. It's not like someone's hitting them. I don't know. I really don't know because sometimes it does look like they're in alignment, like the police car that was burnt, the back half of it, and then there was a van across the street. It was burnt, the front section, and they line up with each other. It's hard to say. It has no rhyme or reason. It's just very difficult.
There definitely does seem some sort of pattern about it, whereas fire itself, it's random, right? Just fire on its own, it's totally random. There's no pattern to it whatsoever. But all these photos and stuff, there's definitely seems to be some sort of pattern to it, almost grid formation in a roundabout way. If you know what. Yeah, exactly. Definitely targeted. Whereas fire itself is not targeted. Like it seeks fuel to keep alive, right? And definitely when you see buildings that have melted away and stuff like the trees surrounding them aren't even singed and stuff like that. That doesn't make logical sense. I've never seen a fire burn that way, especially when they're so close to the center of destruction. You're going to get some sort of remnants spreading outwards as it slowly kind of gets less and less and less and less. Whereas this, like you say, it's definitely targeted, and there seems to be a definite line to where it starts and ends.
Exactly, like that one that I just posted. If that's supposed to be a forest fire, wouldn't you expect the forest to be burned? I mean, that's the whole point, right? It's blazing through the forest. It comes up to to the neighborhood, and then apparently would then start catching all that on fire. But instead, it's like it's just individual homes are just toasted down to nothing, and then all the trees, even the grass is still green. I mean, it's like
Only the property is destroyed right to the edge of the driveway leading up to the garage. It's like, okay, only this. And look how clean everything is. Look how clean the driveway is. The driveway's clean, the street is clean. It's like, what just
Yeah.
happened?
You got great fires burning. You're going to get explosions. You're going to get bloody debris sputtering out here and spluttering out there all over the place as things are popping and smouldering and carrying on. Ash, falling and whatnot. But it's just the precision is remarkable, actually. That and the targeting, and it's quite nefarious, really, when you think about it. Destroying people's lives and stuff like that in such a evil way.
Who knows how many people were in these homes too? Like how
Mm.
many people were killed? If you're hit, if you're inside there, you're not going to have a chance. This thing's just going
Not at all.
yeah.
Not at all.
And like I was saying, the precision where it's like, okay, look how clean the driveway is going up to the garage. I've got
Yeah,
pictures from
yeah.
the top down. You could see the driveway right where it leads to the garage it's like down to the
Untouched.
inch. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
it's untouched.
exactly.
It's so precise.
Like everything's just been sliced and diced with a Japanese sushi knife. Bang, bang, bang.
It's wafer thin, yeah. I don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, here's someone that caught one on film. Let's see here. He caught it on film, a beam coming down.
Yeah.
You have to have the right conditions. I'm not saying that they all look like this, or this might not even be the same thing. This might be some other kind of weapon. This one looks too thin. It looks like too thin and too this looks more like a laser beam, so I'm not sure that this is what's doing this here. But
Right.
you see the houses with that cul-de-sac? Look how close
Yeah.
the neighbor's house is that survived to the right, and look at
Yeah.
right where the driveways lead up to the house. How it just
Yeah.
right to the edge of the driveway, boom, right where the garage is, and no further. And look at how clean the streets are, and the back row of trees, the back row across the bottom.
Yeah.
And then these homes, I think they're mobile homes. Look how close together they are. One
Yeah.
gets it, one doesn't. Just boom, boom, boom,
And
boom. Precise.
just imagine the intensity of the fire to destroy all that. The fire would have to be so intense, and nothing else around it is even marked. Not even marked. No
soot,
sign.
nothing.
Yeah, no nothing. No nothing. What's Druss? Druss is just bloody well posting bullshit after every single one of your pictures.
Look at the neighbor's house is what, 8 feet away? That one house, and it's just gone
Yeah,
completely. None
completely
of the flames.
untouched. Yeah.
He didn't get the flames licking over onto his house. In a normal fire, you'd have flames licking over, and his house is untouched.
And you look at the, hold on, trying to open this up so I can see the image a bit bigger. Come on. And you look at the destruction, how they're burnt down now. Looks like some of a lot of the homes there have metal roofs, like corrugated iron roofs. And in the destruction, you see no sign whatsoever of any corrugated iron or beams or anything. It's just completely disintegrated into nothing, and perfect footprints of the house too. Like no rubble, no nothing around them. It's just like the perfect footprint almost.
That's
Yeah,
what
isn't
that's
that
what I was
strange?
saying. From the
Yeah.
1800s, even from the 1800s,
Yeah.
with the city of Chicago. What are the odds that 5 large cities burned down in America on the same exact day, and they all look similar? Like, oh, these
Mm.
are brick buildings. What are the odds? How do you even burn a city down? How do you go about burning down brick buildings in a city? How does that even? I could stuff them with newspaper and gasoline. I couldn't burn down a brick building. I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
The framework would still be there. There's just not enough fuel to reduce a building to that, to reduce it to ash. Normal
Man, it's
fires would
total
not do
ash.
that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
They just
no
wouldn't.
no signs of anything whatsoever. Like I was saying, no corrugated iron, no nothing, no rubble. It's just like it's been cleaned up almost.
Yeah, it's like they're being toasted in place. Like
Yes. Yeah.
It's like if you put some food in the microwave, you know, and you overcook it or whatever, and it's like in place. It's just melting and turning to ash.
Look at the pictures I had of the Hilton Hotel in California. It all happened from the roof down, and that was more of a slow burn. It burned like a candle wick, and it was reduced to nothing. Some of them are, at least the fires like in Denver, they have wind and they have what looks like flame, and they all end up looking the same, like gray ash, nothing but gray ash when you're done. I don't know what it is. I mean, I can't, like a laser beam, you would think, but like a laser would melt the plastic. A laser would fuck everything up.
It's microwaves. It's definitely
What is
microwaves
it?
because it interacts with steel. Anything steel has a marked effect over organic matter, just like a microwave. You know, if there's no moisture in it, microwaves aren't going to work, and if there's no metal in it, microwaves aren't going to work.
Yeah, it's something unique. It's hard for me to put my finger on it.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
even
the way
hitting
it's
both.
electromagnetic, obviously. You know, whatever spectrum, whatever frequency, they obviously can change it depending on what they want to target. But it's definitely electromagnetic, without a doubt.
It doesn't seem to harm the trees. It's like, not to say they can't burn trees. There was that tree burning from the inside out, but
yeah,
I just, when have you ever seen a tree burn from the inside out? The flames are inside the tree. It's like, what? Someone filmed that. There
Well,
was a
think of how-
video of it. It's like, this is the strangest thing I've ever seen. And he was going,
Yeah.
you know, he was driving a bicycle looking at all the burned down homes in California. And he's like, he came across that tree burning on the inside of it.
Yeah, think how a microwave works. There's a certain frequency that it's set at to purely oscillate the molecules of water within food. So just the water molecules oscillate just enough to cause the friction and the heat and to heat things. So if you imagine if you had control over the frequency and you knew what different frequencies, different materials required to resonate with, i.e. aluminium, steel, you know, lead, fucking rubber, anything. You could pick the frequency, target it, and get it to oscillate. So it's very broad spectrum, or very specific too. Focused or broad, either way.
Yeah. You know what doesn't burn is paper. The most flammable substance. 9/11, all the paper on the streets didn't burn. Even some of the fires.
Yeah, and how much moisture is in paper? Fuck all moisture.
Not much.
Makes sense.
Not much. Paper normally burns pretty fucking easy. That's what I start my fires with. When I start a fire, like a bonfire, I use newspaper to get it going, and that shit
Yeah.
burns great.
See, I just posted this one. This is just
Fucking
like
oath it does.
a house fire that's supposed to be just arson, you know, like it's not one of these crazy quote unquote wildfire things. And like that's more what I would expect, you know, like parts that are not burned, a lot of rubble, a lot of bent crap, you know, the toilets are in there somewhere. That's what I would expect. But these other, you know, wildfire directed energy weapon things, it's like everything is just toasted down to everything's turned to ash. You don't have all the rubble.
You can still see some of the studs are like charred and not completely burned. You know what I mean? Like you could see a framing of the wall. Even this one looks a little bit much. You know what I mean? This one looks overburned as compared to a normal fire.
However, I know that the mainstream type story would say, oh, the wildfires are these extremely higher temperatures because the winds and they're just so severe. But I mean, that's the story they're trying to tell. But
That's the angle they're pushing.
Yeah, but see, along with the normal wildfires comes radiant heat. That radiant heat goes for fucking, a big distance around the fire. So the anomalies that we're seeing can't be explained by wind, increasing the temperature of a normal fire.
These are not normal because there's no radiant heat. The pine trees are not bursting
Exactly.
into flames. It's like, where is the radiant heat?
Exactly.
These are cold fires.
Yeah, they shouldn't even be saying it.
Yeah, this is a cold fire because I have some of the pictures where there's molten aluminum laying on top of fern. There's fern and pine needles where the molten aluminum solidified around the pine needles and did not burn them. So
Yeah.
and the Hutchinson effect liquefies metals and then they're cool to the touch afterwards. You touch it and it's cool to the touch. There's no heat. You can liquefy
Yeah, well,
metal
that's a
without heat.
resonance. The Hutchinson effect is a resonance.
Yes, it's and
You're
it doesn't.
choosing a frequency that takes away the structural integrity, and you
What
can turn
happens
solid
is
objects to liquid and pass through them. Crazy.
at a molecular level, at a molecular level, let's say the atomic structure, if that's how it's even comprised, I'm not sure. It comes apart.
Yeah, yeah.
So picture you had a north and a south end. If everything was a bunch of magnets, all the little molecules of the metal, and you flip the poles, so they blow themselves apart. They repel instead of attract. You have two north ends of the magnet, and they repel each other. They're unzipping the metal at a molecular level. That's what it looks like. They're breaking the magnetic bonds and just poof, it's repelling. It's blowing itself apart.
I see it. I see it a little bit differently, because I've got no idea exactly how it works. But you know how liquefaction works? Like you've got solid earth, and then there's an earthquake, and it just so happens that the frequency of vibration that comes through your area or the area of liquefaction happens to create the right frequency that just the structural integrity of the ground is lost, and whole buildings, trees, all sorts of shit just sink into these. And then when the sound stops or the vibration stops, it all re-solidifies again. So
Yeah,
I
any
think of it more
vibration.
as that situation.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be an exact frequency for liquefaction, because if you ever hauled concrete, I bought these U-Haul concrete things. They hold about 1 cubic yard of concrete. What happens is, as you're
Yep.
driving, all the vibrations, all the stones and stuff sink to the bottom, and then all the cream, they call it cream, of the concrete all floats to the top. So all the small particles float to the top, the water, and then the more dense objects sink. They It's just a matter. It doesn't need a specific vibration. It just needs to vibrate, and it will separate like that. That will give you liquefaction. So like I can vibrate the ground at any frequency, and it's gonna, you know what I mean. It could be a low or high, just as long as it's powerful enough, you'll get that liquefaction. It doesn't need a exact frequency like the Hutchinson effect needs. This is how he described it. It's 3 different fields. He used a electromagnetic field, an electrostatic, and a microwave. So he had a Van de Graaff generator, he had a Tesla coil, and he had a microwave magnetron. And he tunes them all to a specific frequency. And then within the field, within this electromagnetic and electrostatic and microwave, really strange things happen. He calls them field effects. So inside this field, very strange things happen. Metal becomes pliable and like rubber. It just bends like a wet noodle. He made things levitate within the field. He had a 70-pound iron ball that levitated. It just really, he had a bowl of ice cream that levitated out of the bowl. It lifted. Just really strange things happen.
I've never actually heard of the Hutchinson effect, but I just did a quick Google and came across a really cool web page that goes into a lot of the stuff. It's gonna be an interesting read because I've never heard of it myself.
Oh, he did lots of experiments. He had so many samples of metal that he exposed to this.
Yeah.
So you got your and I don't know how he figured it out. I think there was something called the Philadelphia experiment, and he was trying to replicate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, where they used different Tesla coils. but he took a Van de Graaff generator. You know the mushroom thing you put your hands on and your hair stands up?
Yes,
That puts a
yes, yes,
static
yeah.
charge in the air. So the air around that Van de Graaff generator builds up a static charge, and then
Yeah.
the Tesla coil is electromagnetism. So within these two fields, you have two powerful fields. They're both electrical. One is static and one is magnetic. And then
Yep.
you put the microwave frequency into that soup, into that electrical soup, and that magnetic soup. And then really strange things happen at a molecular level.
Yeah.
It's really, really weird shit. Levitation,
Yeah.
disassociation, really weird things.
Yeah, well, the
Effectively.
Philadelphia experiment had images of people being half stuck in the deck of the ship and stuff like that, which
Dude, he
reminded me of
did that.
liquefaction.
He did
Yeah.
that same thing with wood. He had like a wooden spoon, and it was inside of a block of aluminum. Like how
Yeah.
did you get? What
Well,
he did is
you've
he
liquefied aluminium, sunk the spoon in, and then you've let it reset. That's why I was talking about
It wasn't like that though. It wasn't like that because it was still square. Like the block, it was like the edges of the block
You
were
just
not
pour it
even.
into a square form.
No, it was not poured.
Oh.
That's
Of
what I'm
course it
saying. It
was.
wasn't. No, it wasn't poured. It was already an ingot. He took an ingot of aluminum, and then when he cut it open with a bandsaw, the wood was already in it. He didn't liquefy it, then put it in like a popsicle stick and freeze
Of course
it.
he did.
He didn't. No, he didn't.
No.
So, what did you think of the strings of the levitating objects?
On a 70-pound ball. He got
Yeah,
a
the
70-pound
strings, the
iron ball
wires.
with a string attached.
The wires.
like the strings on the astronauts,
You can see them. You can see the. You can
like
see
the
the
cables
wires.
on the astronauts. Brenda, sorry.
You can see this. You can see the wires in his videos.
Yeah.
I remember
Can you?
watching.
Like
How
the
does he?
astronauts.
How does he turn an iron? How does he turn a solid iron block into like a Cheeto, like a
No,
burned up
I'm
charred?
just talking
that-
about the wires on the objects that were supposedly levitating.
I didn't see any wires, but if
Uh,
you can show
I've
me
are
some
they?
wires, give me some.
I've seen
Show
the
me
Are
some
videos
pics.
way back.
Are they
way
the,
back.
Give me
are
some
they the
screenshots.
same
Give me
wires
some
you
screenshots
can
so I can
see
see
in
what
the
you're talking about.
ISS footage? When we look at that, we can see wires and stuff
Yeah.
in the ISS footage. It's the same sort of thing, Brenda.
If you got some pics, just show it. Go get it for me. Get some
Oh, it wouldn't be
screenshots.
hard. Why should I get it for you? Why don't you do
Why should
your
you
own
get it for me?
research?
Oh,
Because you made the
you brought
claim.
it up.
You made the
Yeah, you
claim.
brought it up.
I've seen those. I've seen the videos, and I didn't see any strings attached. But if you've seen strings attached,
Just like how astronauts hang from strings. Yeah, that's a really cool webpage, actually. That one, that Hutchinson effect.
let me see what I can. I'll see if I can find some.
Got a lot of stuff on here.
What's so interesting about it is how it correlates with these effects that we're seeing of
Yeah, exactly, Jeff.
weapons. It's like he was onto something, or he was.
Oh, John Hutchinson. Yeah, he's smart, dude. What he did is he bought a bunch of shit like from military surplus, like that microwave and all this shit. That's most of his stuff came from like junkyards.
Has anybody tried to replicate it?
Yeah, we know
Yeah,
who.
he can't. He claims he can't. He also did a nice little trick where he turned the camera upside down and drop objects, and then pretend that they were levitating because you just turned the footage right side up.
Okay, so you're suggesting that his whole everything is a hoax, is what you're saying?
Yeah, of course he is. He's a fraud.
Sounds like NASA, Geo.
Yeah, and
I love the way they can just reverse this when they need to.
I know. That's exactly why I keep on
just-
mentioning it.
I just Google. I just
Yeah.
Google for things, right? So I just put in Hutchinson effect, debunk, or fraud. And that's the more plausible explanation. I don't Google for things that are going to tell me that are going to be confirming my belief. I Google for things that would contradict the belief. That's how you do things. You don't Google for things that are going to tell you what you want to know, because you'll always find it. Do you believe in aliens? Oh, Google alien, and you'll get
Google,
results for aliens. You
they're
Google
going to
for
give you
this or
the
that.
official narrative. Go Google search anything to do with flat Earth, and you're going to get debunking shit.
No, if you Google for flat Earth, you can get websites and channels that claim the Earth is flat. You have to look at both sides.
Well, I think how somebody researches or looks into things would be their own way that they do it. I would say most people do look at both sides. Some might be biased. I mean, I know for myself, when I first looked into the moon landings being fake, I looked absolutely equally at both. I looked at all of the mainstream information that was claiming why it was real, and all of those websites and PDFs and things that I could find. I looked at everything that people saying this is why it's fake. So I certainly would always look at both sides, if anything, if I'm trying to look into something like that.
Oh, so during your investigation and whether, excuse me, on whether the moon landings were faked, did you look at Phil Plate's blog?
Yep, I remember his name. Yep, I've looked into his stuff.
Yeah. What did you think of that?
With just in something in particular, or?
He has an entire blog called Bad Astronomy, in which he debunks claims that we didn't go to the moon, and various other bad astronomy claims. I'm just curious what you thought of that, since you looked into both sides.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I just am trying to ask what if you're asking about a particular point, or just thought of just him in general, or.
Well, why did you find his arguments unconvincing?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We'd have to look. We have to talk about particular things if that's what you're talking about. I can't just make one universal statement about something.
Yeah, so I don't know. What particular thing did you think convinced you that we didn't go to the moon?
What was that name, Brenda, that you just mentioned? The name of that fellow?
Phil Plait is an astronomer. He had a
Yeah.
blog. He had a blog for many years called Bad Astronomy, which then moved to Salon.com, where he had a column called Bad Astronomy, in which he debunked claims by people that we didn't go to the moon. I mean, you can find you've always been able to find these when there was nothing but like GeoCities and AngelFire and stuff like that. You could find pages on AngelFire that would debunk claims by other people that about various psychic phenomena and things like that. It's always been available. There have always been people who say something, and then other people who will present evidence or otherwise to counter what those other people say. That's always been the case.
Bandsaw, I just posted his. I guess his blog is still up there, but yeah, that's his page.
And that's the link to the archived page.
Yeah, I was just on Wikipedia, just reading a bit about him.
Right. So I think the best evidence that we went to the moon is the fact that we left a reflector on the moon, and that people can bounce ham radio signals off of that reflector. They do it all the time.
So they say. They do it all the time.
Boy, this is something that ham radio operators do all the time.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm
That's
not.
what,
There's something that
that's what
ham
I,
raiders, radio operators can
Let me
do
ask you a
with a
question. How
small
does a
amount of
radio
equipment.
signal bounce off of air?
What?
How do you bounce a radio signal off of air?
The moon is rock, dude.
No. How do you reflect radio signals down? If they're shooting a satellite, the radio signals are going up. How are they bouncing back down to Earth?
I still
You're
don't
claiming they're
understand.
not line of sight. When you do a transatlantic communication with radio, they say they're bouncing it off the sky and downward. How do
Oh,
you
off
do
of the
that?
ionosphere because it's charged.
What is the ionosphere?
It's a layer of It's a layer that's charged. It has a charge.
Okay. So if that bounces off the ionosphere, how do you penetrate your radio wave to communicate with someone on the moon and back? If it
Different
bounces off the
frequencies,
ionosphere, how do some radio waves penetrate and reflect down and
because
some
some
pass
radio
through it?
waves have different frequencies and have a stronger signal. That's how.
Oh, is that how?
Yeah, it is.
So you believe that?
I know it. I don't believe it. I don't know.
You
I
know
don't
that.
believe things. I know things.
Which wavelength will pass through the ionosphere?
I don't know the exact frequency.
Well, long or short wave?
I'll grant that you've read it somewhere, Brenda, but actually knowing it, that's a bit different. But you may have read it somewhere. It's like how we were talking before, how dogs poo in a north-south direction. Well, it's an interesting, fun fact that dogs poo in a north-south direction. Is it absolutely true on every single occasion? I don't know. I'll have to take my compass out next time, and next time I see a mutt taking a dump, I'll orientate it and see if it's true. But it's definitely interesting, as well as cows. When they're grazing, they graze in a north-south direction too. Now, is this fact? Who knows? But there's definitely plenty of stuff out there written about it.
So I'm just saying that a reasonable person looks at both sides and makes judgments according to the quality, right? So I trust Phil Plait, who is an actual astronomer, over some con artist in his basement, pulling flying saucers on strings.
Yeah, well, I can't attest to that because I haven't seen what you've seen, Brenda. So I can't rebut it in any way, shape, or form, and that's my honest position at this point in time. I can't refute it, so I'm not going to.
Many awesome things, Brenda, have been invented in basements. How dare you?
Sure, they have. The Apple computer was invented in a garage.
Oh, that's the official story.
What do you mean that's the official story?
I mean, just what I said.
Oh,
Just like Facebook was started by Mark
disbelieve it?
Zuckerberg, right? Was Facebook started by Mark Zuckerberg? Did he invent it all to himself, or was the
No,
Winklevoss
he
twins?
stole it from the twins, didn't he?
The Winklevoss twins. Do you think they invented it?
Oh, I don't know. I assume possibly, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you know what Project LifeLog is?
No clue.
That was the CIA's version of Facebook that went offline the same day Facebook started. No coincidence at all.
Interesting.
But some guy made it in his dorm room. Sounds plausible.
See?
There's a lot of things that the government lies about. The official story usually means it's bullshit. And if you look a little deeper, like even all this stuff, like even Bill Gates, I don't think Bill Gates founded Microsoft. I think he's a face, just like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. I think these people are a public face to something that was built by governments like Windows, like Microsoft, all these larger corporations, and it's a public-private corporation. They put a public face on it, but it's a government agency, like SpaceX. I think SpaceX is just money funneled from NASA, and they put a face on it, like Elon Musk, and they put Jeff Bezos' face on the other one, Blue Origin or whatever it is, and Richard Branson has one as well, and they make them look like they're all competing for privately ran space tourism. It's
And
all
that's the
government
narrative. That's
funded.
the
All
story. That's the story. That's the conspiracy theory.
cover story.
No,
Cover
that's
story. for
that's
it.
your conspiracy theory. That's what you believe. I don't have beliefs.
Okay.
Well, you believe what you read.
Sure.
Right? You believe what you read, Brenda. Now, from whatever
No,
source.
I don't
that-
believe
that-
what I read. That's the
well,
whole
you
point.
must do. You must.
No,
well,
I don't. I don't
do you
believe
know
what I
these
read.
people personally? You know them personally? Were you there for the founding of these companies or anything like that?
I don't
you
have
you
to be
gain
there.
your knowledge, but you gain your knowledge through reading whatever you read. Right, that's how you're gaining your
No,
knowledge.
I don't.
Yes,
I get my
100%.
knowledge by thinking.
Yeah. And
It
why have
sounds
you
like
thought
you don't
about it? Why have
challenge.
you thought about it? You just didn't think about these things just randomly in your head. You read something, you read other articles, and you think about them. You think
Yes.
about them. But you're definitely reading articles, right, that give you
Right.
the knowledge in which to think about these things further. So you're reading particular things that you think about, and that's how you're gaining your knowledge.
No, that's how I get information, right? And then I
To gain your knowledge.
What's true or
and then
false?
based on the information and my reasoning, I come to rational conclusions. I
Yeah.
just don't just believe any conspiracy theory that I happen to hear because it makes me feel better, makes me feel
I'm
like
not-
I'm important, like I know
I'm
things.
not
I
saying you
I
do,
don't do
Brenda.
that.
I'm not saying that you do. What I'm
But
saying
that's
is
what conspiracies
you
do. They're
I'm
seduct.
saying
A conspiracy
no.
theory is a
Brenda, you
seduction.
feel good about thinking what you know now.
Yeah, you're
Knowing what you think,
conflating
sorry.
what I'm.
Is a
You can,
seduction.
You feel superior, don't you? You feel like
you-
you're better than us
Conspiracy
because you
theory
know
is a
something that you
seduction.
think is factual.
Seduction of
It
what?
seduces. It seduces your ego into you thinking that you know better, you know more than other
That you
people
know
do.
better.
Yes,
you're
that's
So wait,
conflating
how
what
do
I'm
you
saying.
conclude anything?
You're
How do you
conflating what
come
I'm
to a
saying.
conclusion? I was going to ask him a question. How do you come
There
to
you
a
go.
conclusion what's true and what's false? What's your logic behind that? If you see something
Wow.
that contradicts your belief and then you refuse that evidence, right? It seems like you have some kind of cognitive dissonance. If someone presents evidence against your belief, you disregard it and call it a conspiracy.
Well, I think what is more likely that the laws of nature would be suspended or that some guy in a basement is pulling wires on a toy UFO.
I don't know what you're talking about. He's got I just put some videos up there. You can see a metal block gives off a little puff of smoke, green smoke, whatever it is, and then the metal collapses its structure into some other form that is not recognized. I don't recognize what that material is. It looks to be ash or something. But it was a solid iron block before he introduced the field effect on it. It just it shrunk up and let off a puff of smoke. So if that's fakery, I don't know how he did it, but it looks very similar to what we saw on 9/11, where the metal is twisting and crushing and losing its density.
So the ice cream one. What do you think happened there?
I don't even know. He said that's ice cream. I don't know what the fuck it is.
So what you do
I'm
is
more interested in the ones where the shit is turning into a different material. Like he had some of it analyzed. He said it turned into a material of an unknown substance. They couldn't identify a powder of an unknown substance. There's a stainless steel bar where there's a section of it it looks to be decomposing. I don't know what you would call that. But stainless steel doesn't rust. It
So
doesn't
Hutchison
decompose.
has never been able to replicate any of his claims. Not once.
I don't,
Not
somebody did it on
No.
film. It's right here.
He did it on film, right? But we don't have access to that. He's never been
All
able
his
to
shit is
replicate it.
destroyed. What What turned metal into this?
So-
This chunk of iron. What turned like the video? It says Hutchinson effect. Solid iron bar begins to liquefy. What do you think caused that?
Yeah, I don't know how he faked it. In that particular
Why
case,
is it fake? How do you
in
know
the
he's
case
faking it?
because
Something's happening.
because he's a fraud. That's how I think it's
He's a
faked.
fraud.
Right, because with the ice cream, what did he do? He glued a cup to a piece of wood and filmed it upside down and then
Did
turned
he?
it around. And right, and
Is
then
that
you
what
can
he
see
did?
the ice cream levitating out is just it dripping out of the cup upside down. But people are gullible. They want to
Okay.
believe. And so when they see
I'm
it,
talking
they
about
believe it.
this. Talking about this, the metal. I'm not interested in ice cream. I'm interested in this, where the metals are turning into different substances, because that's what I care about. I don't care about ice cream. That metal, it looks similar to what we're seeing in these fires, like these strange, unexplainable fires that happen in wintertime with 100-mile-per-hour winds.
What do you potentially think caused that?
Probably the same shit that's doing all these.
Yeah.
Are
Are you talking about directed
certain
energy weapons
fingerprint.
and things like?
They all
Not to
look.
put you on the spot, but is that what you're sort of alluding to? Directed energy weapons?
Oh, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Earlier when you weren't here, I'm saying they
Mhm.
all look the same. If you have to compare and contrast, they all look very similar, and I don't see much distinction. I mean, the ones in Australia, I'm seeing all these similarities, and it's like, okay, do they look natural to you?
No. They don't look natural at all.
No, I mean that's my point. That's my point. It's like what is doing this? I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know the mechanism behind it, but they all look the same, and it doesn't normally. You don't normally get fires like this in wintertime.
We're
Same
seeing the end
effect.
result. We're seeing the end result, right?
Right. Say you're a crime scene investigator, right? And you have to figure out what caused this. You're the fire chief. Hey, chief, what do you think? It's wintertime, it's wet. How did this
Yeah.
building burn so completely? Like these materials are non-flammable. How did they decompose into dust? What's going on here?
Complete dust with no,
That's
with
fair.
no
questions
remnants.
you can't
That's
answer these
fair, right?
questions.
Right. Then there'd be an investigation, right?
Yeah, but they don't answer the questions. There's things they
No.
can't answer. We don't know how
Yeah.
that happened. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
That's not good enough.
Yeah. No, I see where you're coming from. See where Brenda's coming from too.
I'm just saying when you present evidence, like, okay, here's houses, these were houses. Some of the houses, the neighboring houses are still there, but what caused these houses to turn into dust or ash?
Yeah.
It looks
But
like
it
a
definitely
fire.
looks weird, doesn't it? Definitely looks weird, and how it's so directed, pinpoint accuracy. How everything is just turned to dust. You know, has no signs of corrugated iron or building materials left. It's just basically the footprint of the home or the building left. You know, it definitely looks weird, and it doesn't
And with
look
the
like
100-mile-per-hour winds, why isn't the debris strewn all over the streets? It's like,
there's
wait,
no remnants on trees or other buildings from the
wouldn't
fire
there
right
be
next to stuff.
burned up
Like,
bits
yeah,
everywhere, like bits and pieces blown all across the place? And it's like, no, they
yeah.
must have came and sweep the street and sweep the driveway perfectly clean before they took the pictures, the drone footage. I don't think they did that, and like I don't think after a nuclear blast they came and swept the streets in Japan. They washed down the streets. That's their priority. Let's wash down this
Yeah,
pavement before we go looking for bodies or anything. They get the aerial
yeah,
footage, and everything's all cleaned up and perfectly. They all look too similar to me.
yeah. Like I said, it definitely looks weird. I've got no explanation for it myself.
None of us
Do
do.
do
It's
you,
like, what?
do you think this is what some people are starting to ask. Do you think Earth is completely organic, or could it be a combination of organic, so like nature on top, biological life forms? But what's the Earth built on? So, and what are the stars? What's the sky? So we could be in like biological technology potentially. I think this is where it's leading. It scares a lot of people, but it's kind of pretty likely. But I'm not sort of worried. Like at first, that thought scared the absolute shit out of me for some reason, but I'm kind of cool with it now. I just accept it. We're kind of we're just in here, like.
So Merle,
Yeah.
when you say Earth is built on some sort of biological technology, can you expand on that thought a little bit?
That it seems like a huge circuit board that's live. And they call this the ground, but we're between some kind of electronic circuitry, magnetics, some kind of electric field. I mean, they're big terms that I don't really understand even how polarity works, but from what I've seen and since FE, this place doesn't seem as big as I once thought. I think it's a huge environment, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't say like the Truman Show. I think it's much more advanced than that. I don't think it's just like some movie set or like Sargent was saying, just a terrarium. I think it's, from far as we can tell, alien
see the
tech,
The picture I posted in the chat, in the text.
The toroidal field.
Two magnetic fields, and then the plane. We're on the plane, and that's why we can't penetrate the plane. When we tried to drill past 8 miles, we're hitting the bottom of that field, that plane, where it can't penetrate. It's kind of like the firmament above it. That's the magnetic field that can't be penetrated, and below it as well. That's where the South Pole is directly under the North.
What's this toroidal field in? What's it in? Like, because there seems to be a lot of empty space all the way around it.
It's in water, as far as we know. There's water around it. There's water under and there's water above.
Yeah.
which is a wild concept as well.
It is, isn't it, Mel? Just to think
Yeah,
about
I'm
waters
sort
above,
of
waters
I'm
below.
starting to open up to all this, Bandy. From being, I was sort of a bit scared at first, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm just facing it all. Like it's just wow. I'm sort of like, wow, this is amazing.
Whoever designed it is definitely far beyond our understanding. You know, like we're
Right.
just
Respect.
like
Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
yeah,
I'm there,
there's a
100%.
designer that's. I mean, maybe we can kind of guess, say, oh, I think it kind of works like this, but it's far beyond our understanding. I wouldn't be so arrogant as to say how it works.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I know how God built it. Yeah. Okay. Good guess, buddy.
But you can appreciate it, right? You can.
The amount of arrogance to say you know how God built it is like, I can't do it. I can speculate, but I can't go that far.
Here we are. We're all in a little box, right? We're in a box, right? This whole world's in a box that's sitting on the creator's shelf in his laboratory. And he's got hundreds of these little boxes where he just goes up to them randomly, has a bit of a peek in, sees how we're going, puts us back on the shelf, right? Goes and gets another one, has a bit of a peek.
It's an ant farm. This is his ant farm, and he may have a lot of ant farms like this.
Exactly.
This is one realm, and here's another realm, and they're little ant farms. It's like, I think someone
That's right.
all powerful. There's an all powerful being that could, you know what I mean? Like it's beyond our comprehension.
And it seems like I mean, again, I don't know either, but it seems like an awful lot of thought and effort has gone into creating all this as well.
Oh, for sure.
That comforts me. That's I can't sort of get to this satanic evil overlord. I don't arrive there. I get beyond that too. And
He's
that's
the
comforting.
infiltrator. The satanic one is the infiltrator that creeped into this realm. Everything is in perfect balance. You have the sun, you have the moon. The moon gives cold light, the sun gives warm light. They're all in balance. Everything cancels out the other. Like the reason the moon is emitting a cold light is to negate some of the warmth from the sun, so everything stays in balance. You don't overheat
Yeah.
the earth. One is
Yeah.
cooling it, one is heating it.
That makes sense. Balance, harmony. Yeah.
Have you ever measured the moonlight? It's literally cold, and that was one thing that
Yeah.
it was really interesting to me. It's like even in the winter
Same.
time, I was getting a 5-degree temperature difference from the top side of my truck and the side, and it was near 0 degrees. I'm like, wow, it's colder on the top where the moon is hitting it than directly on the side. All of the air temperature around the truck is the same air temperature. Why is one surface colder? It's because of the moonlight. That was the only difference.
Right. Okay.
You know, the air is all one temp. When I go through the house, the air in the house is all the same temperature. So if I go to the couch or the carpet or the countertop with my laser scanner, the infrared heat gun, they all read the same temperature. It'll say, oh, 70 degrees, 70 degrees. Doesn't matter if it's carpet or if it's tile or whatever. Any wood, same temp is the air. You go outside,
That's a
it's
question.
different.
But things
It's way
do cool
different.
quicker when they're warmer too, right?
Can I
So
ask a question about the cold moonlight?
Yeah, go for it, Rui.
Yeah. Have you done this experiment without the moon in the sky?
Without the moon on a moonless night?
Yes.
I don't remember doing it on moonless night. I was testing it for the moonlight.
Okay. Please do it on a moonless night with the same setup.
Yeah, I'll try it. You know what? There's cloud cover today. I could go do it right now.
No. If the moon is in the sky, do it when the moon's not up.
Well, there's no moon right now. It's just all clouds. I don't see any
Yeah,
stars or
no,
moon.
I'm not talking about whether the moon is visible, but whether the moon is in your sky. Do it when the
And a
moon is
new
not in the
moon.
sky.
You want to do it when it's a new moon. There's no moon. Is that what you're saying?
Not a new moon either. When the moon is not in your sky.
So in the daytime, when the moon is
No.
not in the sky.
No, I hear what he's saying. I hear what he's saying. When you're not going to see the moon at all, that particular
Yeah, when there is
night.
no moon in your sky.
Yeah, I think you get 2 or 3 days a month that happens.
Well, you can do it at different times of the night, obviously, but yeah. And what you'll find is that you'll get the same result.
Have you tried it, Rui?
No, I've seen it done.
Oh, okay.
Well, you've seen it done.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you should try it because
I've
the
seen it
open. Hold on. I've done this in my truck.
telling other people to do it, but
great.
he hasn't done it himself.
Awesome.
He hasn't
No,
done it
I'd like
himself.
him to understand why. Why it's got nothing to do with the moon.
I've done this in my truck, right? In the
Right.
bed of my pickup truck, it's open to the sky.
Yep.
Part of it was exposed to moonlight, and part of it was in the shade. There was a shadow where the wall of the truck was blocking the moonlight. It was all open to the sky. The shaded part was warmer than the part in the moonlight.
Okay.
So it's all
Please
open to
do
the
it.
sky. Huh?
Please do it
It was
when the moon is not in the sky.
okay. No, you're missing my point. You're not hearing me. One side of it is warmer and one side is cold.
Yep.
The side with the moonlight, it's all exposed to the open sky. The moonlight was not touching it. That's the only difference.
Yeah, I hear you.
So it should be a uniform temperature if the moonlight is irrelevant, because the part where the moonlight was not at was a warm spot.
Yeah, I'm getting you to test your control. Anyway.
That was a control even right there. The moonlight has an effect.
Is there some way, Ruhif, that you could come up with a reason as to why the moonlight is cold on a globe Earth model?
Moon isn't cold. The shaded area traps the heat. Radiative cooling, right? If it's uncovered, it will radiate more heat and appear cooler than the shaded area, which traps the heat. The end.
Rue, if you don't know how much you've been mind fucked, bro, someone's got to just cut to the chase. All these quips and stuff, they're not going to last, bro. Just saying. Doesn't work on people like me. You could even give me $1 million. I think that's what they're worried about, people getting their minds back. If you're listening, Discord, Illuminati, we are getting our minds back. Cheers. Cunts. Love you.
Hey, Rui, I've got a question for you, if you're there still.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, then. So I've got three mountains, right? 3 points, A, B, and C, and I can I can see those points, right? And I look through a theodolite to point B from point A, and I draw a perfectly straight line, and I do the same from B to C and from same to C to A, and they're all perfectly straight lines. Yeah. Okay, then. What do those angles add up to?
On a sphere, they'll be greater than 180.
I've just drawn perfectly straight lines from point A to B, B to C, and C to A. They are perfectly straight lines.
On a piece of paper?
No. I'm on 3 mountaintops, right? 3 mountaintops, and I've got line of sight between those 3 mountaintops, right? And from point A to B, I can draw a perfectly straight line, perfectly straight, right? You look at it, bang, right? It's perfectly straight, and the same for B to C, and the same C to A. What are they going to add up to? 180.
More than 180.
Degrees.
More than 180.
You got perfectly straight lines, Rui. It's a triangle. They're going to add up to 180.
But on the surface of a sphere, it will be greater than 180.
I'm not talking on the surface. I'm talking, right, the line of sight between those 3 points. I'm not talking about on the surface. I'm talking about the line of sight between those 3 points. All right. So you're elevated off. So you're elevated off the ground. You're off the ground, and you can see each point from every position. You can see the other 2 points, and you're drawing perfectly straight lines between those. It's going to add up to 180 degrees, not more. It's not going to add up to 182 or 183 or 270. It's always going to be 180 because it's a triangle.
Hang on, let me post something in the chat. 1 second.
You're not going to transcribe it back onto a ball, are you?
No, in reality, it measures more than 180. And
In reality, if I can see the 2 other points from any other point, it is going to measure 180 degrees. It can't measure anything else.
it
can't.
does
It's
on a sphere.
impossible.
It does on a sphere.
Because it
this diagram. See the diagram I posted, right?
Okay, what's this? Spherical excess. Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, see the diagram at the top, right? So you've got A, B, and C, and they are different elevations. They're at different elevations. Right? If the Earth is flat, then those triangles are what's the word? Hang on, what does it say?
So now the triangle isn't all at the same elevation, right? they're not at the same elevation. Right? They're all at different elevations now. So now with the tool that you're looking through, now you've got refraction and miraging and super duper looming and whale farts and all that sort of stuff coming into it when
Refraction's
you're looking
not a
through
thing left to right. Refraction doesn't happen left to
No,
right.
exactly right. That's why I said you're all, well, I didn't actually preface that, but you're at the same elevation and you're shooting straight lines from point A to B, B to C, and C to A. Perfectly straight lines, all on exactly the same elevation. Exactly the same elevation. Not one's higher than the other. They're all the same elevation. And if you draw a perfectly straight line between all those 3 points, every single day of the week, it's going to add up to 180 degrees. Every single day of the week.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, you can't just say no. You can't just say no. It's a triangle.
Yeah, but it's on the surface of a sphere. It will measure more than 180 degrees.
Ah, Rui.
When you say
Rui.
straight lines, right? I'm in my head going, I know that it is curving in reality in one axis, like
Yeah,
it's
because your
curving in
mind,
the up and down direction.
yeah, you're mind fucking yourself. It's a perfectly straight
No,
line. Yes, you are. Because you're in
it's
your mind. You're
curving, but
going.
it's curving up and down, but it's not curving left to right. Right, so it's the left to
Rui.
right measurement that we are making. All right. So in that
I've got
diagram
hope.
that I posted, you can see that
Yeah.
if we are on a flat plane, that A, B, and C, the verticals are parallel.
They're still not at the same elevation. You've got 3 different elevations there. You
Right,
do.
but
You've got
yes,
3
that's right. But
triangles on top
on a
of each
flat
other.
plane,
Exactly.
on a flat plane, that doesn't matter. Can you see how those 3 triangles are similar if it's a flat plane?
It doesn't see, but see now you do have refraction and looming, miraging, and all these other things that come into it because you're at
No,
3
not
different,
left to right.
3
Not left to
different,
right.
not
Only up and down.
not left to right. Yeah, up to down. So you're going to get different. You're going to get differences, right? Do it all on the
No,
same
not
elevation.
in the angle that we're
And draw-
measuring. We're measuring the
and-
left to right angle.
And draw perfectly straight lines. I have hope for you, Rui. Right? I said this before when you were here.
Yeah.
I have hope for you, right? That you will see sense eventually. Right? We
so
just have to work on you a bit more.
Right, you've seen the triangle with 270 degrees, right? If you have a right angle at the North Pole, and then you come down to the equator, and you have a right angle down there, and then you go sort of a quarter of a way around the Earth, you get another right angle, right? You've seen
The
that
triangle
idea.
has more than 180 degrees. It's not a triangle then.
Well, you can call it a spherical triangle if you want. I don't care what
It's
you
not
call
a
it.
triangle. It's not a triangle if it's got more than 180 degrees.
You can
Well, the
call it a
clue's in the
non-Euclidean
name,
triangle.
right?
Yeah.
I don't
But
care what
you
you
can call it
call
whatever
it.
you
It ain't a
like.
triangle. It ain't a
Yeah,
triangle.
you can
if
call
it's
it
got
whatever
more
you
than
like. The
180
angle, the
degrees.
internal angles between those 3 measurements
Watch
will add up to more than 180.
Watch this. Here we go. Let's go. I'm going to go to Google here. Does a
I don't care what you call it.
triangle have more than 180 degrees? Let's see what happens. What have we got here? Here we go. Here we go. Now listen to this. Why do the angles of a triangle add up to 180 degrees? Hey, why do they? Because they're triangles, is basically what it says.
Okay. A Euclidean triangle, yes.
Well, that'd be a triangle. That'd be a triangle, and that's what I was
Well, again,
drawing.
we can call it something else.
From the 3
What would you like
mountaintops,
to call it?
I was drawing a triangle. 3
Yeah.
perfectly straight lines from each point. Bang, bang, bang. And those angles will always add up to 180 degrees because you've got perfectly straight lines. Straight
Well, you've got
and level.
straight in the left to
straight
right
and level.
directions. If you're up and down direction, they'll be curving, right? Because of refraction.
Yeah, but we're not measuring up to down. We're just measuring a straight line, right? From
Yeah,
left
we're
to right.
measuring left to right. We're measuring a horizontal angle, right?
Yeah, we're measuring a horizontal level line that has no deviation left or right or up and down. It is perfectly
Well,
straight.
it will have up and down.
It won't have up and down because
It's refraction, right?
Well, not if we
It doesn't
draw
matter.
perfectly straight lines.
So when you say straight, right? So go back to the
I don't mean
example
curved.
with the.
I mean straight.
Oh no, curved in one axis, but not the axis that we're actually measuring.
No,
Right,
my
so
lines are perfectly straight. There's no curvature of those lines whatsoever.
okay, so we'll ignore refraction. We'll ignore refraction.
We're having perfectly straight lines. Perfectly straight.
Okay.
Bang, right? No deviation whatsoever from one point to the next, from the next point to the next point, and back to the original point. They are all perfectly straight, level, and horizontal lines with no deviation
So
whatsoever.
why does it happen in reality?
I'm just going. This was just a mind thought, right? These perfectly straight lines will always add up to a 180-degree triangle.
Except in reality, right?
And you're fighting me on it. You're fighting me on something that is pretty plain and simple. Actually,
A Euclidean two-dimensional triangle will have 180 degrees. The fact that it has more than 180 tells us that the surface is non-Euclidean.
Well,
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
How did you physically verify that, Ruhif?
It's been measured 1,000 times.
You're using an
Oh,
optical
it's been
device.
measured, what, optically?
You're using an
that's how you measure
optical.
things.
You're using an optical. So when did they stop directly measuring things then?
What do you mean directly? How is an angle not a measurement?
No, a measurement is one point to another point with a tape or a ruler,
No, I
or
completely disagree with that.
meters, centimeters, millimeters,
Feel
all
free
things
to
like that.
reject your eyes. Feel free to reject any evidence with your eyes, any visual stuff for sure. Of course you
Well,
will.
they just do it to save time, right? Right?
you see what
It's all about
I'm saying,
convenience.
Merle? You see what I'm saying, Merle?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Bandy.
Exactly.
I don't.
Oh, come on, Rui. You're
We
smarter
all
than
know
that.
except you, Rui.
I don't understand how you accept that a triangle, at least a two-dimensional Euclidean triangle, has 180 degrees, yet it's measured more than 180 degrees in reality. It's non-Euclidean.
In reality, optically, and then calculated.
Yes, optically.
So not measured at all.
Yes, measured. An angle is a measurement.
Okay, so it's an optical measurement of an angle and then calculated to be more than 180 degrees.
Well, if you want to call calculating adding up three numbers, sure.
Well, no, they're not,
Well,
because
isn't
they
there
use
more in
more than
this
one.
one?
They use more than one triangle for starters. They use about three triangles to calculate it. They're not just
That's
using one
9.
triangle.
Yeah.
So it's calculated. So they're using 9 different points to try and come to a calculation of this
Feel free to debunk it.
non-Euclidean triangle.
Feel free to
But it's not
verify
just
it, Ruhi.
Yeah.
Shit.
verify it with one triangle.
Oh, you probably could, yeah. You'd have to do it like over, 100 Ks or something.
You probably could.
Yeah. It'd be a big
But
triangle.
Ruhif has faith. He has belief in his religion. He doesn't need to do that.
No,
Do you?
I have faith that
You
people
don't
can
need
use
to
the
build a
instruments
physical
that they're
triangle,
trained
Ruhif,
with.
do you?
But
I have faith that the people that are paid to use these instruments know how to use them.
That's fine.
And take
But
measurements.
these things are just calculated. Like this spherical excess is a calculation. It's not
No,
actually.
it's a measurement.
It is.
No, it's
It is
not.
a calculation. It is a
No, it's not.
calculation because they use more than one triangle, so they calculate it, right?
Right, and they add three angles up, and it comes to more than
So it's
180.
not a direct measurement.
It is a
Is there
measurement.
any margin of error, Ruhif, in those angle measurements, or are they exactly precise?
Depends. Well, no, there'll always be some error.
Depends.
Always be some error.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that must
Depends
have
on your
been
device.
calculated out. There must
Yeah,
have been
the
a
error in these
calculation
things is
to account
usually
for.
about 1 or 2 arc seconds.
Okay, so over 9 different angles, there's obviously a margin of error
Equals
that needs
what?
to be factored in.
Yeah, right.
So
Do you know how
was
errors?
that done?
If
Is that
the
in the
more
calculation?
Do you know that the more errors you have, the more... Oh, that's my lunch. Dinner, sorry. Back in a minute.
Oh, mate, yeah,
Um,
catch you. Scratch your crater.
Damn. Rube's a classic, isn't he? He's a classic. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, you just try and verify that, Ruhi. Yeah,
He
good luck.
couldn't. He couldn't. He won't give an inch. He won't give an inch.
As far as he's concerned, you can get a theodolite out. You can look through those crosshairs 3 kilometers away, and what you're seeing is exactly where those crosshairs are. Yeah.
Man, I'm telling you, they're 3 perfectly straight lines, perfectly straight, no deviation whatsoever, and they add up to more than 180. Oh, Rui, bless your soul.
Bit early for dinner. I reckon he was just pulling out.
He's probably got Uber Eats or something coming on, and he's got young kids too, so.
Oh,
Probably use something
6:30.
like that.
Yeah, my bad. He's over the east side too, so it's probably fucking 7 o'clock.
Yeah. He's a
Yeah.
responsible family man looking after his kids and stuff, so.
Well, I think he lined them up. I don't know how responsible that is. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Oh. Well, I know how irresponsible that is, but yeah, anyway. We have to meet up one day, Bandy.
100%,
Might have to
mate.
come down for a fish. Come down for a fish soon, mate, and catch up.
100%, my friend. 100%. Look forward to that.
Do you fish? Do you head down the
Yeah.
jetties there at all? And, yep.
Yeah, I surf at the little beach, which is about, I don't know, 250 meters from my back door. So I do a bit of surf fishing down there. Yeah, it's nice and convenient. So it's very convenient to fish. I just look out, look at the weather, bang, there's my rod ready to go. Throw that in the car.
Do you
quick drive?
Do you bag any whiting off the beach there?
No. Just salmon.
Okay.
I've caught the odd toady, but it's mainly I mainly just go after salmon. So I go up the top of Morgan's Beach and I have a look down on the water, see if I can see any schools and whatnot, and then when you do, bang, go throw your line in, mate, and they go hell for leather. Hell for leather. And no, I haven't got any snapper yet. I don't know. I don't even know if the snapper ban's off. Actually, I haven't heard, but they had a snapper ban there for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. Not too sure if that.
Yes, a few of the boaties around Big the Harbour are a bit annoyed about that. Yep.
Yeah. Well, look, this is what happens when you have irresponsible fishing too. You deplete the stock willy nilly, you know. So it's not a bad thing that they did something to try and regenerate it. But,
well, the Aboriginals would have done it, mate. They would have learned their lesson in different areas and gone, shit, okay, well, I guess we can't fucking just take everything out of this lake or whatever, and we're going to have to be responsible.
Exactly. Yeah, we need dinner tomorrow night.
Yeah. Even backburning, they were onto it, man.
Yeah, they were. 100% to rejuvenate the forests and whatnot.
Yep.
Got a few people in here, but they're all silent. I feel like I've been talking all afternoon.
Well, you were in here before and I was in here. So if you've been in here the whole time, you've been in a while, mate.
Yeah, I've been this afternoon, actually. It's been good. There's actually been some good conversations happen here, White, this afternoon. Really good.
How many drinks are you in?
I haven't started just yet. No, I'll start. I'll
shit.
start at dinner time. I'll start at dinner time.
You'd have a pretty nice looking sunset lining up about now, wouldn't you?
Oh, it's beautiful, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just dipped past the hill where I am. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Heading your way, mate. Heading your way.
Yeah, it's just left of Kangaroo Island at the moment, getting lower and lower. So
Do you see much in the way of commercial vessels going past out where you are?
oh yeah, heaps of them,
Yeah.
heaps of container ships, oil ships, gas ships. Yeah, you name it. Yeah, quite a few. So, and it's strange too. Sometimes they seem so close to the shore. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, you can almost touch them. Almost.
Yeah. That's amazing. They're so fucking big, eh? Some of them.
Oh mate, there was a huge gas tanker. Oh, about a month ago. I've never seen it before. Absolutely, it was a monster. Absolute monster. It was.
Was it a tanker or a fucking full refinery on a ship?
Well, there you go. Actually, yeah. No, but had the big domes. Had three massive big domes on top, and it had a heap of other structures on top as well.
I'm back, Manny. The last comment was about the error.
Oh, yeah, from before.
Yeah, so if you're taking measurements
I
with a
thought you were
theodolite
going
and the
to
error...
have dinner. You said you were
No,
leaving for dinner.
No, I didn't. I said my dinner's here and I'll be back in a minute. And then had some other shit to do. Anyway, so the question was about the error in the instrument, right? And I said maybe it's 1 or 2 arc seconds.
Yeah.
And I said it's 1 or 2 arc seconds, right? If you take 9 measurements, your error doesn't then become 9 to 18 arc seconds, right? Errors are plus
I
or
never
minus.
said that.
Okay, but it was implied.
No, I just said
Right.
there was an error and it's going to be calculated in. Hence a calculation.
Yeah.
It's not just a physical measurement.
Right, but you understand that the plus or minus errors, the more you have, it builds kind of a normal distribution where your most likely error.
Sure, you've got more to average. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the error is well within the amount of spherical excess.
Sweet. No worries. Now you just need to verify all of those optical measurements physically.
How do you mean physically?
And you're good to go. Well, however you need to do it. You can't rely on
I'm
optics
quite
over
happy.
distance.
Quite happy using optics.
I know you are. We all know you are. We're looking for more than that, Regan. And just repeatedly saying the same thing that we're not happy with doesn't make that thing any more definitive for us.
Okay. So literally,
like I said to Foolish last night, you could be helpful and contribute to the server and help come up with a way maybe to be a bit more definitive with a measurement that might not be optical. And right now, I don't know how that is other than my line test. I can't think of another way. But you could contribute to that or continue to restate what you know we don't accept. Like, I don't know why you would do that. I can't think of the mental reason or your benefit. I can't think of why you just keep restating this shit that you know we're not fucking happy with. It's bizarre, man.
But why are you a flat earther if it's not for things you've seen?
Well, I
you
have
ever
my
seen too far?
position because
Yeah, and I guarantee you most of it is from looking at fucking photos, right?
Well, look, it's not even photos. My conflict is my personal observations. Nothing feels like it's moving to me. I know the stars look like they move. Well, they obviously move. But I don't feel like we're moving, and I don't feel like there's any curvature. I can't observe anything that I would perceive as curvature. So it's all purely a calculation.
Right, but you've looked at photos and said, I can't see any curvature. You have to dismiss photos. If you dismiss optical stuff, precise optical measurements, you can't look at photos.
Well, but see, there's the other thing. I have a conflict because I can see photos, right, that contradict the curve. So sure, there's photos from altitude with curve, but there's photos from higher where it's flat. And it turns out that the ones with curve all seem to be using fisheye lenses, evident by things in
left
the
to right curve.
foreground that are curved. You know, like solar panels or ropes or string, all being bent. Like there's anomalies that make me go, shit, hang on, this doesn't line up either. Like if everything just fell into place perfectly and I had no questions, it would already be definitive, because that is by definition, without question, definitive. But I have questions. And you just restating the same thing over and over, that doesn't help me answer my questions.
Don't look for curvature left to right. It's hard and it's small. Look for it on the, what would you call it? The z-axis.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunately only calculated. And foolish,
No.
you know, he goes on about the calculations that are done for, you know, the vertical, or you know, the vertical's not being parallel, you know, by surveyors and whatever. But I'd like to see drop measured from a horizontal, you know, from a tangent to
I've done
confirm that. Yeah, I know, but that's just optical. I'd like to see that done in a physical manner to verify the optics.
Right, but if I show you a mountain where there's 2,000 meters below the horizon, if that is not an indication of curvature for you, like, I don't know what to say.
Well, okay, and you've said this many times, and you'll probably come back tomorrow and say it again for some reason, even though, again, I'll state that there could be other explanations for that have not been ruled out.
What is your inference to the best explanation?
I don't really have one, because none of them are definitive so far.
Okay.
Like the best one would be the one that's definitive to me. Like I can't choose anything. So I'm sort of hoping that, like Jeremy, you know, there's a test that someone will fucking brainstorm and come up with. I mean, I like to think mine's pretty good. Mine's got some challenges, etc., etc. But I'd like to think there's another one out there. I think my dual gyroscope idea is a fucking good one as well. One with pendulous vanes, one without, both mounted in a device and sent on the same trip. You know, one should be fucking out, you know, close to the set thing, and one shouldn't be. But you know, that's still that to me is more physical than an optical thing, because these mechanical gyros obviously have to physically move due to physical geometry, right? So that to me would be physical and definitive. Now, someone might argue that if we travelled 2,000 k's and it only moved 12 degrees versus the 18 or whatever it should, then that doesn't prove curvature. But I would still go, hang on a minute, how the fuck did one move 12 degrees and one didn't? So there's obviously still something going on, you know. So I'm open either way, just looking for a test that's definitive.
How do you understand a gyro compass finds north?
It's not a gyro compass. I'm just talking about horizon.
A gyro compass is a gyro,
horizon
though.
indicator gyros. Hey? No,
A gyro
none of these are
compass
set.
does have a gyro.
Yeah,
How does it find north?
but this isn't a gyro compass. I'm just referring to two horizon indicators set side by side, one without pendulous
Understood.
vanes.
Yep.
Yeah. A north to south
Understood.
trip, fucking from as close to sea level as possible to sea level as possible. That would be ideal. And then fucking you'd have a really good
I'm
side
asking
by
a-
side comparison.
I'm asking a separate question, though. There are such things as gyroscopes that can determine north. How do they do that if they're not rotating?
Well, they've obviously got things in them to change the direction, to keep them aligned with north.
You have to set it north. You have to set it.
No, you don't. You don't.
A gyro compass.
No, you don't.
Yep, that's how gyro compasses work. You set it
Hang
to
on,
the
one
north.
second.
There's an echo somewhere, boys.
That's Geo.
Oh,
He
fair
always
enough.
has a bit of a when he doesn't have his push to talk on it. Always a bit of an echo comes through.
Roger that.
On mine?
Yeah, on yours, Geo. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll try to just let me know if it happens, because I can change. I have a microphone that's on my desk, and then I have speakers. So yeah,
Yeah.
But hopefully it won't. I mean, is it better now?
Yeah, that's. Oh, hold on. I've got to talk. You've got to talk at the same time.
Here, I'll leave my
So,
push
just,
talk on. Is it echoing?
Hello,
I don't
hello,
know.
hello.
No,
Come
no,
on.
it's not.
Yeah, no, that's
Very good.
better, mate.
Nah,
That's better.
Okay, I think it's because if I have the volume up too high on the speakers, and it feeds back. But yeah,
Okay.
just let me know if that happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, gyro compass, you do not have to set north.
No, but it must have ways to offset to keep it at north, or directed at north, locked in space at north. Surely.
Okay, Ruhif, are you trying to say that a gyro compass will automatically find its own north?
Yes.
Yep.
The only way it won't is if you point it directly perfectly south.
All right. I would urge you to just go look up gyro compasses. Even the mainstream information clearly states that they are. You have to set it to true north, and then it stays.
You don't have to set it to true north. It makes it quicker.
On their own.
It makes it quicker if you point it roughly north, and it will adjust to perfectly north. But you can set it east-west, and it will eventually get to north.
Okay, but what's your point, Rui? Do you want to get to the point here?
Yeah, it uses the rotation of the Earth to find where north is. The end.
Okay, and you verified this how? How has this been verified? Or is this another way where you go? Can you explain it any other way? Have you got another explanation?
By the fact that they work and the explanation of how they work.
Okay, so not verified, but you've got a good story that sounds legit, and you can't think of another story. Fair enough.
Don't you find it funny
dinner's
though,
gone
time
cold,
that
really.
it's the explanation that's used that also is reinforced by things like Foucault's pendulum. We understand the fact of how gyroscopes introduce torsion. I mean, just saying, well, could it be anything else? Well, maybe, but we seem to have a very good explanation, which seems to be based on the precession, which seems to be based on the latitude you're at, because that's the main factor in the time taken with a gyroscope to actually find north, or a gyro compass, let's be specific.
Well, fair enough. So if you presuppose the curvature and the ball and all this sort of stuff, it all fits together. But we can't even prove curvature, so we don't even know if the ball is the ball.
We prove curvature through spherical access and geodesic surveying, and we've done that since the
Okay, well, thanks for just joining.
70s,
We've just been going over this. We've just discussed this for the last hour. We don't need to do it again.
So to say there's no evidence for it would be then a misnomer. It's evidence you disagree with.
Oh, there's evidence, but none of it's been verified. That's all I'm asking for. Just the verification of this evidence. We've been over this foolish. I'm not doing it again, mate.
But
Calculations are evidence.
Sorry.
But calculations are evidence. I'll grant you that, Drass, but they are still, when it comes to spherical excess, just calculations. They're not a direct measurement.
Mm-hmm. And then we've got pictures from high altitude and from space, which also show the shape, which again is co-witnessing evidence to show the shape of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have things like, the angle of Polaris as we head north. For you, I guess Sigma Octantis as you head south. Which is again another thing that seems to be. So we've got all these things that are consistent with the explanation.
I don't know. We have pictures from a rocket hitting a dome all of a sudden and then come crashing to the Earth too.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, we do.
No, you're talking about Operation Fishbowl, where they calculated the altitude.
No. I'm talking about the biggest private rocket ever sent up, and it had all the cams and it was spinning, and all of a sudden, bang! It hits the firmament or something, comes to a sudden stop, and then comes crashing down. You've seen that one. I know you've seen it.
The Go Fast?
The Go Fast. That's the one, Gee. I knew someone would know it. Yeah, the Go Fast rocket.
You know what's cool about that one too? When it hits whatever it hits and it stops, the sound, there's like some metal that's banging on the side.
It is. Yes.
It sounds like it's underwater.
It's like a big thud, almost like a muffled thud.
And it has that sound of like things like when you're underwater in a swimming pool. It's pretty interesting. I mean, I'm not saying it's in water, but yeah, it's just interesting.
Yeah.
The sound even sounds like that.
It sounds like a muffled whale fart.
That's where the whale farts are. Oh my god! We finally
classic, Jerry. That's classic.
I'm watching it now, and I'm not seeing the thud. I'm at 4 minutes 16 into the video.
Yeah, wait till it gets to the top at the end of its.
Yeah. It's the burn's finished, so it's got to the top of its altitude, and it's now kind of rotating around, showing quite a nice Earth curve. Though it looks like a bit of a fisheye lens on that, so I wouldn't want
to
put too much credence on it. I'll be generous.
But it definitely comes to a sudden stop.
Yeah, as the motor shuts down, it's not going to gain any more altitude. It's going to start losing speed.
It doesn't come to a gradual stop. It comes to a sudden stop.
Well, how do you know that? Because there's no telemetry data showing the speed it's going.
Well, it looks like it comes to a sudden stop when you look at it.
Okay, so it looks like could it be something else? Could it be a separation point that you heard that's that ping?
It could be, but what I'm just saying, like when you look at it, right, it just looks like it comes to a sudden stop.
But isn't there a second piece on that then separates from the main body of the rocket, so all the telemetry equipment can then come down via parachute?
That I couldn't tell you, Druss. I couldn't tell you. To be honest,
that's what it looked. That's what it appeared to be to me. You hear like an explosive bolt or something similar going off, and then all of a sudden you see the massive amount of spinning start to slow down as it starts to sort of drop back down towards Earth. So I don't see this. I think it's very inconclusive compared to some of the imagery we have. I think that's a guess.
They apparently
an evidential piece.
What we're hearing apparently is the activation of a gyroscopic brakes to stop the rotation. So there you go.
Yeah, that's what they claim. Yeah, it's like a gyroscopic.
That's what they claim.
Yeah,
but why would, again, you made that claim? Does it have one of those in it? Have you looked into how they built it and what equipment was in it? I'll go back to Times one. How have you verified that?
Well, no, I don't need to, because that's their claim. You can laugh all you like.
No,
that's their claim for the noise.
No, I meant hitting the dome bit.
Oh, well, no one would have even claimed it. They would have just said, oh, what an anomaly. What could it be? Looks like it hit something. Some people have suggested there's something up there. Could it have been that it hit that? No one's claiming anything. Other than you guys.
No, I mean, all I can say is, for me, I mean, I've chatted with objects that seem to be about 30,000 kilometers away. We've had that discussion before, and you didn't seem to object to that at the time. That certainly wasn't 30,000 kilometers away.
Did you verify it?
Yeah. RFC 1509, RFC 1514, time delay reflectometry, round trip delay process.
Bang. See? You watch that video, Druss, and it's spinning at a rate of knots, however fast it's spinning as it's going up. And the Earth underneath it is looking like it's moving at a million miles. And then million miles an hour, and then all of a sudden, bang! It just stops. All of a sudden, like it looks like it's actually hit something, and then it separates. 100%. The rocket then does separate, but it separates after it stops, not before it stops. After. That's what I see.
I'm hearing the motor start to wind down at about 3 minutes 30. And then you get nothing. Then you get that gyroscope in. In fact, it doesn't look like it hit anything. It looks like you can actually see the explosive bolt coming off. But if you go to 3 minutes and...
Oh, you and I must be looking at a different one because I'm looking at a different video to yours. Mine only goes for 4.5 minutes. What I'm looking at.
Yeah, 4 minutes 53 seconds is mine. I'll put it up in the chat so it got the same source. Anyway, I've got to rock and roll in a second. I've got to take my bike in for a service.
Too easy, Josh.
Hey, at least I'm not annoying, and I always post my source. Well, actually, no, I can be fucking annoying. Let's be honest there. At least I always post my sources.
As always, Struss, it's a pleasure.
Oh man, I got mad props here, bro. You're one of the people I think I could happily go for a beer with.
Oh, most definitely, man. More than one.
I'll tell you what, mate. I'm such a cheap date when it comes to drinking. It's untrue.
Oh, really? Good.
I've got the alcohol tolerance of a 6-year-old.
God.
Yeah, about 3 pints of beer.
I wish my partner was a cheap shout. She likes all the top shelf stuff. I won't settle for anything less. I've spoiled her.
I had a really nice bottle of wine, actually, it was given to me. It took me 3 days to drink it. As I say, real lightweight. But yeah, it was really, really nice. Chateauneuf de Bap.
We're going on a wine tour in 3 weeks down to Coonawarra.
Oh, nice.
Which is a beautiful area. All lots of vineyards and stuff, and we're
Never
taking a
been
bus
there,
tour. Yeah, no,
but
it's a beautiful. It's set. There's bloody hundreds of wineries around there. All the different cellar doors, and a lot of the wineries have restaurants in them
a
as
Hardy
well.
Stamp land.
No, we're just going to take a bus tour and go from. I think we go to 5 or 6 different wineries, but one of them we stop. One of the wineries has a restaurant attached to it as well. So, but we're doing the responsible thing, and we're going to get driven around. So at least we can get
That's
home.
really smart.
Yeah. Well, you want to be able to taste the wines properly at the end of the day, and sample as many as you can. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain I've had some cab serve from that part of Australia.
Yeah, and mate, Australia's got a pretty good reputation when it comes to winemaking.
Yeah, I mean, I really like. I mean, one of my exes, she was a bit of a wine drinker, so obviously had to participate. And yeah, she likes sort of Chilean wines quite a lot, French wines quite a lot, and Aussie wines.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure we've had Coonawarra because that name just rings a bell, sort of burnt orange
Coonawarra.
kind of label. And I think Hardy Stamp, which is another winery, is around that area as well.
Yeah.
Gotta go and look it up.
What was the altitude of that go fast when that happened? Does it say?
No, there's no telemetry on it.
No, yeah, there's no information. Yeah. But it does seem to spin at remarkable speeds, and I'm trying to be objective. I'm trying to be objective with it, and it seems to all of a sudden come to a fairly abrupt halt before it separates, before the bottom separates from it. But yeah, there's no data whatsoever that is associated. I've looked at a couple of videos now, and yeah, there's no data to indicate anything whatsoever.
Kind of looks to me like throwing a dart into marshmallows.
Anyway, on that happy note, it's getting quite late here. I'm getting waved at dinner time, so I'll catch you guys later, huh?
Remember, if you're going to spend many hours in an enclosed environment with your partner, keep her happy.
Yeah, exactly right, Dross. All right, guys, Dross, Geo, White, and the
Right,
rest of
Ben.
you. Catch us later.
All right, later, Benzel.
I'm sure there was telemetry with that go fast video footage when it first came out. I'm sure there was.
Yeah, I think so too, because I remember there being the altitude. I just forgot exactly what it was.
Same here.
$385,800 feet, 73.07 miles is what they say. Which is right about at that, what do they say, 60 miles is what they call the Kármán line?
Yeah, it is 100 kilometers. Yeah,
Yeah.
crazy.
This is 117 kilometers.
Interesting.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's why I was asking, because I thought it was like right around that point. It's pretty amazing though, 117 kilometers up in the sky.
Should have been more cameras on it. Pretty funny actually to think of all the places GoPro cameras have gone. Hey? Imagine if they've got some giant server somewhere where they've just secretly been sucking all the footage down. That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah. Don't show to public.
Well, as if they're not, strapping them to like, R&D cars, on test tracks and, to check out suspension bits, as if they're not being used just in all sorts of places that you wouldn't think. Collecting all sorts of footage that they think is, secretive or whatever. There's something about how well they hold on. You can have a full-blown car accident and there's the GoPro just still doing its thing.
Well, all these claims that, you don't go up high enough to see the ball or whatever. How ironic would it be if you can't even get high enough to see that ever, that there's just a limit?
Wouldn't surprise me at all. Even if that was proven that there was a limit, like you hit a solid barrier, Rehip would still be like, oh, but if we could go higher, we'd see a curve. It's calculated.
It's calculated, so it's got to be up there. When does it start to ball up? Yeah, it just makes so much more sense to me that there's a ceiling. Just like there's a top of your head that keeps your brain inside your head. There's a top of your roof that keeps the rain from hitting your head. In the same way, there's a ceiling in the universe, whatever that is up there.
Yeah, they love looking up in space to try and decide what the nature of things down here is. When we look down here to try and decide what the nature of down here is, and they think that's just crazy. You can't do that. You have to look up there to decide what it is down here.
You have to look up there, or you have to look at these calculations. Those are your two options. Or both. They've got calculations and things in the sky.
Have you guys seen a cartoon called Gravity Falls at all?
I don't think I have. Gravity Falls?
Yeah, it's a kids' cartoon. I'm just watching it now. Well, I'm not watching it. The kid is, and I've just realised there's all these pyramids with the one eye in it, like saying all this evil stuff, and there's all this symbology. Check it out. Gravity Falls.
Oh yeah, they love putting that in just about everywhere. Seems to be part of their cult religion, the all-seeing eye and the pyramid thing.
Definitely, right. There's a theme for sure. The pyramid just finished with the one eye. Just finished telling the kids here that one day everything in your life is going to change, and there'll be nothing you can do about it. Until then, I'll be watching. How fucking creepy is that?
Oh my
Oh,
gosh!
shit.
Wow.
Yep. That's what pricked my ears up, and I'm looking up to this fucking one-eyed pyramid telling these kids that. I'm just like, oh my god, what is he watching? Shit. Disney, of course. Fucking Disney.
Yeah, all the subliminal programming. Although that didn't even sound very subliminal. That was just blatant. Just right out.
It
right
was. It was, yeah. Because as I looked up, it was the all-seeing eye from the pyramid blurting this out. So yeah, it was very blatant. Hey, glowy Shizo. What's going on? What stopped it? What was the noise? If it didn't stop suddenly, what's going on? Explain yourself, mate. Hypnotoad.
I think he was saying that little meme. No, that's not dead. It's resting. And I think he was linking that to the idea of it didn't stop suddenly, because I think Druss was saying that. So I think he was maybe linking that to the same idea of someone saying it's not dead, it's just resting. which looks like maybe that's from Mighty Python. Monty Python.
Yeah, fucking great show.
I've actually met John Cleese.
Yeah, right.
Well, he did at my graduate school. He came and actually he didn't necessarily teach a class, but he kind of did. He basically sat in on a particular class there where he was like presenting, and so yeah, I was able to see him in person.
Starstruck, were you?
Not particularly. I mean, I guess what it's funny you say starstruck because the topic was the alignments of the luminaries and how that links to comedy. So I guess in a way it was starstruck.
Classic.
No, he just seemed like, yeah, he was just very animated and very, very witty and quick responses. Yeah, he was definitely an interesting guy.
Yeah, my wife and I happened to hop in an elevator with the short, fat fucking hobbit dude from bloody Lord of the Rings, the main character guy. That was pretty interesting. Like, it was a bit of a double take. Fucking like, oh, g'day, how are you? Got the fucking Lord of the Rings guy in here with us. Trapped.
Frodo.
Yeah, I could have fucking pressed that stop button and done all sorts of shit. But no, he's only a short dude, but he commented on my missus's shoes. Oh, nice shoes. It's pretty funny. Just another person, but you've seen him in a movie, so it was just a bit weird.
Yeah, trying to think of what is his first name.
I don't know. Yeah, we didn't even ask for an autograph or anything, so we weren't starstruck. And you might have thought that was a bit weird. We didn't get a photo or anything. It really was just like, oh, you from that movie. Oh, excellent. Wow. Yep, have a good one.
Yeah, I mean that's more my tendency as well. If I see someone like that, like rather than doing the whole selfie thing, I probably wouldn't do that.
You can imagine how many people would do that a day to you. You get over it pretty quick.
It is fun to hear people's stories though of this. Oh, Daniel Radcliffe. That's who? Yeah, I think that's his name. Well, it's like these people are just people, but at the same time, they do have kind of a sort of an archetypal glow, I guess, just because they've been in these different movies and things.
Yeah, well, especially when they look the same as they do in the movie, like in real life, like pretty much, you know. Some people really transform themselves to be in movies and don't necessarily look like that just on the street. But some people are just fucking the spitting image of what they wear in the movie.
Yeah.
I don't know how it even come up on my YouTube recommended fucking thing, right? On the list. It was fucking a 12-minute video of Al Bundy highlights, Married with Children. And I found myself I was laughing, mate, for 12 minutes straight. That show, fucking, as stupid as it was, is gold for the fact that nothing he said could be said now. In fact, I'm surprised he hasn't been cancelled and locked up for the things that he said in a show all those years ago. My God.
Yeah, I feel like when I was younger, I didn't necessarily get a lot of those jokes. Whereas when I've seen it later, yeah, I kind of just a lot of that kind of humor. I mean, not that I didn't get any of it, but I'm just thinking, I don't think I got it as well as I might have when I was older.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah, there was all sorts of types of humor, innuendo, and different things that go over kids' heads. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched Home Alone again for the first time in like years, and like there's a lot of dialogue that I didn't get as a kid, and now I was like, yeah, that's pretty funny, you know.
Yeah. Is that just because it was Christmas time? You've watched that movie again?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, falling down those slippery fucking icy concrete stairs into the basement, that scene there always makes me just want to grab my back. Fucking just, that looks nasty.
I think they do that on purpose, though, don't they? When they, in terms of like writing those lines, where they try to put certain jokes in for the kids and then certain jokes in for adults, figuring the kids probably won't get the adult ones.
Definitely, mate, yeah.
Yeah, I think they
Shrek.
have to do that to, you know, attract the largest audience.
Yeah, keep the adults coming back for 2 and 3 and 4.
Right.
Because yeah, a lot of the kids' cartoons I've loved, you know, as much as I've seen them for what they are and all the bloody propaganda as well. But some of the humor. Shrek is a great one. Flushed Away is a really good one. Kids' cartoons. Ninja Turtles, even man, like back in the day, had heaps of fucking heaps of shit in there for the adults. So like in Shrek, how they've got Lord Fuckwad. Fuckwad. Lord Fuckwad. Tiny, tiny little dude on a horse, tries to boss people around, no one acknowledges him. Tell you what, Geo, my name change on this server to Time Isn't Real has sparked a few debates. I'll tell you.
What'd you say? I didn't quite hear that.
My name change on this server to Time Isn't Real has sparked a few heated debates. It's been good.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
People are like, time isn't real.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like that little table where, you know, it says, you know, change my mind. So now with your name, it's like, time isn't real.
Yeah, I love those tables. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few of them set up in Byron Bay, a town here. Well, not a town here, but a town in Australia. Yeah, COVID's a scam. Prove me wrong. All the information laid out, white tablecloth.
Well, I like the idea of time not being real, that everything exists in the now, whatever that means, in the moment, and somehow perhaps we can experience a reality in which we can experience what feels like time passing, but that it ultimately isn't actually time passing, that we're actually just seeing a part of the overall time scale rather than actually being in time as if time was. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say, like in the Newtonian Cartesian paradigm, the way they describe it, it's like, time is passing, there's time in the future, and we're sort of in that. But I like the idea that like it's all existing simultaneously and we're just experiencing a part of it. So in that sense, time isn't really real in terms of an actual concrete thing. It's actually just like a selective feature of consciousness that we can experience one part of it, but it isn't actually real. It's just a fabrication of the infinite into some kind of an experience of time.
Pretty much. That's pretty much a good way to put it. We can only ever experience the now, and we have historical records in time prior and in time we can, predict or anticipate or whatever for the future, but we can only ever actually experience now. Going back and forward in time, that's if time was physical, then I can see how it would be possible to go backwards and forwards in that physical medium, or however you'd like to put it. But if time isn't a physical and real thing, then, and it's just something we ascribe to those, the linear progression of the now, now, then yeah, there's no way to travel back and forth along that construct.
Yeah, it reminds me of the idea of like reading a book or watching a movie or something where like the whole book already exists, but if you read it, you're just going one page at a time, but the whole book already exists. It's already been written. You could skip to the end or skip around. But if you're going page by page, and it might feel like things are unfolding one step at a time.
Yeah, well, if we could discover that the book is completely written and we're just going through page by page, that would lend credence to potentially, just 1, 2, skip a few, 99, 100, and just getting to the end, But again, a book is physical, and we've never been able to discover that with time. I did hear someone talk about time crystals a little while ago. There was a Google article that mentioned time crystal discovery or some shit, but I don't think there was anything serious behind that. They do claim to have fucking, detected and discovered gravitational waves, though, for fuck's sake. So, I don't put it past them to try and pretend they've found time crystals in a cave. Not at all.
Well, that's going to be the next headline. That's going to be the next headline. Well, we've moved on from dark matter. Now we found time crystals.
Yep. Deep in a cave, in a forest far, far away. These shiny blue time crystals. You could actually buy more time. You won't be told by the doctor you've got 6 weeks to live, and you just better fucking, go out and buy more time. Imagine if you could trade time if it was a commodity. Not like debt slavery like we're in now. I don't mean that sort of physical labor exchange, but just, if time was physical and you could like barter time. That was crazy. There was a movie like that. I forget what it was called. That was actually quite a good movie. I forget. They had a countdown timer on their wrist, and you could see how much time you've got left. And if you were really rich, you could actually buy that time from poor people. You know what I mean? And extend your life. Some people were like hundreds of years old because they could just buy more time. You know what I mean?
That sounds like a good premise for a good story.
Yeah, fucking there's a movie. It's really good. You should watch it. I can't think of the name of it right now. Oh, Limitless. Oh, hang on. Was it Limitless? Maybe not.
That sounds like that one where isn't that where there it's like a drug where the guy takes the drug and he basically becomes like his mind becomes all knowledgeable when he takes the drug.
Yeah, no, it's a different movie to that one. Yeah, I think that one is Limitless. You're right. Yeah, this one had all sorts of weird ideas. Well, not weird ideas, but if this was true, you can see how it would happen. Like, if you've got fucking, 5 days left on your timer, you're not going to be going to work, So fucking people would know they had 5 days left, so they'd go fucking camping down the beach and watch the sunset as their fucking timer ran out, and you could actually plan your departure. You know what I mean? It was a very interesting thing to think about.
I've heard people talk about having very intense spiritual experiences where they feel as though they're in the actual spirit world and they're basically able to they're out of a body and they're able to view or review an entire lifetime, essentially being able to fast forward, pause, rewind, 3D third person sort of 3D visuals of what was going on in the environment, and just sort of that idea of having sort of a fast forward, rewind, ultimate life viewer kind of experience.
That is trippy to think about too. It's hard. It's hard to. Obviously, there's all sorts of brain chemistry that can be going on, but it's hard to because we've seen movies now over so many years where we've actually seen instances of that. Different life flashing before your eyes scenarios as you die and things like this. It's hard to know whether people, that's been put into their subconscious, so therefore that's something that they can experience now because it's been put in there, or whether they've, people experience that sort of situation well and truly beyond anyone putting that idea into their head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what came
organic,
first? Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to know. Because, children are so impressionable. You could, as a child growing up, you could actually tell them that they've been adopted. You know what I mean? You could have that child believe anything you want them to. You could give a child false memories, and then they would actually grow up believing those memories to be true. And in their own mind, even though they didn't experience them, they would probably even come up with visuals to match those memories that they believe are true. Which is a crazy thought, isn't it? It's called brainwashing.
Yeah, it's like memory implanting.
Yeah. Well, look at the textbooks. We went to the moon, kids. No kid ever saw anyone go to the moon. Even Buzz Aldrin will say no one saw them go to the moon. It was an animation. Right? Yet, how many people, especially the older generation, will fight hammer and tong to say that they remember seeing them land on the moon and step off when they didn't. What they saw on television was an animation. So, brainwashing is a thing and it fucking works.
They didn't show that footage of the...
It's almost the number one proof for a lot of people. I saw it on a television.
Back in 1969, they didn't show that. They showed that footage, right? The really fuzzy footage of the astronaut stepping off the lunar lander thing.
No, they didn't. I thought they did. There's an interview. I don't know if it's David Letterman or one of the other, night show talk show host people in America was interviewing Buzz, and he basically he made the statement that I remember seeing you. I was only young, but I remember seeing you stepping off onto the moon, and Buzz cuts him right off and goes, no, you didn't. And he goes, what do you mean? He goes, no, what you saw was an animation. There was no footage of us doing that. You should Google that and have a look at it.
I think
Yeah.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen when he says that. Yeah, I think it's like maybe Jay Leno.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if it was actually Buzz Aldrin now. It might have been the other guy. It's been a while since I've seen it.
It was Neil
I
Armstrong.
remember. Yeah, well, there you go, Neil Armstrong. Yeah, so I was when he said it, and he said it, he actually interrupted him to say it, and I was just like, oh, wow, okay, wow. So we didn't. No one actually saw it. That's interesting.
I think that was live actually when they stepped on the moon. They had a camera outside the lunar lander. And they
Oh, yeah,
filmed it.
there's a good story.
No, I have found a clip actually.
You've got the fuel receipt for loading up the rocket. Is that your proof? Online, you found an online document that proved they bought all the fuel for the rocket, therefore it happened. I love that argument.
Yeah, that's one of Neil deGrasse's favorite. He said, right on Joe Rogan, well, Saturn V had whatever number he said gallons of fuel, so it had to go to the moon. It didn't go to the Piggly Wiggly, as if that's proof that they went to the moon because they filled something with fuel.
Yeah, I liken it to him just showing the fuel receipt. Look, here, I've got the receipt. That's the way I tell people that story. It's essentially what he's saying.
Well, I think my strongest argument would be that you see it fly up and nobody sees it coming down. So I'm wondering where did it end up?
Well, you know that place that we're not allowed to sort of go out to? Is it possible that there's all sorts of shit
Well,
landing out
there's
there?
a lot of things that are possible, but somebody filmed it coming down, then I'll believe it.
Did they?
Nobody filmed it coming down.
Oh.
Many days
thought the
later,
shuttle-
yes.
Oh, right. So it did come down.
Couple of
Okay,
weeks,
yeah. Cool.
of course. They're
Out
not
in-
stuck on
yeah.
the moon.
Out in the
It come
Bermuda-
down with quite some noise, didn't it? A very distinct noise. The noise of jet engines, hey? From an aeroplane.
Yeah, it's not a jet engine, it's a rocket engine. It's two different things.
Rocket engine. Okay, yeah.
But Funk, you agree that it's possible that all this is just Hollywood?
I think in terms of faking it going out there, no, because people saw it fly up and saw it actually go into orbit and nobody saw it coming down. Like literally you could film it all the way. So like of course it went up there to space, but when it went to the moon, then of course that's more debatable because then you have to rely on purely the feedback from the rocket launcher. But as far as I know, it's very difficult to doctorate this during that time with the technology they had. So, yeah, it's that.
Just got to have faith in all those bleeps, eh? All those sounds coming back.
That's nothing. What did I mention was faith right now? I said if you can't I said if they can't doctorate it, then they didn't doctorate it. If they didn't have like the means to do it.
So you're claiming that they couldn't doctor it? Is that what you're saying? Doctor it?
Yeah, they
change, right?
like change it. They didn't have the technology to change it or to like fake this.
Okay. Well, that's a bit of a claim in itself, isn't it? Couldn't have faked
Yeah,
it because
but
the
I think
technology didn't exist.
it's a very relevant claim because it's pretty strong evidence that this probably happened if nobody had the technology to fake it like visually.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, Stanley Kubrick was filming 2001: A Space Odyssey right around the same time, and he was trying to create realistic landscapes that looked like Mars or whatever. So why would it be difficult for them to make a fake little landscape that would be the little fake dusty moon landing area? Why would that not be doable?
I think it's the way that they move on the moon, which is hard to fake. Because they can sort of
know how people
move
actually
fast.
move on the moon to
You mean
compare them to.
You mean when they're bouncing on wires and they put the video at half speed?
I don't think it's half speed, but
If you it is. If you double the speed of it, it looks like they're bouncing around on wires, even more so on Earth. They slowed it down to half speed and they're bouncing on wires.
yeah. But when you see they wave their arms, if you speed that up, wouldn't that look kind of stupid? Because they can move their arms in normal speed, but if you speed that up, it will look stupid. So it's a problem, right?
No, it's all slowed down. What do you mean their arms are moving at fast speed?
No, because they can move their arms and they're in their suit on the moon. Sure, when they jump, the gravitation is weak, so they'll like jump slow. Of course, you can't jump fast if the gravity is little, but they can move their arms fast, and they do move their arms in normal speed. So that would mean if you speed that up, then that would look like stupid. Like, how the fuck do they move those arms so fast?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by the arm difference. I mean, I've seen footage where people have sped it up. I don't know if it's exactly 2 times or 0.75. I don't know.
Did it speed up everything or just like the part when they're jumping around?
No, they speed all of it up, and it looks normal. It looks like they're on Earth, just bouncing.
Same as the buggy footage when they're in the June buggy as well. I've seen that as well. That's fucking funny.
Because the thing is, like, there is one part you have the movement of them, which is sort of looking slowed down, but then you have the because they can move their arms they can move around fast, but they can't like jump or walk fast because of it's like walking underwater. Like, it's impossible.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I could
Wow.
understand if you believe it, that's one thing, but to say they couldn't fake it, I don't see the logic in that. It doesn't seem like it'd be difficult at all with everything they have with Hollywood and everything else. I mean, it would be very simple to fake all that footage.
Exactly. And the telemetry, all the data, everything could have been faked, manipulated.
Well, you had like amateur people who also took in the signals. So yeah,
Yeah,
and
I'm not
also
saying
it's
they
like
weren't signal.
yeah, but they came from a certain place, right?
Right. So something was moving along. How do you even
Well, it's up there. Yeah, but
know?
like it's come from up there, right? Because they're aiming at something.
Yeah, but I mean, who knows what that thing is? You're picking up a signal and then assuming what you assume. There's no
I'm not
verification of that,
assuming
is there?
they sent
There's a
sent
story. Oh,
something.
we've launched
That
something.
is verification. Because you're literally like it's like watching something in there and saying
Yeah, but
you don't know what it is there,
not
even
verifying
though you
what
can see
that
it.
thing is.
That's
No, you
that's a
can't see
form
it.
of verification.
No.
Because if you point
What
something
you're
there,
verifying is there's a physical object. You're not verifying that object is what you've been told that object is.
I'm not
Or
saying it's
what it's doing.
100%. But when they claim
Right. Oh,
something is
good.
there and you receive signals from it, how is that not verification?
Yeah, but I was telling you it's not verifying what the object is. So you can put any story you want to the object. Sure, you're getting a signal. There's an object
Yeah,
there.
tell another
But someone's
story,
also
and
saying this
we'll
object is
go through
this.
how
But no.
compelling each of those stories are. What else is there? Did they send up another rocket with something up there?
No, just an aircraft possibly. Why does it have to be something in space?
Did someone see the aircraft?
Well, does it have to be visible?
Yeah, because an aircraft is lower down.
Why?
Because an aircraft is
So?
lower down. That means
So
you see
what?
it. That means you see it.
Oh, a commercial flight you're talking about? Yes, they are low, but you can't see them all.
There were no commercial airplanes back then. They just started it.
My God. Okay, so the government have technology we don't know about, don't they?
Oh, so now it's you don't know what it
Hang
is.
on.
This
No,
anything.
no, hang on. So do the government have technology we don't know about, or do we know about everything we've got?
Are you asking me if I know about
I'm
something that we
asking
don't
you
know
what I
about?
just asked you. I just asked you
You
what I
ask.
asked you.
I don't know
And
what
you're
I don't
choosing
know.
to not answer.
I don't know what I
Okay,
don't
come
know.
on. Okay, there you go.
It was a
Thank you.
weird
So the
question.
government definitely have things because you wouldn't know about it. So to rule it out would be foolish, wouldn't it? Foolish.
You're
Just
asking me
that's
if I
silly.
know what I don't know. Nobody knows what
No,
they don't.
I'm asking you if you're willing to acknowledge that you may not know of something's existence. Can you
Yes.
acknowledge that?
Yes.
Thank you. There you go.
But that's
So there
not
could be an aircraft up there that's flying along that we can't
Yeah.
see that someone got a signal from that is not in space.
But
And you're going to try and
you
say
have to
no, that's not possible.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying
Well, there you
looking
go.
at the evidence. You look at the evidence. What's more
What
probable?
evidence? The evidence you have is a
The
story.
rocket that fly up. You saw the fucking
Oh,
people who watched the rocket
that's
fly
part
up.
of the story. That's part of the story, champ. That set you up for it, mate. That
so
was
the
that
rocket
was the
didn't
bit that you
fly up?
saw at the start. So you believe when you hear a ping.
So the rocket didn't fly
You
up.
go, oh yeah, yeah,
So
that's that rocket. Oh no, the rocket went up. Definitely, there's a rocket. There's a fuel receipt. Remember? It went all the way
So
to the
the
moon.
rocket didn't fly
Just
up.
on the fuel.
Everybody
Of
who
course it
watched the
went up.
rocket, it was fake.
Did I say that?
Okay. It sounds like
So
you
the
say
rocket
it.
went
It
up.
sounds like you're ignoring the evidence.
How do you verify the rocket went into space and what we were picking up with the signals here in Australia
My
was in fact
verification
that
is
rocket?
all the people who watched it fly up.
No one watched the rocket come over to Australia, mate. It was just telemetry data.
So did they watch it come down?
When it landed, but they didn't watch it on its way
2
back
weeks
from the
after.
moon, usually.
2 weeks afterwards. It was it
Oh,
in the 2 weeks.
really? And that's proof for you. So that couldn't have just literally been either dropped from a plane or literally taken off from another airport somewhere and then
When I
landed.
see it, I'll believe
For
it.
your fucking viewing pleasure.
When I see it, I'll believe it. I'll follow the evidence.
You
I'm
did
not
see
gonna
it.
make. I'm not gonna
You did
make
see
up
it.
a
It landed.
story.
It landed, and
After
you
2
went
weeks,
excellent. I saw it take off, and it landed.
After
It's all
after 2
true.
weeks, yeah. After 2 weeks, yeah.
Cool.
Why don't you
Well,
follow
there
the
you go.
evidence? Why do you make up stuff?
I don't make up anything. Why do you have
Yes.
faith?
I don't
with
need
people
faith.
that lie to
When
you?
people
Proven liars.
see it, you're like living in like a very cynical world. That if people can lie, they lie.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you
No,
are.
if people can lie, you
They
don't
lie.
necessarily trust everything they say.
If it's a possibility that everybody can lie to you, then they will lie to you.
Of course. Yeah,
So you
but if
have
you've
faith
got
in
history,
nobody.
then you use your own discernment, don't you?
Well, historically, people normally don't lie. A few people lie, but not everybody.
Yeah, but those that have, NASA, the government, we
Yeah,
probably
how many
shouldn't
people
necessarily
are
just
working? Thousands
take
of people
everything as
working on the
gospel.
NASA project. All of them are liars. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Come
no,
on.
fair enough. You
This is
justify
how
things however you
cynical.
want to,
This
though.
is how ridiculous world you're living in.
Is
Everybody
it
is a liar.
ridiculous?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I
Because
said.
not everybody is lying.
No, of course not. But if you like using those words to make yourself feel better by lying about what you think I said, then that's really sad.
No, it's just an
I feel for you,
implication
mate.
from what you're saying. It's an implication that
No,
everybody
it's
would
not at
have
all.
to lie. Everybody would have to
No,
lie. Yes.
no,
Everybody
that's
who has
your
everybody who
opinion.
has knowledge and everybody who had any knowledge about NASA rocket mission had to be lying.
No, that's your opinion. I don't know why
That's
you'd have an
not
opinion like that. That's very
that's not an
strange.
opinion. It's
It is.
just
It's your
what
opinion.
it's just how your brain works.
No,
It's
no,
just
no,
how you
no.
think
That's
now.
your brain because you're saying that, mate. That's your opinion. I never said any of
Yes,
those words.
but I'm
So
just
that's pretty
calling
funny. It's
out
not my
how
brain at all.
I'm
It's
calling
all how
out
your
your
brain works.
cynicalism. I'm calling out your cynicalism. This is how cynical
No,
you
no,
are.
it's called
You think
common
that
sense.
everybody is lying because they can. How
I
do you
love
know
how
that
when
they're
you
not
come in
lying?
here, for some
How?
reason, all you've got to
Yeah, but
do
aren't you
is just
saying? Is this
straw
your
man
argument?
people and then
How do you
put
know
words
that?
in people's mouths, and somehow you think
So,
like that makes you feel good somehow. That is a
so,
weird psychosis you've got going on there.
so, is it reasonable for me to think this? So, if somebody could actually make some code, secret code in
Nothing
my
you
car,
think is reasonable.
so
Nothing
if
at all that you think is
please
reasonable.
let me ask this.
No,
So,
no,
okay,
I'm not
so
going
I'm
to let
gonna.
you ask it. Okay, you
Okay,
turn me down.
you
Thank
don't like reality. What the fuck?
you. No, I just
So,
actually don't like hearing
okay,
your
so I
rubbish.
don't care if you don't like it or not. I'm just gonna say it anyway. So,
Well, fair enough. You say it. Don't expect
what
an
I'm
answer,
gonna
mate.
say is that you think it's reasonable if somebody are able to put in some secret code in the car so that after I have driven my car for 2 years, the brakes suddenly stop working. They just cut it off. But they could do that. Of course they could. I know they could because I work in like an industry and I can make like secret, like put in secret stuff that maybe people won't notice. And after a while, it can happen and it can like harm people. Is it reasonable for me to think that everybody do that if they can? With things like that. If NASA can fake it, then they would have. Like for you, you just said it, Time. So is there possible that they could fake it? And that's for you enough evidence that they did fake it. Even if it was possible, I'm saying I don't think it was possible to fake all of that. But even if it was, that's not evidence for faking it. But in your mind, that's evidence for faking it because they could fake it. And I don't think you apply that cynicalism to everything. You just apply it to everything that fits your narrative.
I think that movie was In Time, Geo. In Time.
Yeah. So
I'm just trying to find it for you.
reality check, dude. It's just a fucking reality check.
Yeah, I think JJ posted it. Well, he posted the cover
nice.
shot of it. Justin Timberlake.
That's it.
Well, Funk, going back to what you're saying before, the only people I've ever heard say that quote unquote everyone at NASA is lying are people who believe NASA and are trying to make some straw man thing that other people think that everyone is lying. You know,
they
that
would have to. It's a consequence of what you're saying.
So when all that stuff happened with Enron, you think everyone you think that the secretary at the front desk knew what was happening?
In that case, there are cases, sure, that where some people can hide stuff.
Yeah, this is
for
just
example, like economical, like financial fraud and stuff like that. People can hide stuff. But like, can you hide like a fucking space rocket? I mean, it's a bit more difficult than hiding money.
It's compartmentalization. You could get a bunch of people working for you, and you can be sending them data on their computers, and they can be doing all kinds of stuff, and they don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and I would just want to point out the fact, now you're doing this exact thing I told you. Could they do this? Then if they could, that's evidence for them faking it.
I don't think anyone said that. I think you're just making that up. Nobody said that. Nobody said if they could, that's why they're doing it. The original thing is you said that
Okay,
they
so
couldn't
why
fake it.
even consider that? I don't think they could fake that. No, the videos. I mean, it's one thing with like all the people involved. That's another thing. But what I read on it, I'm not like a video expert, but there are people who are experts on like photography and all that, and they have like looked at it and said that these things are not possible to fake. It's very difficult. So yeah, why wouldn't you listen to them? Like, yeah, like I know you could fake moon space rockets. I'm not going to be an idiot and say you can fake stuff today. Of course, like that's not evidence that it's fake. But yeah, they could, like we have seen space movies today. It's look exactly like real. Like they could make it look like anything they want to today. So it's no issue CGIing stuff today.
Well, the stuff that they show us from the moon footage back in the late 60s and early 70s is absolute garbage, D-level Hollywood trash. So it's not even good, not even close to being good CGI. It's absolute garbage. Because
Okay,
it isn't even close.
It's
It isn't even within a
ridiculous thing to say.
realm. It isn't
Okay.
even within a realm in my mind of even being remotely legitimate in terms of everything I've looked at with the footage of it. It is absolute garbage.
So how would it look like if it was real then?
Would look real. It would look like a
Yeah,
1950s
how would
freaking
real
home
look
video.
like? Well, it was black and white, and it was sent live feed from the moon. So yeah, that was like. Well, you have to consider the technology they had back then and the camera technology they had. They couldn't bring with them like you have seen how large the video cameras was back then. The one that they, not the one that you can carry like with your one hand, tiny ones that they had, but the ones that they used for like journalists and stuff like that. They were fucking huge. The one that they used for movies back then.
Crazy.
Yeah, and
That is crazy.
could they bring them? They could bring those cameras with them.
I was gonna say,
you know how stupid your brake analogy was before? Like if Mitsubishi had one little instance where it was found out that someone in there put some code in the brakes to make them fail 2 years later, do you think anyone would ever fucking buy a Mitsubishi again, no matter what they tried to fucking tell people? No, they wouldn't. You would lose trust. Even if all their cars were awesome after that and they were perfectly safe, they've lost trust.
So why
Right.
wouldn't that? Wouldn't
Your
NASA
argument
lose
goes out
trust?
the window.
Wouldn't NASA lose trust if they were faking stuff as well?
Who trusts them?
I
They've
trust them.
lost credibility,
Most people trust them. It's just
Oh,
you
do they?
guys in
Most
here.
people. I
Yeah.
don't know anyone, even people who believe in the moon.
But
landing,
you
that
hang
would
out with
trust
others
NASA.
that are like-minded. So
Would you
I
let
mean,
NASA babysit your children?
no, because they're not babysitters.
Right.
They make rockets.
Well, you don't trust them.
Would you
No,
allow
you trust them. You
NASA
let them
to?
babysit your children.
Would you let like a random engineer from Mitsubishi babysit your children? No.
No, I don't trust them. I don't trust NASA.
It's not, but you trust them building cars. Like it's.
Hey, if they've
like,
not given me any reason to not trust them, then I've got no choice but to trust them. But if I have a reason to distrust them, i.e., a historical record of actually being distrustful, then
you will
I've got a
never
reason.
drive a
You know what?
Volkswagen again.
Volkswagen or a fucking or a fuck. There's another company that's just been tied up with that whole fucking fuel economy bullshit too. I forget which company it is though. Might be Toyota actually. Lying about their fuel economy and tricking the fucking
I mean, I'm not
exhausting
saying
looking
people
stuff.
can do it, but just because they can doesn't mean that they are.
Yeah, and tricking someone with fuel economy isn't a safety thing. You know, tricking someone with brakes, that's going to make you fucking question.
I think it's a lot easier than you're thinking it is, Funk. I mean,
I know you can do it, but I never said that just because they can doesn't mean that they do it. It's like they're robots who doesn't give a shit about like their work or their integrity or like anything. Like people normally do care about these things. Like people spend their fucking whole life at school to learn stuff, and then you're gonna spend the rest of your life building what you know how to build. Like why? Like why would I make fake stuff just for the sake of faking it?
Okay, why do people in very, very privileged, high up positions, who are, for all appearances' sake, have everything to live for, commit suicide? What could possibly
Depressed or something? Depressed?
Yeah, why? They've worked all their
People are
life, perhaps,
depressed
on something,
sometimes.
only to find out that what they're
So,
involved in.
money isn't correlated with happiness. I mean, what can I say?
No, not even money. Some of these people just are passionate about what they've been involved in all their life. But then to find out that they've just been duped, that would be heartbreaking, wouldn't it? Right.
Is
So there
that
you
why
go.
they suicide?
No, it's a possibility, isn't it?
I think it's more possible that people are just depressed and suicide sometimes, because that happens all the time.
Hello. Why do people get depressed, you fool? Fucking hell, of course people commit suicide because they're fucking depressed. It's what gets them depressed, you turkey. Come on, mate.
So people get depressed because they suicided? You're not making sense now.
No, you're not making sense. You're trying to tell me people suicide because they're depressed. And I'm trying to let you know that depression happens for a reason. There is a cause for depression. You don't just all of a sudden come across
I know that
depression.
it's a cause. So what's the
Right.
cause then?
Well, I told you that. He worked all his life potentially studying something that he thought had some merit and had some purpose, only to find out that it was a
Is that
deceitful
real?
industry.
Is that real what you're
Would
saying
it not
now?
be?
Or did you make
Yeah,
up?
all the allopathic doctors. They study, they learn, they end up with a big debt, only to find out that they just perpetually make people
So
sick, and they end up being drug dealers for the pharmaceutical companies.
shrinks. So when
That's
shrinks
very
ask why
disheartening.
people. So when people
Especially if you
ask.
injected lots of children throughout your life.
So when people ask why are people
Commit suicide if you can't
depressed?
handle that. That's what happens.
Depressed, then why do they say that?
If something in life has depressed them, mate.
It sounded like you made it up, but is it any like merit to what you're saying, or is there any like have you asked people? Have people been asked?
No, I go to their
Or did you
grave.
just
I
made
go
it
to
up?
the grave site. Yeah, I knock on the coffin and say, "Hey, why did you knock yourself off? You appeared to have everything going for you
So
in life."
before they suicide, you can like people talk to shrinks and stuff.
Well, hold on. This
Did
has
they
gone a
talk
little
to
bit
him,
into
or-
the weeds. I think what
No,
the
but
reason,
like he's just making up stuff. I just want
well,
to
I think
point
the
that out.
reason he said that originally is because you said something like, "Why would they fake it?" It was some kind of contradiction in your mind as you couldn't think of why somebody would fake something. And I think what his point was is, why does somebody commit suicide? Meaning that most of us want to live. You know, we don't want to die, etc. But then there's some people that are opting to actually do that. I think he was just. I think that's what that was. I don't think it was to go. At least what I understood, it was like.
Yeah, I know that people suicide, but depression is like partly an environmental thing and partly a genetic thing. I don't know what to say. Like some people are easier depressed than others, regardless of what their life situation is. I mean, I don't know what you want to say. Like people are more. Some people are just more like what you call it, disposition to being depressed than
But
others.
I think the reason he brought it up, at least from what I remember him saying, was I thought my understanding of it was you were trying to make this thing of like this as if it was an unresolvable confliction in your mind. How could they fake? Why would they fake this? And I think what he was saying is that somebody might think from the outer surface, why would somebody kill themselves when most people are striving to survive? Why are somebody killing themselves? The point is that you may not, at least from what I understood of, at least, you may not understand why they're faking it. That doesn't mean they're not faking it, just because you don't have a full and complete understanding. Just like when somebody murders someone, you might know why they murdered. It doesn't mean they didn't murder someone.
Yes, and therefore I would also say the opposite thing. Just because somebody could fake it doesn't mean they faked it. At the same reason, I will say just because I don't know if they didn't fake it doesn't mean, or sorry, just because I don't know that they didn't fake it doesn't mean that they didn't fake it. I'm saying like you can't argue one or the other just from the premise that they can. Because like a lot of people, you have to look at like.
I don't think anyone said they faked it because they could. I don't think that's the case. You originally said that they could
sound like that.
No, you did the opposite.
I don't think they can based on the videos. No, I don't think they could.
I mean, this is kind of feels like I'm arguing with someone who just got out of a magic show and they thought it was all real.
I know you guys in here have like a very different view than everybody rest in the world, but I mean, it's like I am no expert in camera, like in like 60s camera stuff and 60s photography. I'm not gonna claim that at all. And are you guys that? I don't think you guys are. I haven't heard you guys talking about camera technology a lot. I have like I'm like
no
amateur photo.
No one would.
No, okay. So there are people who actually know this shit. So I listen to them instead. And they say this. That they could like they couldn't like fake that stuff. I'm not sure what specific pictures or like what specific videos, but there are certain videos and pictures that they couldn't like fake. They didn't have like the technology.
Well, I know a fella called Neil deGrasse Tyson who says that even if you go to 100,000 feet, you won't see curvature. So there's an expert.
Why do you change
which
the
you're
topic
appealing
now?
to now with
Why
your
do you change
camera
the
board.
topic?
No, but no, I'm not. You're
Yes,
appealing to an authority, and so am I. And you're going to dismiss my authority. You're going to say that he's wrong, aren't you? Because it doesn't fit your narrative.
Are you an authority on camera technology?
Here we go. Am I? Yeah. No. Why are you changing the subject now?
No, I'm just asking why should I listen to you if you don't know anything about photography?
I'm not talking about photography, am I? You appeal to authority.
I
and I'm
listen
appealing
to
to one
people.
of your authority
I'm
figures
not.
who contradicts your narrative, and you're just not even going to acknowledge it. You're going to talk all around it, aren't you?
So you can't listen to expert or trust people or know things like your doctor or whatever.
No, you can.
Why they
So
are
can
an
you listen to
authority?
Neil
So you're
deGrasse
appealing to
Tyson?
an authority then.
Well, that's what you were doing. So I was appealing to another one of your authorities who contradicts you.
So why do you appeal to certain authorities and others not?
Well, because you were appealing to one. I thought, well, hey, while we're appealing to authorities, I'll appeal to Neil deGrasse and say, hey, it's not
I
correct.
don't think one guy isn't an authority.
Oh, so how many expert camera guys have you got from these cameras from
There
back
have
in the
been
day?
there have been several pointing it out.
There have been several.
Yeah,
I wonder
can
how
look
many
for them.
experts, astrophysicists, agree with Neil deGrasse.
I think quite a bit people.
Really? So when he says you can't see curvature from 100,000 feet, and many experts agree with him, can we not
I think
take that
that's
as
like
valid?
a little bit like quote mining because it's
Well, that's
not
quote
really.
mining.
Yes, because if you were to be honest,